ammunition, amplified by my ambition. Here I stand in pure defiance, fighting back your God-reliant skies. Deviance is always on the rise, welcoming the harbinger of war. Deceiver, I'll believe in your face, I don't need anymore. When do I get in line to question all divine? So many rules to bend, till the end idle hands do the devil's work. Testify that all God's hatred satisfies, that nothing's sacred. Anarchy, your blasphemy, devour Christianity once more. Your faith I don't need anymore. When do I get in line to question all divine? So many rules to bend, till the end idle hands do the devil's work.
Looks like it's probably that. Let's see. Was it that?
Probably that.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Every time Wally touches something, he fucks something up. That is two things he fucked up on my stream, and he's not even fucking here for it. I'm astounded. I really am. I am astounded at his progress. Next level, chat. Next level. What you doing, chat? How you doing? Are you having a good day, chat? Are you having a good Friday, chat? He's with us in spirit. He's with us as a fuck up. Will you be getting the Mokoko Nindroid? Dear Lord, no. It's my favorite anti-racist streamer. It's true. I can't be racist. That's why they demonetized me. Good Friday. Very good. That's good. That's good. That's good to hear. Everyone needs some good days to sprinkle in with all the dog water. Just got off work, about to start painting some more model kits. Cool, good stuff. Someone told me I was breedable in the comment section of the newest Lolly video. Man, maybe you should just prove them wrong. You know? Tomorrow my day's off, and yeah, I've been enjoying today. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm great, doing good. That's what I like to fucking hear. ZZZ's teasing us with a pubsec MILF. There's no banner for why must life be cruel. Yeah, I saw what is it? They have the Jane Doe, which I think is she's either a cowgirl or a mouse girl, I guess. One of those two. And then there's the two pubsec people that I guess are to be added. I started learning how to use Python. Yeah, good stuff. Been playing X-Men Origins, really fun game. Yeah, X-Men Origins Wolverine, very good, very good. It's from that generation where like every console was different. So if you get the PS2 version, it's like a way worse game. You play Filvidic Shota. Start playing it tonight, and it's really cool. No, I haven't. You got demonetized. I got super ultra mega AIDS demonetized because they straight up lied about it. I woke up today and I got an email, and they're like, "Hey, we're taking all monetization away from your channel." I was like, "Oh, okay. So what was it?" And I sit there, I look at it, and like, "Hey, you're uploading duplicate videos, but it's YouTube, so they don't actually tell you what's going on." And I was like, "Okay, well, I'm not. I'm just flat out not." And it's like, yeah, you can like reapply in a year to get remonetized, or you can upload a video saying like, "Oh, I'm super duper sorry about uploading duplicate videos." So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the upload a video thing, and I'm just gonna berate the YouTube staff the entire time. We'll see if that works. if the video gets taken, not the video, if the channel gets taken down, it's because I called whoever's fucking looking at the video a dumb fucking cunt. Among other choice words I will have for them. I will write up a fucking essay for them. In a year, holy crap! Yeah. It's you get a chance to reapply for monetization in a year if you get revoked, or you can like send an apology video to YouTube staff to watch, like a fucking like a minstrel show, like I'm so sorry, I so sorry, I get a whip, I'm so sorry, which is I will be sending bomb threats before I ever send a fucking I'm a sorry message to anybody. Time for seppuku. Time for immense racism. I will be studying. I will pull up the Racepedia page, chat, and I will be going down and I will be picking my favorite racial slurs to put in that video. You can complete the Swan video game review. I'll have to re-upload the Swan video review so that they finally have something to actually hold against me. I apologize for something that wasn't your fault. The worst part is it was quite literally a like flat out false, like full on false. And I looked it up, and like a lot of other people are having the same issue. But it's like, okay, that's cool. They still wanna like an I'm sorry video. So I'm gonna give them a good video. I'm gonna give them a good video for them, chat. Z wants to stop giving me cunny characters. I don't want to be in the cunny minds no more, bro. There's 80% of the roster is cunny. The YouTube staff, the best part of them was a shit running down their mother's ass crack when they shot them out in the world. The best part of you was whenever I decided to pump my fucking cum on your mom's stomach, and unfortunately, it decided to run its fucking way down to her crusty ass snatch, and now we gotta deal with your dumb ass. Who snitched, chat? Who fucking snitched? Read mind confident in a static tone, yeah. Can you fill me in on what's going on? I was just talking about the demonetization thing. So for the people that like were using YouTube to donate because it's a lot easier, if they give you the option still, they shouldn't because they took monetization away. If they still give you that option, don't use it because all the money people donated, YouTube literally just pocketed all that. They pulled a gym on me. They pulled a gym. They stole all the money. But yeah, so just don't. If it does give you the option, don't use it. See how bad Biden was at the press conference? I saw him saying the president of Ukraine, Mr. Putin. You want to mention KOF 98? It's an actual arcade today. I am become Mexican player of SNK. Just true. 7 Day Survivor so fucking boring. Gameplay loop is getting food and stay in an area until you need more food. Get more food, hide, repeat. 7 Day Survivor. That is not 7 Days to Die. I don't think I'm familiar with that one. Your video should just be their IP address. It'll just be a video of me putting plastic explosives onto a drone and then flying it above the YouTube HQ, and then just a flat little title placard. Or that just says "I'm coming for you" at the end. Because like if I hang on, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Because I want to read what they want you to do. Oh fuck, where would that be? Would that be? It'd probably be YouTube Studio. Hang on, let me get it pulled up on my phone. Here. Here's what you can do. Option 1, appeal if you think we made a mistake. If you think we made a mistake, send an appeal telling us why. We'll review your appeal and get back to you with our decision in 14 days. Okay, let me hit the start appeal. Film a video in your supported language. I'm sure YouTube is one. Keep your video under 5 minutes. Okay. I'm mistaken. I thought for some reason the keep your video under 5 minutes thing was a your video needs to be at least 3 minutes long. So that one's on me. That one is on me. So I was mistaken on that. Read the cock and ball torture Wikipedia page. Yeah. Well, I got sidetracked today. I had like this big whole thing I was gonna do. I was gonna have. Like for an hour before stream, not an hour before stream, but for an hour at the start of stream, I had something that I had planned to do, and it just got sidetracked, which is very unfortunate because I was looking forward to it, but it is what it is. Zodiac for $5. Fuck you, dude. Take my money. I appreciate it. I do. I appreciate it a lot. Let's see. Let's see. I'm behind. YouTube actually wants to make the website California compliant. They recently banned automatic weapon fire from videos, saying it promotes violence and mass shootings. Yeah, I did see that dumb shit. Come on, Shorty. YouTube is too busy ignoring animal abuse videos to fact check. You see, I might fact check that, chat. Update on polls. Got Ellen and both biker lollies. Yeah. I'm missing one of the biker lollies, actually. What is it, Piper? Her name, Piper? Somehow I'm missing her. I have every other A character in the game. I'm missing her. And I've gotten, like, Andy's up to, like, fucking, 4 or something? Like, 4 dupes? It's fucking insane. English showed writing up his essay with choice word. Oh, yeah. What'd you get from the GSSR and Destiny order? I'm fairly new. Should I prioritize getting meta support first? You should try and get a meta if possible. Meta supports either Castoria. Castoria is probably the best one for you. Castoria or Oberon. Name the apology video. My struggle with YouTube. Oh, I fucking will too. I will. You only had 2 Fridays of making money. Legit 2 Fridays. 2 fucking Fridays, you know? Didn't Biden call himself a black woman at the same conference? Fucking maybe. Thoughts on women who wear mismatched socks? Fuckable. How are you level 38 in ZZZ? I'm barely level 29. I don't know. I just played through it all. I think the best thing you can do to get XP... I spent all of my energy capsules on doing the level 100... Not level 100. The 100 stamina resource gathering missions. They gave me 1,000 XP per run. The counterpoint to that is I am now completely out of stamina, so if I want to up another character, I just gotta fucking bite the bullet. Was he saying something about bringing Korea and Japan back together, which really pissed off politicians? I don't fucking know. I remember when Biden called it the World War II black veteran and Negro. Jesus Christ. I showed it. Hello. 70 survivor from Dead Rising. Oh, okay, gotcha. It's Cat Rant 2, baby. Biden just emboldened a war criminal dictator, yeah. I post automatic weapons fire from a 30-round magazine. Reload and shoot again. I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. The video in Cherokee. And whenever they don't recognize it, I'll call them out. So you see, was doxed by Chinamen. So that's what people are saying. Biker Lola with the bat and ZZZ is fun to play. Yeah, yeah, the bat one is fun. What's her name? I forget it. Piper's the one with the hammer. Well, Piper's the one with the big hammer, not the 2 hammers. Find out who they are and film yourself fucking their moms. Oh, I fucking will. Oh, I fucking promise you I will. I'm watching the Dragon Ball anime and for some reason they had Goku fingering Bulma. Why did they do that? It didn't happen in the manga. He said pat pat, chat. He said pat pat. So fuck that YouTube wants you to make an apology video for nothing. What the fuck? Yeah. I will berate them for the full duration. It will be 4 minutes and 59 fucking seconds on the dot, chat. On the dot. Actually, it might be 58 seconds because YouTube likes to add a fucking extra second sometimes to videos. So just so they can't rule me out, I will make it 4 minutes 58 seconds. And either one of 2 things are gonna happen. The video the channel will be taken down as a result of what I say. I fucking promise you that. Or they will respect me for it and they will reinstate my monetization. One of those 2 fucking things are happening, chat. I fucking promise you that. I promise you. As soon as the stream ends, I'm gonna fucking record a goddamn video. I'm upset they took out of my Friday. They took time out of my Friday to send me a fucking email and slightly fucking inconvenience me. Media goes for 220. You a bitch. Anyways, thoughts on doing a Sunny in Philadelphia? What? Thoughts on doing Sunny in Philadelphia? Sunny in Philadelphia it's a good show. It's a funny show, chat. It's a funny show. Susan will be getting a big tsundere crush on you for that video. Fucking you see Susan's son died. Susan's son was I think he died in a car crash. I don't think he was killed. I think he died in a sudden and accidental car crash. Show to Rumble stream soon. I would rather die, chat. I would rather die than stream on Rumble. Back then, Goku didn't know what a girl was, so he gave a pat down to check. Yeah, he did. And ZZZ, I'm just missing the Wolfman, the Cat Girl, Soldier 11. Who should have picked from the 5-star selector? If that's all you're missing, pick the Wolf guy. Let's see. I'm missing Soldier 11, Coleta, Rena. And then I guess Piper. I guess those are the only characters I'm missing anymore. Yeah. So I'm only missing 4 characters. Fentanyl OD. Put your Ko-Fi or Streamlabs donation link in chat. We can donate to you without YouTube's permission. Yeah. Well, I do what Lolly does. It's in the pinned. If anyone ever wants to donate, the Streamlabs will be in the pinned. I wanted to do the YouTube thing just to make it easier on people. I think YouTube takes a bigger cut than Streamlabs, but it was just to make things easier for people. And now they pocketed that money. Like it's like socking a fucking 5-year-old in the mouth and then taking their like 50 cents their mom gave them to go like try and beg for candy at the counter. That's what they just socked the kid in the mouth. Died of an overdose like months ago. I thought he died in a fucking I thought he died in a car crash. All I. All I'm missing is Coleta, Rena, Lycan, Grace, and Soldier 11, all S-rank characters. Yeah, I got a dupe of Grace. That sucks. I was wanting, if I was gonna get a dupe of a character, I would have liked it to have been like Lycan. But I got a dupe of Grace. I would have much rather have gotten Rena. Instead of a dupe, of course. And then Coleta. No, then Soldier 11, then Coleta. I don't really like the way Coleta plays. Jesus fucking Christ, I've not got no sleep. Opie made best girl. I do like Rena, she's really nice. I've done all the character quest stories that I have unlocked right now, and they're really good. They're like, I'm enjoying it. Rena's was really nice because I had finished Lycan's just before hers, and his is like, oh yeah, actually I'm what was it? I started a fucking Chunboyo art thief gang, and now I need to help my employer's daughter fucking get out of her Chunboyo phase. And I was like, that's cute. And then Rena's is, this poor old woman has dementia. You need to help me take care of the dementia-riddled woman. You need to be nice to dementia patients because they at one point in time, there were upstanding members of society that took care of you when you were a baby. Fucking take care of dementia patients. And I was like, oh my God, Jesus fucking Christ. I've been grinding SMT5 Vengeance, so I haven't played a lot of ZZZ. ZZZ is really fun. I didn't expect to like it as much as I have, but I have put like every free second I have into the game. It's fucking incredibly fun. Especially with how simple it is. I didn't expect myself to like it as much because it's more simple than Honkai. Well, it's Honkai Impact when it first released, but it's as of right now, it's more simple than Honkai Impact is currently. I'm sorry, yeah, Honkai Impact, yeah. But like, still very, very enjoyable. Very enjoyable. YouTube took your pizza bucks Pyramid Head. No, that was on Streamlabs. So that one is. I mean, it's coming out of my own money. I'm just I'm letting the Streamlabs money set for a year so I can do tax projections on it and see how bad they're gonna try and fuck me, and see what all I can do to fuck the government out of being able to fuck me as easily. Susan Jewicki or Wojecki? Yeah, that's the one. Cat Girl and ZZZ is about hitting back shots. It really kind of is. Shut, how's your day going? Not too bad. I'm just tired. You didn't just pat a pussy. He gave her the 3-finger swirl. Two in the pink, one in the stink. Nah, Chad. He gave her the pat. Oh, how's the Fumble gonna be tonight, chat? I have gotten no sleep. I need to continue with Witch on the Holy Night, so we'll be continuing with Witch on the Holy Night. So you have super tired Shota, who will be reading fucking visual novel for God knows how long. tonight. We probably won't finish it. Probably won't finish it tonight. But next stream will be something else, and then we'll return to Witch in the Holy Night. So it'll be broken up by a stream until I eventually get it finished. That way I don't feel like I'm just fucking. If Friday starts, we're reading visual novel chat. You know what I mean? Has been a historic fumble to date. Yeah, that dumb bitch. I can't believe Susan. That sounds heavy. Does it end with you with you getting into her will? No, it ends with you going, "Oh, actually, it was just some random lady that showed up and has dementia, and you were taking care of her by accident." And then they're like, "Oh yeah, super sorry you had to deal with that lady. You weren't supposed to. So like, we can go ahead and get back on track instead of dealing with this old senile bitch." And it's like, hey, homie, you good? That's right, I forgot you didn't do the side mission like we did. You guys don't give a fuck about the dementia patient. We're getting a combat update in 1.1 already. Fuck yeah, that's nice. It's a visual novel, so not much fumbling unless there's alternate paths. The fumbling will be in the stumbling over my own words. Shoulda China simp confirmed. Man, I wish other companies could do good quality gotchas. Unfortunately, we have other Chinese gotchas and fucking dog shit. So you can't tell Lolly not to attract society's dumbest over on Twitter. I don't have the heart to unfollow him. He likes arguing with people because he's a silly man. Baldwin case is just thrown out by the judge. What? After accusing the prosecutor of hiding evidence? What? What the fuck? What the fuck? Wow, so like they just paid the judge off, I guess. If you don't make more than $600, doesn't matter. If more than $600, normally 30% is a good portion to put aside for taxes. Yeah, it's something like that. It'll change soon. Soon. Will we get the best girl? Depends on who you think best girl is. Not gonna lie, if I was into gotchas, I would simp for the shark girl on the last stream. Dude, Ellen Jo, she's so good. I really like her. Once I got to the maid people are all locked to chapter 3, and you sit there and she's like hanging in the back. She's like really low energy. I'm above this. I don't care. And I was like, okay, well, it's very unfortunate your design is so fucking poppin'. Then you get to like the end of the first mission with her, I want to say, and she fucking revigences a bunch of missiles, like she's slicing missiles in half and takes out a group of dudes. And then she's like leaning on the wall, and your character goes to go talk to her, and she falls down, and it's like, oh yeah, she literally just burns 100% of her energy and passes out on the battlefield. And I was like, that's fucking metal. I like that. Does visual novel at least have anime titties? Yeah, sort of. Naughty illiterates need reading correction. It's so true. Isn't the new YouTube CEO an Indian? Yes. Kirsch is streaming? That is unfortunate for Kirsch. I finally saw the Virgil girl and ZZZ. She's so fucking cool. I am... what's her name? Miyabi? No. Starts with an M. I'm excited for her. I want her to come. You see Medicare confront Boogie on the Lolcow stream? I didn't watch the stream because it consisted of a bunch of people I fucking hate all talking to a dude that I also fucking hate. And Medicare was the only dude I'm okay with that appeared on that fucking stream. But yeah, I did see that they're like, oh yeah, Boogie, you're fucking faking cancer. We'll pay you $80,000 to prove that you're not faking cancer. China #1. All he's dead should watch your solo stream. Showed up much less intense. He'll break, chat. He'll break even here. Broski was absolute dog shit. Yeah. Can take that L to her grave. Trying so hard to get Ellen. Yeah. I was really disappointed to get a dupe of Grace whenever I got it, because I just want all unique characters and I can build around them. What was it? I got an S rank of something else instead of I got an S rank. I got like 2 or 3 S rank W drives instead of characters, and I was like salty malding over there. I think the rates are something like 1%, but I was malding. With Nasu, every girl is simultaneously best girl. I mean, it's not wrong, chat. It's not wrong. Dead by Daylight Mobile has a gotcha mechanic, but it's so pointless that there's zero reason to engage. The standard in-game currency was basically ported from the original version. 1 week later, 1 week equals 1 killer. Huh. It's Miyabi, yeah. Miyabi, I can't wait for her. I'm never going to play Hoyoverse games. You can't make me. Too late. Who was on the stream? It was Destiny, Keemstar, Boogie, Wings of Redemption, and Medicare. At some point in time, they brought in some fucking butt buddy of Destiny's to go talk. I've seen the Imminence and Shadow and or the Tower of God. What do you think of the bomb jihad theory? I've seen a bit of Tower of God, and I haven't seen Imminence and Shadow. People kept saying it was good, but I'm not into Korean shit. It takes like a very specific. It takes a very specific type of like art style for me to really be able to get into it, especially since the stories for them are not the best. They're not the best. But I gave Tower of God a chance. Same with solo leveling as well. What if Linkara interviewed Boogie? Linkara, the great Linkara. Hello, chat member. Mudahar was on there too, and XQC for some reason. Yeah, Mudahar was on there, and XQC. Here's my thing about it. Okay, take it with a grain of salt, because in like the week leading up to this thing, to this little gangbang they did with Boogie, Keemstar was bitching, whining, moaning, and saying he's gonna quit the Lolcal podcast because the Lolcals aren't making enough money for him. And then this thing blows up, and you have a bunch of fucking millionaires, wine socialist, on stream going, "Hey, biggest lolcal in the group right now that is popping up on Twitter, fucking doing gangbuster numbers. We think you faked a cancer diagnosis." So take it with a grain of salt. That's just common sense. It could all be fucking real, but that's just the timing is very suspicious on that. Soldier 11 was my first S-rank character. Got the Cat Girl, none other so far. I hate my life. I like the Cat Girl. Soldier 11, I think, does a ton of damage, but yeah, that kind of sucks. It's Neko Mimi. I got Neko Mimi, and I was like, awesome. I got the Cat Girl. Then I played with her, and I was like, oh, I don't like this. You may not like Wings of Redemption, but he is the better box between them and Boogie. That is true. That is true. Medicare was only on the stream for an hour at the beginning, right? Well, also to be fair, Medicare has bonitis and is dying at all times, so that's fair. So your rolls, did you get Archetype Earth? 2. I got 2 copies of her. Boogie made Wings look reasonable in comparison. Yeah? I lost Wi-Fi for an hour. What did I miss? Nothing. Oh no, Mudahar is absorbing the local energy. It's starting. It really is, too. Excuse me, sorry. Local culture being money-driven now has been a terrible thing. Oh, yeah. Your stream got delayed, so I guess I watched you. What we doing tonight? We're gonna be continuing Witch on the Holy Night, which is something I started fucking 3 or 4 weeks ago. It's a visual novel. It's a fucking Nasu-verse visual novel, but we'll be getting to that a little bit later. You have an 8% chance of getting this the single S rank you want, including weapons. Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to save up to get the W drive for Lycan, because I'm gonna equip him with it. I have I was lucky and I got the Shark W drive for Ellen. I need the one for Lycan. I have his second best one, but I need the proper one for Lycan. And then for the Popsicle Lolly, I have hers. I actually have her best W drive maxed out. It just kept fucking giving it to me. Don't have any of the other ones, but I got hers maxed out twice over, actually. Pussy bed check. Yes. They could be falling at all, but Boogie has been faking for 2 years now. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they could just like straight up be lying or Keemstar could be lying for like impressions, money, the whole rigmarole. He's not a very trustworthy person, but I mean, at the same time, like Boogie's, he is also a habitual liar. Medicre's gonna stream tomorrow about Boogie. He's furious. Yeah, Medicre's every disease on Earth and then some. He has diseases in his body you didn't even know existed anymore, chat. Like, we thought we cured that shit, but no, it's home, right in his body. Nekomata's mechanics is you hold the attack button to slide behind the enemy and do extra damage. Yeah, I mean, I know what her attack mechanics are. It's just, there are specific W drives that make her a lot better than she is, but she just, the physical status effect isn't very fun, because it's just damage. versus freeze, you at least freeze your opponent. Electricity, you still stun them. You know, it staggers them. You get damage. All the status effects seem to behave similarly, but physical seems to be the worst of all of them. There's no physical support for Nekomata, so she can't have free follow-ups with physical status buildup. W drives and the disc, the support for W drives, those are what you want to go into to build Nekomata. But yeah, as for like a dedicated physical support character, I don't think there really is one. I think Billy, if you get dupes of Billy, I think he functions similarly to a support character, in that you can swap him out and it will like build physical buildup on enemies, or it helps you build physical buildup on enemies. But yeah, it's not like fucking Freeze came into the game and you have 3 characters to choose from and they all work fucking perfectly. They work perfectly together. Oh, let's see. Excuse me. We have fun making fun of the locales. Then the big drama YouTubers show up and ruin the fun. I mean, yeah, kind of. If he dies, there'll be a bioweapon releasing its payload on the world. Jim, no! China is right-wing and a police state that cracks down on any dissident ran by a dictator who has switched tracks into capitalism is leftist. Both stupid takes on Tall's feed today. Yeah. I'm trying to get Ellen, but she's not coming. Yeah, I cross my fingers and I wish you luck, brother. Hello, Gunts. Have you seen Longlegs? No, I was planning on seeing it today, but I just got sidetracked. I had other stuff I wanted to do. You know, if this Naziverse protagonist... if this Naziverse protagonist also has a butthole fixation that will render him feral, possibly, chat. Thoughts on Monster Hunter Freedom Unite recently started it. Hang on, let me make sure I got it right. Ding dong, ding dong. The PSP one, okay. Yeah, the PSP one. Fun. I remember it being fun. I do. When I emulated it, it was really fun. Yeah, completion hour 500 hours. Yeah, yeah. I swear watching locales brings bad juju. Yeah, well, like the people that orbit around locales are also terrible fucking people, like 100% of the time, without fault. 100% of the time, they're terrible people. So like, you're essentially watching terrible people catalog terrible people, and then the terrible people you're watching catalog will always moral grandstand and be like, oh, well, I'm so much better than them. And then fucking less than a year down the road, it turns out that they're like a complete and total fucking psychopath who's like either fucking kids behind the scenes, or like they're trying to set up crazy shit to make their locale do stupid shit. Like, it's just a cesspit of people. Just a cesspit, chop. Say what you want about Keemstar, but he knows how to make money off of trash TV. Yeah, well, all he did was something that everyone else could have done, and if any of those people involved were fucking smart, they would have just ditched Keemstar and done the fucking locale podcast themselves. It doesn't take a fucking scientist to do that. Boogie has a pattern of behavior ever since he's been online. Any blowback, he acts like, "What was me?" trying to get everyone to like him. Every single time Boogie got caught doing bad stuff. I mean, yeah, but that doesn't mean that Keemstar's word is suddenly more valuable. Is there any difference if you get the exclusive W drives for characters? The exclusive ones for characters just work with their kit a lot better. I forget what Lycan's is, but I'm pretty sure it increases energy buildup, so it makes him build up energy faster, and it makes the entire team build it up faster, which is really good for Ellen because she's popping her specials all the time. For Ellen in particular, her W drive is just a better version of already existing W drives it's just especially made for her kit. Will you be getting the Bleach game? I don't know. I have to see some stuff about it. Finished my first cycle of SMTVV. Went the newer route. Wow. Starting Canon and Vengeance before going back to Dazai and Asteta's routes on Canon of Creation. Yeah. Managed to get both Demeter and Amanazako. Nice. Good stuff. There's a locale who is a locale who isn't really who really isn't a locale. In what sense do you mean? Like someone who's labeled as a locale but like doesn't really fit that like descriptor? Because I could probably, if I thought about it, I could probably think of a couple. PSP that introduced Narcocuga. Yeah. I had a time remembering Narcocuga. the other day. Munhun mentioned, yeah. Lydia finally got a release date for the 22nd. Yeah, what was it? Several characters, I want to say. Yeah, several characters from the Street Fighter 6 pass have released, and the second season pass were announced in the time it took Lydia to like get a release date. Kind of crazy. Who Tard wrangles the Tard Wranglers? Society, hopefully. Wings is downright stupid. He can't do the Locale podcast by himself. It wouldn't be him by himself. It would be him and Boogie, and then fucking them trying to get DSP on there, which DSP would probably be more willing to come on there and do something if he didn't have Keemstar's dipshit ass try and act like he's above them. Locale Orbiters are horrible people. Wasn't Lolly a mod for Flamingo? I don't know. I have no fucking idea. Hot take, DSP was correct for once. Not taking the deal with Keemstar. I mean, yeah, he is. He is just correct. Like, it's hey, you were the strongest out of these three individuals. Yeah, you were the strongest of these three individuals. And if the other two were just smart, they wouldn't have just immediately jumped to it. And you could have just done what the fuck Keemstar was wanting to do without him. And you'd be down a co-host that probably takes like 60% of the fucking profits from you guys. And his entire gimmick is just get on there and call you guys stupid. And you'd still fundamentally have the same number of people. Actually, you might have more people, because instead of having someone on the fucking stream that's calling you stupid, well, now that's chat's job. The signature drives is literally made for them. Their hair also glows when they use abilities. I was wondering what that is. If you press like L3 or whatever the fuck your button equivalent is on the W drive screen, whenever you have a character specific one for them, it'll be like, do you want to turn off special costume settings? And I was like, I'm sorry, does she have a fucking separate costume? Excuse me? I was like, is this just a system that wasn't implemented? I didn't notice. I didn't notice her hair was glowing. Labeled a locale but isn't. It'd probably be that like that one Sonic fan guy that like is really dedicated to getting, or was really dedicated to trying to get Sonic Sat AM made. Because his biggest thing was seemingly just being really enthusiastic, and then he got like Kiwi did what Kiwi does and just labeled him a pedophile for it. Character specific W drives do something I don't know. I don't know what they don't really tell. They from what he just said, they like make you glow whenever you use them, but also they are just built for that character's kit to make them shine as best as possible. I don't know why Boogie doesn't just sell all the toys he has on arcade machines. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like Boogie is like simping for money, 110%. What's the worst group, Locale Live or Kino Casino? I don't watch either of them. I'm assuming Locale Live is the name of Keemstar's little bullshit. I never watch them, but it's a bunch of people that I don't like. Kino Casino, I actively dislike. I don't like anything that I ever see come out of them. So it's asking me which shit sandwich would you prefer to eat, and it's like, no. I'd slit my throat before I ever ate the shit sandwich. Doesn't Ellen have a schoolgirl custom? She does technically. She has her like her everyday outfit, which is a schoolgirl outfit. All it is they just like gave her a schoolgirl skirt and like a blouse, but they kept like the maid stockings and stuff on her. But yeah, so technically she does have an alternate outfit. Very specific yeah. Not to give DSP too much credit though, he just didn't do it because of his ego. Yeah, it was because of his ego, 100%. It's too big to accept help. He also wouldn't be able to beg. Yeah, exactly. Kiwi Farms. What did I miss? Also, is Ellen Gura's sister? Just saying, man. Just saying. You know. I saw that. What is it? It was like fan art on Twitter of Gura biting Ellen's tail. I will say that has been the really good thing about ZZZ is like the fan art is in full fucking swing. Like really, really good cutesy fan art. Well, I'm sure there's a ton of porn out there too, but for the most part I've been seeing all the really cutesy stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that's some good shit. That guy for Kino Casino just doesn't shut the fuck up. And he does the moral grandstanding that Keemstar does. Yeah. Yeah. No More Room in Hell stream when... I think Lolly already did a No More Room in Hell stream on his solo. See the teaser for the new horror game on Nintendo? I didn't see the teaser, but I heard two things. I heard that the teaser is different depending on what language you watch it in. So like it's different in Japanese as from English. And then B, if you go to the website that they made for the game, whenever you load the page, there are two separate trailers that have a chance to play, and whenever you reload the page, whenever you first click on the page, that's whenever it rolls to see which one you get to watch. So that was really interesting to hear. Gura keeps winning. Total shrimp victory. Oh God, chat. Surprising how long Phil has been going financially. Yeah, well, like Phil is in debt. Okay, well, I'm sure a ton of fucking locals are in debt, right? But Phil either is in debt or was in debt at some point in time. What's his face? Low Tier God recently got outed as being in like over $120,000 worth of debt, which I don't know how that was found out. But it's entirely possible someone could have like gotten all the information they need to steal his fucking identity to like if that information is true to find that out. And he should probably look into that. Let's get right into the noose. Yeah, there you go, Chad. There you go. Right into the noose. I got a friend. How saved my life. We were chopping down a tree. It fell down funny. And it was going to fall on me, but my friend fucking caught the tree before it fell. It wasn't too big, but still. Yeah, nice. The Dodgers won. Yeah, the Dodgers won. I gave the Dodgers a fine point buff when it was a 3-5. I've heard some people say it's Eternal Darkness Revival, but I doubt it. Yeah, I'd say I doubt that. Looked nothing like it, yeah. I did see it was a dude with a paper bag on his head, so hopefully it's a new IP from Nintendo, because I really wouldn't like the idea of Nintendo buying out, like, other stuff. Like, I wouldn't want Nintendo to buy out any other IP, and then I wouldn't want any already scarcely existing, like, horror-themed Nintendo IPs to get repurposed into something new. I would just prefer a new IP. LTG did a Drake and hit a kid. Yeah, supposedly he has a fucking kid that he's a baby daddy to, which I mean I believe that 100%. But also there's like Low Tier God has a lot of shit going on. Like he's a bad person to begin with, you know, just on a fundamental level. He's a fucking bad person, and then he just constantly does stupid shit because he's rewarded for it. Like his community is a bunch of, for the most part, teenagers that like act as his hype men and just go yeah to all the stupid shit that he does, and it just creates this like really negative feedback loop where he does stupid shit, is rewarded by his audience for it, and then proceeds to like encourage his audience to do stupid shit. Like I remember whenever someone was trying to do like a documentary on Low Tier God, they were like building up to a documentary and had released shorter videos talking about like all his fuck ups that he was doing, and then Low Tier God had his fucking audience, his mods in his chat, go and dox the dude, find the dude and dox him, and then the mods were spamming the dude's dox in his chat. So like he's just a shitty person. June the King, it might have been June the King. So yeah, he was actively having his mods dox the guy. On top of that, there's a whole grooming thing he did where he was dating a chick. He's like fucking in his mid-20s, I think, and he was dating like a 16-year-old chick up until she like became 18. LTG's every negative black male stereotype ever. And worst of all, he's a failed model, chat. You can't forget that. Finished Dead Rising 2 and got the S ending. Yeah, looking forward to replaying Off the Record again. Yeah. Suddenly that clip of LTG saying he doesn't want a daughter makes so much sense. I've heard some people say it's a Eternal Darkness Revival, but I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt it. PPP sure likes to call people fat while being a landwell himself. Which one is PPP? Eternal Darkness, the Sandy system, is fucking patented by Nintendo. Ew. Fuck you, Nintendo. Same with Rocksteady and the Nemesis system. Something we'll never get to see again. Damn. Same with video game mini games on loading screens. Bandai, I think it's Bandai has that one. The trees were tall but like thin. Yeah. I'm just saying, maybe Luther God should take his own most famous advice. Yeah. I think Nintendo still owns the rights. Sarah was a trophy in Smash Ultimate. Oh yeah, she probably. They probably do. PPP is Worski's husband. Fat one. Worski is the former crackhead. I see. Okay. The one looks like a granny blimp creature. Oh god. Gameplay stuff should be exempt from copyright. I mean, like, it makes sense to copyright, like be able to copyright systems and stuff, but at the same time, like, if we copyrighted like systems like Overworld Traversal or something like that, fucking Nintendo would be like the be all end all, right? This is PPP. Oh my god! Holy shit! It's got to be the most unflattering picture you could have pulled from. Is he live right now? I heard Boogie was faking cancer, and he got a psychiatrist strange brother to confirm he has cancer. Yeah, I didn't hear about the he has his like psychiatrist dude or whatever to confirm he has cancer. But I did see the stuff that blew up about him like faking cancer and stuff. But I already talked about it. I was like, it's entirely plausible that it's true because Boogie is an untrustworthy person and a shitty person at that. But at the same time, like the build up to it makes me doubt it. It does sow a little bit of doubt in my soul because like Keemstar was complaining about the locals not making enough money on his fucking show, like leading up to all this shit happening, and outright said, you know, I'm gonna quit because you guys don't make enough money. And then he pulls fucking like Destiny and XQC, these fucking millionaires, to come on his show and fucking berate Boogie and say, you know what, guy who has just recently exploded in popularity and is trending on Twitter, I think you're faking cancer. Was it the asshole pic? No. It was just him in like a red fucking outfit or something. Nemesis system is owned by Monolith. No. Would you rate the Romero of the Dead series? I don't know. I have a soft spot for just Night of the Living Dead. It's really good. it is really good, especially for like the first in the saga. And we're talking about like specifically John Romero's as well, so no return or anything like that. I will say, I don't like Land of the Dead very much. But it does have some like really cool moments. My question is, why the fuck did Boogie refuse $80K for it? Oh yeah, exactly. There's he refused $80K for it, but then, what was it? Was it Keem? No. Was it Nickel? Was it Diorio? Might have been Diorio. Might have been the Oreo boy himself. I saw someone on Twitter going like, "Yeah, listen, I have it on good authority. Like, there's a fucking like actual reason Boogie like isn't gonna publicize his health records, and it's from like a verifiable, trusted source. So like, I'm gonna stop pushing the issue." And I was like, "Oh, interesting. Boogie will never kill himself. Oh, absolutely not. Oh, that Wonder Woman game is never coming out. That Nemesis system is gone. Yeah. Think about it like this. Wonder Woman is probably going to enter... What she got, like 10 years left or something? Wonder Woman is probably going to enter the public domain before she ever gets, like, her own animated series or her own game. Like, that's crazy, dude. That is wild. Want to know some Triple P lore? Sure, drop it in chat. Boogie's brother came on Locale Live and debunked a lot of the abuses that Boogie went through as a kid. I want a Tatsunoko versus Capcom 2, but licensing Tatsunoko is expensive. Yeah, I want Rival Schools to come back, even if it is like a fucking like a Street Fighter cross Rival Schools game or something like that. I just want it to come back. I like a lot of the character designs in it. Night of the Living Dead is my favorite, very comfy. Dawn is my second favorite, while Day is my third favorite. Don't care for the rest. a lot of people do just They just stop caring after those. All three are masterpieces, so it's hard to pick. The second in the trilogy is a mixed bag, with Land of the Dead being the only alright one. Yeah. Sega had the patent for Crazy Taxi's gameplay for a while. Speaking of, they're making a new one. They're making a new one in MMO. Why? Yeah, I don't know to what extent it's an MMO. I really don't. I don't know how like that gameplay would work. James Gunn's Dawn of the Dead is the greatest movie, greatest above all zombie movies. Ugh, bad chat, bad. It's hilarious that they list all the shit the Boogie has in the doc. Nearly all of it are symptoms of diabetes, but they don't name diabetes. Yeah. Will the Oya never ever come out though? Isn't the Oya already out? I am pretty sure it's already out. I'm making a Stardust Dragon deck in Master Duel right now after finishing the Evil Live VTuber deck. What should I make next? I don't know. Make a Fright for deck. Yeah, Rev Schools, whilst we still have Nobuyuki Hayama. Yeah, I like Rival Schools. It's got really, really strong art direction. What is it? What's the other thing? Fuck. I just recently learned of the Street Fighter. It's Street Fighter in quotations. The Street Fighter fighting game that you control with your mouse, and I want to see if I can't get a hold of that and play that. It was like I think it was like a web browser based game. But it was Street Fighter, and the characters were modeled after action figures because it was technically made to promote a line of action figures that were going out at the time. But you control like everything is done with your mouse, like your fucking like actually no keyboard inputs from what I understand, just mouse movement for motions and stuff. And I was like, that sounds fucking awesome. I want to try that. Starbucks, no. All right, I'll look into it. She's going into the public domain around 2028? God damn, that's sooner than I thought. 4 years. I was going to get some Tony's pizza. No one deserves their own animated series, but if it came out now, it would probably be bad. I mean, yeah. Do you think Keem scripted Boogie stripping naked live? Man, that'd be so fucking funny. That'd be so funny, chat. There are a lot of situations like in comics, character has great potential to be mainstream, but companies ignore it just because they're not mainstream characters. Yeah. Well, he came out years ago and died maybe a year into its existence. Yeah. Starbots? No, it wasn't. Star Gladiators? No. No. Hang on. Let me look it up real quick. Street. There we go. Yeah, it was literally just Street Fighter Online Mouse Generation is what it was. Mouse Generation, yeah. It was made in 2008. As well, chat, as well. I also learned that apparently it had DLC and stuff that they released for it for costumes for characters. And Obama was in the game. Like, one of the DLCs you could buy for the game was Obama. He released on Valentine's Day. Will you stream when? I ain't paying for that shit. When PPP was drunk on stream, stream.me, he showed his asshole to the stream, and Ralph and Zoom doxed PPP's family and their church that they run for years, and he was excommunicated from the church. Oh, jeez. 2D side. Why would you? That's just stupid to do. 2D side scroller Karate Kid game was announced today. It's in the vein of the NES Double Dragon. Could be good. Could be good. Rival School could come back since Itsuno has power in Capcom. It could. It could. Clock's ticking, Monolith. Do your fucking job. My brother Sailor will be made public domain in 2025. Damn, next year? Fucking shit. Keem probably texted Boogie to get naked. I wouldn't be. Right, he rewatched the stream and like Keem's like looking at his phone. Like he's got the, like the boomer dad thing where he like pulls the phone away from his face and you just see him like texting, and then Boogie starts getting naked. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh bam no, yeah, oh bam no. Is his ult a drone strike? I don't know. Death Slim Shady album dropped last night. M did it again. Yeah, I listened to it this morning. That was like the first thing I did when I woke up. Is I was like, yeah, let me pull that up. And yeah, Judge dismissed Alec Baldwin's Rust trial. Damn. I pulled it up and I listened to it, and I think it's an okay album. It's not as good as I was hoping for. It's not what I was hoping for. Like, whenever it was described to me as it's going to be a call and response to all of his old stuff, which I thought was going to be more, you know, call and response with his old stuff, but instead it's really just like it's really like there's 1-2 songs that play call and response with his old stuff. Like what is it? You have one for me, one for the hooker. Chad, I'm not looking at it. What is it? You have Houdini. You have Houdini, which I think Houdini might be the best one on the fucking album. It's a really good bop. That one's like the real call and response. But for the most part, it's him using old lines that he has, like old hooks, and sprinkling them throughout his songs again. But there are some really good ones in there. There are some duds. Overall, I think it comes out to be all right. I was a little disappointed with it, but there are some gems in there. There are. I've heard of Obama being a DLC character before on a Street Fighter Iceberg video. Oh shit, yeah, that's probably what it was. That's probably exactly what it was. Did you know that Rent a Girlfriend game is coming? Now you can be a cuck IRL and in Bing Wahoo Land. Yay! Jesus Christ. Baldwin openly wept with joy. I bet he did, because he doesn't have to spend the fucking rest of his life in jail. Lucifer is the best track. It's pretty good. Lucifer is really good. Lucifer is like where he like dedicates to, I'm gonna drop like every hook that I have into a single song. So it's pretty good. Guilty Conscience 2 is also pretty decent. Here, let me pull up the track list. Let me pull up the track list here. There we go. All right, phone, make sure you're silent. I don't wanna. We ain't playing no more fucking Slim Shady song on stream. Not right now. Habits I thought was pretty good. Fuel I really liked. I really liked Fuel. What is it? Which one was it? Is it gone? No. Habits is good. I'm not sure which one it is. I think it's Temporary. Is what it was. Temporary. He sings about his about Haley and his daughters and stuff. And I think that one was nice. No, yeah, it's Temporary. Yeah, it's Temporary. Yeah, because it's got Skylar Grey on it. So that one was pretty good. I think it has more bops than duds, but there were some that I just kind of like zoned out on. I was like, eh. Wait, are you saying you wouldn't throw it back for a hooker? Chat, I am taking a stand. I know it's controversial. I am saying right here, right now, I would never throw it back for a hooker. But for about Tree Fitty, chat, I throw that shit back. Someone's trying to come at me with a Blue Eyes deck. Laughs and Red Dragon Archfiend. Yeah. Return momentarily to chat, only to make an important announcement. Bow. Hang yourself. Don't make me go after chat. Don't make me go after them, chat. Don't make me do it. Don't make me go after the twins, chat. So we're seeing so much new Eminem in 2024. Yeah. Well, like the I'm not sure which song it was off the top of my head, but there's a song where he talks. It might be Fuel. But like the content of the song is him talking about him like being attacked by the media for being too controversial and stuff, and like he's talking like it's happened in the last year, and I was like, the last time I heard Eminem in the news was when he did the coffee pot rap. Technically, it was like a year after the coffee pot thing, because he was like, he did like a follow up to that where he's like, yeah, like coffee pot thing was shitty. let me do something better. You already did, Shoda. Yeah, the Christopher Reeves song was weird. I like the Christopher Reeves one. I assume that's the one where he's talking about like beating midgets and shit. That might be the one I'm talking about as well. Yeah. The thing about the Christopher Reeves one is like he said in songs before. I don't know what album it's off of. It might not be Revival, probably Relapse, Refill, probably. But he said in a song before, like, I don't have any fucking beef with Christopher Reeves. It's not my fault that his name rhymes so well with everything I try to rap with. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. That's fair. That's fair, man. However, I will say I did like the line. He has a line in one of the songs where he goes, it's a call and response with like Slim Shady, because some of the songs do have him like talking to his past self. For the most part, it's reflection of him going like, I think I'm done with rap. That's what I got from it. But some songs are like the call and response thing with his past self. Damn it, chat. What the fuck was I in the middle of saying? It was off the Christopher Reeves thing. Damn it. Yeah, he had said something along the lines of like, I'm trying to remember. I'm getting caught in a loop. I'm trying to remember like the exact wording of stuff instead of doing generalizations. But he was talking about Christopher Reeves, and it was calling response to like Slim Shady or something. Damn it, Chet! It's fucking it has slipped away 5 times in the span of one sentence. Dear Lord, give me more sleep or kill me, you fucking bastard! Ah, it's out there, Chat. It's gone. It's gone, Chat. It's gone. It'll never come back. Which Eminem is milk toast at best. It's no longer the '90s old man. Oh, it's like it's fine. Like here's a really big thing. All rap is manufactured now, like all of it, 100% of it. Like the most you get are like brand beefs. Like the Kendrick Drake thing, I would consider just a brand beef. Like that's what it is. It is a branding beef more than anything else. But yeah, it's just. I don't think any rap has the bite that it used to. And even in the Christopher Reeve song, like I was saying or trying to say, a lot of it is like, hey, like I can't say the stuff that I used to say because media is gonna dogpile me. And then he's like, yeah, I can't say retard anymore. I can't say fag. I don't think he drops fag. I don't think he ever says fag or faggot or anything like that. He does say retard a couple times. But he makes a note. He's like, you can't say or do anything anymore. Because there's a bunch of groups that are out there that try and turn everything that you say and do into like you're dropping nigger, right? Like hard R on your fucking album, and he's like it's just not fun, and it's like that's fine. Like it's the same way Showed It sucks sometimes, man. I imagine at some point in the future I'm gonna have like the world's worst case of like sundowners, and I hope the more fragile your mental state is, like the more you forget when you're in sundowners, the stronger you get. Because at least there has to be like some upside to like not being able to have fucking any recall whatsoever. Has to be. That's an awfully hot coffee pot. Should I drop it on Donald Trump? Probably not. Yeah. It's not my fault. Christopher Reeve's name rhymes well with what I say. Yeah. That's okay, Shoda. It's just nearly onset Alzheimer's setting in. Yeah, exactly. Didn't he make an album with all the material he had on all his infamous paper scraps, and most of it was dog shit? Maybe, I'm not sure. We're gonna do what now? Don't worry about it. Rappers used to shoot each other back in the day. Now they tweet each other. Yeah. Slim, for Pete's sake, put down Christopher Reeve's legs. Jeez, you guys are so sensitive. Slim, it's a touchy subject. Try and just don't mention it. Yeah, like he had some really good lines about Christopher Reeves, man. It's not his fault. It's not his fault his name rhymes with everything. He'll tell the creator of Fag once. Yeah, he did. That was in an old song, too. Representative brings in on his songs, besides Lucas, are pretty trash. Let's see. Hang on. I still got it pulled up. White Gold, I think, was fine. Sly Piper was good. What is it? JID? J-I-T. I thought he was good. When I first heard him, I was like, wait, is that fucking Kendrick? Are you bringing Kendrick on his fucking, his album? But it's just, I think JID's his voice sounds really similar to Kendrick for some reason. And then, I don't know, that might be it. That might be it for people that I like. I mean, Skylar Grey is just like, she's a female singer. She's been on a couple of his other songs too. But yeah, like Big Sean, Babytron, not a fucking huge fan of him. Jelly Roll, not the biggest fan of him. Dim Joints, I don't even know what part of the fucking rap he took care of. What's worse, Femboy's son or Snow Bunny daughter? Chat, you know you can just kill your family, right? You can just do it, chat. You can just do it right now. Representative brings in on his yeah. Tupac can hit him up as straight out death threats. Yeah. What are sundowners? It's like whenever you're displaying symptoms of Alzheimer's. When it's called sundowners because it happens more often when the sun goes down. But like you just become a completely different person. It's like you're sucked out of the modern day and slapped somewhere in your past life, and you're just fucking confused. Like you're just living in a memory. So let's say like you're 80 years old, you're in an old folks home. You'll just have a moment where you're like sucked back to when you're in your 20s, to like a memory from your 20s, and you're like, oh, I should be at home making dinner right now. Where the fuck am I? And it is like often accompanied by extreme bouts of violence. And for some reason, But when you have sundowners, brother, you are fighting for your fucking life. You have every bit of adrenaline in your body is pumping, and you get super strength. I fucking swear to God. Player really thought they could live with 800 life points. They didn't expect me to destroy my own special summons to shave off 1,000 from them. Get fucked, turn 2 third-rate duelist. Yeah. I mean, King Von was kind of like that. He was kind of like that. He was almost like the political side of Eminem, whored himself out to has spurred on his hyper cancel culture. I wonder if he's ever gonna realize. Oh, like all his friends are black, chat. Like, take a second to realize he's surrounded by like nothing but black people, and like you know why the Democrats picked Obama to run, right? Because like his, I want to say Romney. Romney's policies were just Obama's again, right? Like it was just the same exact shit Obama wanted to do. So it didn't matter who you voted for. So it's like, hey, we need to get the black population out to vote. Let's run Obama. You know, these black people will vote for him. Everyone he's around, chat. It sounds horrifying. Yeah, everyone he's around is like black, chat. So it's like, everyone you're around, your political beliefs are going to rub off on them. I believe a vast majority of black folks are Democrats, like lifelong Democrats. Like they don't actually care about what's being said or anything like that. Whereas it's just black, wealthy black. They don't really care about the politics of it. They just care more about like my grandma or my mom voted Democrat. I'm voting Democrat because everyone I know. You know, my echo chamber that I live in has told me the right is just blatantly racist. So I'm just gonna vote for Democrats no matter what. That rubs off on you, chat. When everyone around you is voting the same, not voting the same, but everyone around you is of the same political persuasion. It rubs off on you. Like even if you don't fucking believe that, like what's being said, eventually you just hear it repeated enough times. It's like brainwash. Ever heard a rap about how flexible Helen Keller is since the 90s? I hate the future. Yeah. No, I will say, whenever he got into his like little Slim Shady persona or whatever, I wonder how they did that. I wonder, they probably just filtered his voice a lot because the voice is like really, it's young, you know, it's back for whenever he like first started out in his 20s, not his like modern day voice that he raps with. I wonder how they did that. But he does have a really good line when he's talking about fucking deaf people, and I'm trying to remember the exact line, but it is pretty good. He just he imitates deaf people. Like that's the entire point of it. It's supposed to be like a punch, like a fucking punch. Crowd pressure is a main thing anywhere. Absolutely. It's real to run the black Republicans. I only know like 2 are rare. Yeah. I mean, like it's not like they don't exist or anything. Like there are always exceptions to the rule. But for the most part, I think a lot of them vote blue. And then the ones that are Republican, a lot of the times, like it's a big part of their identity that they vote Republican. You know, like that's where they found their brotherhood or their companionship with people is like by their political party. I couldn't do that. That would fucking kill me. Like being like, oh yeah, my brotherhood is who I fucking vote for. Go fuck yourself, bro. Favorite M song showed? I really like Brain Damage. Brain Damage is really good. My favorite song, period. That one's kind of hard. Let me look at his fucking song list real quick. Brain Damage is off of Slim Shady. It is pretty good. I'm still listening to fucking Rock Bottom right now. Rock Bottom is really good. Let's see. I don't like spinning off the Marshmallows LP. Sorry. I do like a lot off of the Eminem show. What is it? Say Goodbye to Hollywood. I like his kind of slower stuff, I guess, too. Like his more melodic stuff, I guess. But yeah, Say Goodbye to Hollywood is really good. Sing for the Moment. I like that one a lot. Rain Man, I do really like Rain Man. What was it? One of his underground ones, aka ones that where he was on it and has a big portion of it, but it's assigned to another rapper's criteria. What was it? It was horror movies. Yeah, horror movies. Horror movies is really good if you ever listen to it. Horror movies. What was it? Hell Yeah, or Coming from Hell. I think it might be Coming from Hell. That's another good one. I like a lot of his older stuff. It's very good. The amount of white guilt shit he probably internalized by now, I'd almost feel sorry for him if it wasn't his choice. Well, if you listen to his songs, like he outright has songs where he's like, I fucking fought tooth and nail to earn everything I ever got, and then like whatever he's like, fought tooth and nail to earn everything I've got. Everyone kept saying that the only reason I'm successful is because I'm white, but if that was the case, how come no other white rappers are blowing up like I am? And whenever I was shopping my fucking CDs to studios, every single one of them saw I was white and turned me back at the door. The only one that gave me a chance was Dre. So he's talked about it. He's talked about it plenty of times that like being white actively hurt his career until after he had blown up and been successful. And he's like, yeah, once I was successful, like being white helped my career because a bunch of suburban white kids were like, oh fuck yeah, I can identify with this. Bad guy, especially the twist near the end. I do, yeah. Bad guy's pretty good. I used to play Rock Bottom when I would go pay Arizona with pennies. Oh god. I don't base my identity on politics. It's more a matter of finding out someone shares similar beliefs to me, and it's an oh that's cool moment. Yeah, exactly. My black econ teacher was Republican, but I think that's because he served in the military, and the other one grew up in a military family, and are just sick of the Democrat Party's BS. Yeah, well, like a lot of the black folks around here, even if they're in the military, they're Democrats. Cannon bitch is super funny. Yeah, Dre's a bro. Oh, absolutely. Like, 100%. Like, there's a reason. There's a reason Eminem would have so much fucking insane respect for Dre, and I think it's warranted. I do think it's warranted because like they've helped each other out a lot. Like, obviously, Dre built Eminem's career, and then on top of that, once I forget which album it was. It was a Chronic. I don't fucking know. But Dre had an album that flopped super fucking hard, and like it was Eminem that helped him bounce back from that, and like put some fucking spice into his follow up. I believe Eminem was forced to do shit he didn't want to do. Oh, probably, like fucking probably. Have you heard? I've heard the Bin Laden diss track, and I mean a dude, possibly Eminem rapping as Bin Laden and dissing Dre. No, I haven't heard that one before. Toy Soldiers is pretty good. Oh yeah, I like Toy Soldiers as well. I think my favorite album from Eminem is probably Kamikaze. Like I like a lot of the stuff he talks about on Kamikaze. Of course, what is it? What song is it? It's Stepping Stone. I like Stepping Stone a lot. I like what he talks about in Stepping Stone. He's like, man, I'm burnt out on being a fucking rapper, dude. I can't do this shit anymore. And I feel really bad that a lot of these people I've elevated to positions of success, like we've all kind of grown distant from each other, and we don't talk. We're not buddies anymore. We all got our own shit to do. I don't so much as think of them on the weekdays anymore. You know, it's just a stray thought in my brain, and it makes me bitter. But it's completely unfair for people to just keep coming to me to like promote them and make entire careers. I think that's something. I think that's a really nice song. Stepping Stones is so good. Yeah. It just isn't my thing at all, no matter who's singing it. Yeah, it'll depend. No, we're 1 hour in and we're still talking about rap artists rather than getting into a game. Yeah, it's gonna keep talking, chat. Keep talking. It'll be 5 hours, chat. It'll be 5 hours. 6 hours now, chat. 6. Eminem's Bring Me to Life. Kim's a prequel to the 97 Bonnie and Clyde. It's a wild escalation. Also, his verse on Forgot About Dre is one of his best. Yeah, I agree. I like it. Eminem had that lived experience of bigotry against him for being white, and he still says, "But Trump and his voters are racist, though." Yeah. He does the Trump's racist and shit. Like I said, everyone around him's telling him the same shit. And like it's one thing to be like, I'll say whatever the fuck I want. Like, I don't give a shit what the media has to say about me. It's another thing to be like, I'll say what I want, and then everyone I've considered my friend at this point will turn their backs on me. I mean, even like, granted, I suppose like Drake technically poked and prodded at it first, but even in the Kendrick Lamar raps that he was doing, he was like, he was doing the black fucking the black not the black guilt shit. He was doing like the blacks are owed shit in his raps. And I roll my eyes every time I hear that shit. So funny, Dre and Eminem were in 50 Cent Bulletproof, the video game. They were. Well, Eminem and 50 Cent were good buddies. They are good buddies. I think they're still good buddies. See the trailer of the new Captain America. Red Hulk looks like plastic. I haven't at all. I think him signing to a company was bad, but good for him. Bad because he did things he didn't want to do, but good because he didn't have as much success, or because he wouldn't have as much success. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I didn't get the Kamikaze hate. I didn't know people hated that fucking. I didn't know people hated the album. Now everything after Kamikaze is like, like I like Death of Slim Shady is like I just said. I think it's an okay album. And Music to Be Murdered to. Let me look at this. This is Guns Blazing. I think I remember liking. Nat I think is okay. Zeus I remember liking as well. Yeah, and like the rest of these, maybe Stepdad. Maybe I don't remember that one very well. But if it's the one I'm thinking of, it's pretty good. And other than that, yeah, not my jam. Not my jam at all. Fun fact, 97 Bunny and Clyde, that's his daughter in the background, and them lied about bringing her to the recording session on a song about killing Kim. Yeah, I like the songs where he like takes old recordings of Haley and puts her on. I like that stuff. Favorite Kanye album? Let me look at the album names. I'll have to see. Kanye West, for artist formerly known as Yeezy. Let's see. Oh shit! Yeah, it probably is my it probably is my beautiful dark twisted fantasy. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's probably that one. That one has a lot of bangers on it, from what I remember. Racism's the only thing he's fantastic for because he's orange. I remember I was scared to tell my GF before we dated that I voted for Trump, and it turned out she did too. I like it more when rappers talk about their internal thoughts on or the stuff they liked, like MF Doom. Yeah, oh for sure. I used to listen to Eminem when I was 12, but after a while I was just like, nah, I'm not into this. That was also around the same time I got into rock music and whatnot, and I never went back to rap. Yeah, I mean, like, I can listen to anything. I can listen to anything and everything, and it's just like it's the content of the lyrics is what gets me to stay. But the music, the melody that's being played is very, very strong. It's what will grab your attention for a lot of songs. Because something can have like fucking 10 out of 10 lyrics, the best lyrics that resonate with you on a spiritual level, and have a shitty melody, and you'll just like be like, it's okay. Versus like it can have like a 10 out of 10 beat and talk about shit that you don't give a fuck about, and you'll still love that shit. You'll be like, it's 10 out of fucking 10, baby. Fucking love that shit. Very rarely do I find stuff that has like a melody that I completely vibe with and talks about shit I care about. And I'm still around. Yeah, he put out a new album today. 50 Cent showed up to M's daughter's wedding. I didn't know that. Godzilla was good. Godzilla was okay. It was okay. Little Engine, Come on, Chad. Come on, yeah. Be serious, Chad. Be serious. All I remember about Music to Be Murdered to is the K-Sex bit. That's all of his albums. Music to Be Murdered to is just M being a Hitchcock fanboy. I mean, yeah, a little bit. Yeezus. Artist formerly known as Yeezus. Flashing Lights, in my opinion, is Kanye's magnum opus. It is really good. Kanye's got a lot of really good ones. The nigga made Graduation. He can't do nothing wrong. Only other whitish rapper I like is Nefex. I like some of Yellow Wolf's stuff. Some. Not a ton. Some. Things just ain't the same for Bin Laden. This planet hates me more than Michael Jackson. You'll never blow yourself, man. Well, sorry, you'd blow cocks. Bin Laden diss. Flashing Lights was special in GTA 4. Flash, lights. Nah, different song. How does it feel that a federal judge said it's okay to make moonshine in your bathtub? I'm gonna be real with you. I know several people that were already doing that. So whenever they're like, it's illegal to stop people from doing moonshine at their, or not moonshine, but doing alcohol at their house, I was like, that's illegal? That's illegal? God, I love celebrity tweets. Just hearing the dumb shit they say is fun. Oh yeah, for sure. Person I can't stand rap. There's someone out there for you. There's someone out there for you that you'll like listening to. It's just a matter of workshopping it around. I think it's important to like, at least try to expand your horizons. Mainly because I just think the worst thing. Well, okay, not the worst thing, but it's hyperbole and everything. But like the worst thing someone can be in their life is boring, and like there's a ton of small steps you can do to prevent yourself from stagnating as a person, by expanding your taste and stuff like that. And some of that is like dipping into genres you don't like, because like yeah, I don't like a majority of rap, but there's some that I like. I'm not gonna like tweak what I say that I like based on what's popular, and I'll be like poking and prodding to see if there is anything. At a glance, I wouldn't like anything Kanye does, but I do like some of his songs. Eminem's just rap in general, so normally I wouldn't normally like him if I didn't give him a chance. So there's a lot out there. Give a Shota's favorite underground artist. Yeah, I dabble in rape. Yeah. It's good. It is good. It's Shota Friday babies. I might put that fucking picture, that Shota picture, through what is it, Sora, and see if I can't do something with it. I wasn't that big of a rap fan, but after watching Samurai Champloo, I got into Nujabes, and I was more into rap. Yeah. You don't like my SoundCloud mumble rap, Shota? No. So that's something I'm fully on board with M. Like, there's like 6 or 7 songs where he's like, yeah, fuck mumble rappers. I think you're sacks of shit parasites that don't serve any purpose. And you know what, Chad? I gotta agree. I have to humbly agree. Oh. Spiral Headface for one buckaroo. My favorite rappers personally are Maury and Demon Dice. I hope you die. They're peak rappers. They make black people music tolerable. I think calling them rappers is really, that's giving them a bit too much credit, chat. TBF, TBH, TBRF. But it is what it is, chat. It is what it is. But yeah, I do like that. He has a line on the new album where he like spells out. The point of it is to spell out rapper, and then he does the call and response thing. He's like, wait, did he just spell out rap without rapper without the second P? And he's like, of course I did. It was a good one. It was a good one. Never be static. Listen to new music. Try a new drink or a new dish. Absolutely. There are small things you can do in your life to just, expand your own horizons and just have something more to talk about. I have a problem with Lil Nas X is that he keeps riding hard on the "did you know I'm gay" to the point it's annoying. Tyler's bi. You don't hear that nigga talking about it 24/7, but he kind of do though. A lot of Twitter people pass the test of being boring. Yeah. One thing I've been saying to my family for a while is that even if nothing good ever comes out again, there's already enough good stuff to last a lifetime. If you want to bitch about it, oh yeah, absolutely. It's like, what is it? It's being boring is awful. Like no one wants to be boring, and it is something you can actively avoid. Like even if you're like a super big introvert or something like that, you can avoid being boring by just trying new things every once in a blue moon, and that'll be good enough. Like that will be good enough. Honest to God, get a new experience in there sometimes. You ever been axe throwing? No, go out and axe throw once a year or some shit, or like one time whenever you have a free moment in the year or something. Just shit like that. It goes a long way. And then like, why would you waste your free time, like, ruminating on stuff that makes you miserable? It's like I don't really get how we got to the situation we're in right now, where we've made entire industries on people just fucking hating shit. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Especially when it does you a greater service to just ignore it, because otherwise you're doing like free marketing for people. Reminds me of the Mexican kid Theo Vaughn talked about, where he asked, "What does pop that cherry mean in sex ed?" And after getting into rapping, he wore a shirt with "Nick the Rapper" or "Raper" written on it. Oof! I like it, Chad. I like it. How do I become an esteemed rapist like yourself, Shota? Being able to look up addresses, it helps. It helps a lot. You want to make sure to record a good rape video at pertinent addresses. I've always been a fan of Del the Funky Homo Sapien. He's pretty cool. I don't think I've heard that. The name Del is really familiar. I probably heard a song from Del. I don't know about the Funky Homo Sapien though. I just know MF Doom was British but spent most of his life in the U.S. I didn't. Do you love Joji's stuff even as Pink Guy? I do too. And it's a genre like Yeah, there's a lot of genres out there that I will say, like, generally I don't like, but like I've been able to find people like I don't like the sad boy music like 90% of the time, but like listening to Joji, fuck yeah, I like Joji stuff. Fuck, what is it? I'm forgetting their names. Do I have it on my Apple playlist? Because if not, oof. It'll be on the Spotify one, and I refuse to open Spotify again. It is a cancer, chat. It is a blight upon this land, even. Well, like while I'm looking for it, like stuff like Hotel Mira. Like I've played Hotel Mira and I've played Hotel Mira for on Lolly streams before. I like them a lot. You know, Flower Face. I like them a lot. These are all like things that normally wouldn't be my vibe. Bad Nerves, stuff like that. But I'm able to find like artists in the genres that I do like. I think it pulls a lot of weight. I think it does pull a lot of weight. Del the Funk Homo Sapien did a bunch of collabs with the Gorillas. That's probably what it is. When you have time, Joey Diaz and Theo Vaughn. What does Pop That Cherry mean? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm convinced SoundCloud is a sentient AI. You don't know that. You don't know that. All rappers are CIA assets. You keep telling yourself that, Jet. So you're telling me that Chief Keef, Kind Vaughn, I assume maybe Kid Vaughn, and Kodak Black aren't good rappers? What you got against Coon Tunes? Oh damn! I really enjoy every time Eminem takes a shot at Kodak Black, because apparently Kodak gets really offended if you call him gay. That's funny. Well, he's a good rapist. No, the fuck you know he isn't. You don't think. You don't think Demon Dice is peak? Chat. I think you're all cancer, chat. I think you're all in here to make me miserable. But the Pink Woman and Joji sing sad boy, sad girl music. Yeah. And they're good sad boy music, chat. The track with Royce the 5'9" about mumble rap was epic. Yeah. I think I'm quoting. No, I'm not quoting that one, but yeah. Where I'm from, country music isn't very big. Tried some older stuff, and some less well-known artists generally love Townes Van Zandt. Oh yeah, for sure. What is it? I like a lot of country stuff. Granted, I like older country stuff, not as much the new stuff, but like obviously a lot of Waylon Jennings and Willie Nelson stuff is really fucking good. They are the big ones, chat. The big ones. But I do really enjoy them. I think a lot of that is from my like I think my grandma used to sing it Willie Nelson a lot. Yeah. Pleasantly surprised when I found a Japanese cover of Misery Business by Paramore. You'll never know what you'll find music wise. Oh yeah, for sure. I found some songs. I have found some songs explicitly by going like doing my little internet searches that I do when I have free time and just like randomly clicking on shit and going places. The song that played on the last stream that I did with Lolly towards the end, it was the closing song, or one of the closing songs. It was Mask Off. It was Mask Off by Future reimagined by Iniko. I found that one by just like clicking on random shit, and it's not even a full song. It's like a little tiny snippet that she did, and it is like if you've ever heard Mask Off by Future, it's the song that goes Molly Percocet repeatedly to open up and shit. Fucking sounds nothing like the Future version, and I love that song. That song is so good, and it kills me that we only have like a little 1 minute clip of it. Kills me, chat. Kills me. We need to show it a playlist review. Should you see that group of super friends are coming together to tell Biden he needs to step down? I wonder if there's Charlie or a Pim in that group. What is it? Apparently Biden's like House staff think that Obama was contributing behind the scenes to building that group of people, telling him to fuck off, which is great. It's crazy, chat. It's crazy. I like Baby Metal. That shit's actually great. Oh, for sure. So I had a little spaghetti with meat sauce tonight. Only problem is the meat death wad. Wait, hold on. The only problem is the meat death wad for a few hours a bit ago because our freezer is dog shit, and it was supposed to be used by the end of 2022. So we're playing a little bit of a lotto right now. You won't wake up. On the topic of trying new things to be interested in, two big ones is trying new food you've never had. Yeah, and looking for local shows at live music joints for sure. Yeah, you'll 7 out of 10 times find a group you like You never know who might be famous one day. My old man saw Stevie Ray Vaughan in Austin before he was famous. It was life-changing. Yeah, for sure. As I get older, my memory of it gets more and more hazy. But whenever I was in, I want to say maybe middle school, high school, or something, I went to an Acacia Strain concert. I want to say I can't remember. I can't remember if it was the one that I snuck into, or if it was the one that my dad snuck me into. But I went to go see an Acacia Strain concert, and I loved them. I loved them. It was in I think it might have been Trixie's. Might have been Trixie's. Might have been the bar with no name. I don't know. Yeah, I went to go see them. I fucking loved them, dude. They were fantastic. I was too young to get in because, of course, it's a bar. It was good. It was good. And I never would have done that if I wasn't like just actively seeking out new stuff. Technically, who's Elvis? Better in your eyes, Elvis or Johnny Cash? I listen to more Johnny Cash songs than I do Elvis songs. Sturgill Simpson is peak country. Sometimes. To reach 90% of what I listen to is female singers. I just prefer women singing more than guys. I think that's telling, chat. I think that's telling. Lots of good music when finding genre music for reading manga and novels. Oh, yeah. Obviously, showed it only listens to Neander's raping Moonman covers. Yeah. Fuck. Speaking of VTubers, what is her name? Hang on. I can get her name real quick. I can get it real quick, real easy. I can get her whole address, chat. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm gonna pull this bitch up real quick. Don't worry about what I'm doing, Chad. Don't worry about what I'm doing right now, okay? Rima Evanstar. You see, she's like a VTuber news YouTube channel, from what I understand. But she got signed on to what is it? Asmongold and Critical's VTuber company that they're doing. Biden cooked. Yeah, Biden is cooked. Wraps the CIA up to try to Rap is a CIA psyop trying to replicate the power and spirit of rock metal. Ooh, Chad. Oof. Jonah got into out of nowhere city pop during the pandemic years. Oh yeah, we played like probably the most famous city pop song. Maybe like a month ago. No, I think it's more than a month ago. Which one was it? What was it? Viciously rubbing the brain cells together to member chat. Was it Haru Yokoi? We played that one. What's the name of the Mask remix? I have it pulled up over here. It's Mask Off by Future, reimagined by Iniko. It's literally just a short on her channel. I'm pretty sure not even a full video, just a short. The depths of the My Mix playlist is a wild place. You can get pure greatness or the wildest song imaginable, for sure. It's maybe heresy, but I like the Electric Six version of Radio Gaga, the Queen's original version. I don't think I've heard their Radio Gaga cover, but I do like Electric Six. Hope for the best for the upcoming Bleach game, because we all need a HD Yoruichi and or Hime. Lel. Yeah. I'm hoping it'll be good. I cross my fingers that it'll be good. I don't think it's gonna be something I get at launch unless it's like it's revealed that no, it's an actual proper fighter. Like actual interesting music I found out of nowhere on both of those places. Yeah. You like Ice Nine Kills? We've played one of their songs before. Love Acacia Strain, hardcore like that is sick. Yeah. Raps a CIA psyop. No. You listen to electronic? Sometimes. What is it? I forget his name, but a song that I consider electronic that I really like is Mask of Your Own Face. I think it's Lemon Demon, I think. I really like that. Summer Castoria on JP. New Summer Castoria? New? Daco and Wednesday Capanella are pretty good in terms of female rap. I don't think I've heard them. You mega normie VTubers? Sort of, kind of. Show is still the best source of VTuber news. Thank you, chat. Thank you. I'm glad you recognize my superiority. Would you ever agree to work with two greasy rat pieces of shit? Oh shit. Okay, you guys are still back. Okay, on the Rima shit. Okay. Mythic Talent Group. I think it's I think it's Mythic. Yeah, I think so. Will I get my schizo women now? I mean, I don't think she's gonna change. I don't think she's gonna change her regular content, because like her entire personality is based around like VTuber news. I mean, think Flamenco, right? Think Flamenco's VTuber news stuff that he did. Only she has a set of tits instead of being a pup in a cup. So, quite frankly, she has a great advantage over him. Plastic Love, Stay With Me. Yeah, I mean, yes, but Haru no Koi is bigger than them because Haru no Koi was the one that you had all the Gachamuchi remixes put to. Have you heard of the Mori song, Rap God Permaband? Get out of here. Oh, they expanded the number of stuff I can do. I can check out your channel activity? Oh shit. Oh, okay, YouTube is just trying to turn itself into Twitch. Okay, cool. I can see everything you've ever put on my channel, chat. Everything. Oh, have you heard Maury sing Rap God? No, I haven't. It took me a while to like City Pop. I found it boring, not gonna lie, until I heard Fly By Chinatown. I was only really into black metal for a while. Then after I saw Cannibal Corpse and Mayhem with blood, incantations, and gore guts, I've been gradually listening to more of it. Just got to keep an open mind. Oh yeah, for sure. Especially for stuff like Cannibal Corpse, you need to like all their lyrics are meant to like get you pumped. Like you need to listen to it with the idea of like getting pumped, like in mind. And there you go. I missed the cup pupper. I only ever actually got to see like 2 of Flamenco's streams, I want to say, before he took his vacation to go to college. What do you think about white guys with a pedo stash and a mullet? I hate that style, chat. I hate that style so much. What about the popular Undertale song Stronger Than You? What does it mean? What does it mean? I'm sure you see me beefing that one Jersh Simp and Lolly's server. Maybe. Got to hear something real quick. I'll be back. See you when you get back, Gabby. What was it? Hatatsu no Tapestry is one I love. Maybe. I remember. I need your opinion on Lil Cumtism. Pretty good artist, and the lyrics about him beating his wife resonate with me. I listened to a couple like meme, quote unquote meme artists. Please load. Load, you son of a shepherd. And like most of the time, it's like, oh yeah, that's kind of good, and then like they just get lame. Like the joke gets old after a bit, you know. Insert joke here for 3 buckaroos. So you're doing a tier list today. After all, we know you're dying to talk about your love for V Shoujo. Perhaps, chat, perhaps. Insert joke here again for $3. You're gonna do it. I think you may have donated twice, so you might want to backcharge one of those. But you know your love of V Shoujo and reveal your Oshi. My V Shoujo Oshi, chat. My V Shoujo Oshi is me. Want to know why? Because I'm applying for V Shoujo, chat. That's right. I'm gonna do the same thing again, chat. I'm gonna do the same thing I did last time, but again. Did you know that Ari, the wolf girl from Face Connect, fell down the stairs at work after having a car accident? I did. I saw her post on fucking Twatter. Tomoko Aran is a good one. I don't think I've heard of Tomoko. I don't think so. I've listened to Selfish High Heels by Young Bae. I might. If I did, that's something one of my girlfriends made me listen to. Because I don't know the artist name, but if Selfish High Heels is in that song anywhere, I probably have because it sounds familiar. The safe sleazy style, yeah. I miss Moon Man. Talking about Null? Or you're talking about like the guy Moon Man, the one, the myth, the legend Moon Man. I don't remember Summer Days is what got me into City Pop. Really? Never been in death metal? Sounds too much like Cookie Monster after smoking 50 Marlboro packs a day. The biggest, from what from the people I've talked to, the biggest thing for them not being able to get into, get the fuck out of here, get off, get into like any form of metal a lot of times, especially death metal, is like they can't understand the lyrics. Like for some reason it's just really hard for them to understand the lyrics. So like if you ever want to get into the genre, I would just suggest like pull out the fucking lyrics, you know, pull up Genius on your phone, whatever the fuck you need to do, like get the lyrics, and then just read the lyrics along with the singer whenever they go. I think that would be it's probably something that'll help you out. Excuse me. We need to use AI to bring it back. No. See the numbers I sent you on the latest Hololive Jin's monetization. Cilia receive 6.4 million yen. I haven't. I know Cilia seems to be Cilia and the Fire one seem to be the two that are popping off a lot. I think a lot of that is the fact that the Fire one is no. I don't know. The Fire one is built off the fact that she's actually fucking talented. Like she's a good impersonator and does good. She sings pretty well since she can impersonate really well. So I think that I'm gonna kill Lolly. I'm gonna fucking don't worry about this, chat. Don't I gotta do something on my side. So I think that contributed to her success, but Cecilia I think is really carried by her audience. Like her audience seems really dedicated. There's artists are pumping out fucking non-stop art for her, you know, which is kind of fucking crazy, kind of insane, kind of wackadoodle. But I'm happy. You know, I'm happy for their success. There's very few VTubers like I don't like VTubers as like a genre, rather. But there's very few VTubers that I just am bitter about finding success. Sorry about that, Jet. And usually it's not them just being successful. It's they gained success and then they did something I really, really don't like. Usually that's how that goes. I've heard Maury's song, Red. It's so very much I miss this. It's so very much a miss. Same with Kiara's first song, Hinotori. I don't think any of them can sing, chat. I'm sorry. I listen to Japanese death metal. If not, recommend a band called Magdalene Junin. Yeah, I have. You find Gargura attractive? I don't. I think her voice is really nice. Like I think her voice is like it's like cutesy nice. It's not like gratingly cute. And I think that might be because like she has. There's something about Gura's voice that sounds like a speech impediment, chat. Like. I don't know why, but there's something about her voice that sounds like a speech impediment, and it makes it cutesy. Unironically, the aren't girls best when they're retarded meme. Oh god. Pete's gonna watch a drag race with the boys. Hopefully you enjoy it. Should I unironically apply and make one of the scouts watch one of your streams? If it's anything like the Navi Shoujo, the other ones, the cunts that are Niji. If it's anything like the Niji one. You send them a video. you link them a video and they watch it. And I don't know if they ever actually watched it because I never got a response. In a way, is he not justified in having a pedo stash and mullet? See, no. What would the model look like? I don't know. I'm not going in with the intent of winning. I gotta ask, if you hate VTubers, why the fuck are you following them on Twitter? See, chat. That's a secret of. If you want politics out of your shit, follow VTubers. Follow VTubers, because they're 90% of them are told, don't fucking bring up politics on your goddamn Twitter. It will make the company look bad, right? And then, what results in that is you have people like Gura and fucking all the whatchamacallit, all the Hololive people, where they just retweet fan art, because they can't actually say anything, right? Like, they get smacked on the hand when they say anything of meaning. So they just retweet art all the time. Thus keeping the politics out of your mentions. It's so good. It's so nice. Timely by Henri really pulled me in, like Stay With Me, Plastic Love, etc. Yeah? I'm gonna follow like 3 VTubers on Twitter. As many as you can, chat. As many as you can, as long as they're active. We're not reading game after all tonight. Chat, I'm playing reading game right now. We'll do it soon. Moon, can't you see? Yeah. I do a bag of big booty black mama at my local gym. You gotta win her over on the white boy Riz, chat. You gotta go full in white boy Riz. Don't quote me on this, but I think Gura has canines that are too long. I've had friends IRL who have a similar speech impediment because one or more of their teeth are too long. It's possible. It is possible. She it's not something that impedes her speech, but it's something that like impedes her It's not quite speech. It's more like the delivery of speech. Like she has this kind of drawl when she speaks. She's like, Can't even think of any like sentence I've heard Gura utter right now to mimic or emulate. But it's something like it's something along the lines of like, yeah, well, I'm not going to tell you because you asked for it, so I'm not going to. So something akin to that, you know. You'd use AI to bring back Moonman. to be fair, Moonman directly contributed to the death of like text-to-speech programs. Like it's the reason text-to-speech wasn't wasn't like fully pursued, I should say. It's because fucking Moonman, like AT&T, I think it was AT&T, had like a text-to-speech program you could use on their website, and people just kept doing fucking Moonman shit. Like they just post fucking Moonman copy pastas and have the text-to-speech read it out, and they post those fucking they would post that text-to-speech reading it out on various websites, and AT&T is like, no, shut it the fuck down, shut it the fuck down. We will not in any way, shape, or form be responsible for this shit. So technically, Moonman had a major impact on fucking huge companies. I ironically think it's adorable when Gura says "nyo, nyo." I was done with my Stardust deck, pulling for tuning and Majestic Shooting Star Dragon. Wish me luck. I'll cross my fingers. Niji couldn't handle the Shota style. Hope Fishojo can handle it. Fishojo can handle it even less. I have to sit through Dalko for her rap unless you like J-pop. Ah, okay. Ever listen to Suicide Boys Shota? Yeah. Suicide Boys have at least one. Like they fall into the like sad boy shit, but like super duper sad boy shit, to the point of being edgy. But I do like some of their stuff. What is it? I can't remember the name of the song, but I like at least one of their songs. Trick James too. Trick James has his shit too. What is it? He has a song called like Suicide Letter or something, but it's I don't know. It's got like a really good backbeat to it. I don't think I can personally identify with the lyrics, but I like it. Go to death metal concert, pull up Genius Sample. The band is playing that song. Hell yeah. Elizabeth, because she's barely streamed compared to the others. The fire one, Elizabeth. She probably still has her other job. Holy shit, I'm so fucking far behind, chat. Oh my god. I'm going to have to skip a little bit, chat. I'm sorry. The feeling of Moe is often described as, I must protect that one, but they never mentioned the other half of that being because they're utterly retarded. Yeah. 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 So, do you like Slaughter to Prevail? I think we played one of their songs before. Yeah. I hope Boogie has a big, nice comfort meal. Oh, he will, chat. He fucking will. The rest deck is complete. Nice. Getting fucking tired of grums in the light because shift up went public. Oh yeah, you gotta listen to people like Doom post 24/7, and the worst part about it is it's like I hate it when people just do nothing but bitch, and Doom posting is the epitome of you're doing nothing but bitching about stuff. Like if it was just a fucking, man, that kind of sucks. Like they're going public, so they're probably gonna get ESG stuff. So that kind of sucks. And then you fucking move on and you don't talk about it again. Like that would be one thing, right? But it's you get pinged 8 million fucking times because people like no, but I need your opinion. Like I need your, tell me how I should think and how I should feel. And it's like, I don't care how you think or feel. Internalize whatever the fuck it is and then move on. If it makes you miserable, don't talk about it. Don't ever talk about it again. Ignore it. You see Shonda is making a comeback thanks for letting her out of the cage and taking care of your kid while she streams again. I'll give her big pets for you, chat. See the picture of Pippa's fake teeth dentures? I haven't. What about negative XP or incel punk? I like negative XP, and most incel punk I don't like. Shonda, do you often think about Rome? Unironically, twice today, chat. Twice. I thought it was held behind the stream. It was just Shota. Yeah, well, sometimes the stream will, or sometimes the chat will go from like not saying, like being relatively sparse, and then you guys will fucking post 10,000 things in a row, and then I'm just stuck playing catch up because me and Lolly just get on tangents. Like half the streams are just tangents. See some of the Otomo fan art in general. Nice. Don't play the fucking games. Fuck them. Yeah. Oh yeah. Like that is a big thing. It's like if someone's bitching about something, I want them to at least be like, if I go, have you played the game? And then they say no for any reason, I'm just now shutting you down. It's like I no longer care enough to give you the time of day because you're just fucking you're swinging in the air. You know, it's the equivalent of like a kid holding their arm out, just blocking a shorter kid, and they're just swinging at the air. Like that is all it feels like anymore. Shota's a true Roman. Okay, he's a faggot. Chat, you see, no, what would make me a faggot would be ruminating on modern day Rome. Hellenists should hang themselves. Hey Piper, armpits out, being naughty is not allowed, death penalty. I like that guy, the Japanese guy who talks about who's been talking about ZZZ. It's funny because like he made one thing. He made like a comment once about Anby, where he's like, he's like, your outfit makes no sense. You're embarrassing yourself. Cover up some more. And people like gave him the smack on the knuckles, and it's like, I don't think you belong here if you want characters to cover up. And then he's just been going like, maybe we should fuck the lollies. Ever since he got head smacked once, and he's corrected his tune. It's fucking funny. Twitter's still freaking the fuck out over the Dear Girl anime and manga being translated by AI. Oh yeah. Well, it's because they're like it's two sides that like don't give a shit what the other one is saying, so they're just really loud, and it's like shut up, leave me alone, shut up, leave me alone. Grum's is really annoying. He has like he has his points sometimes, but then he has the I need to grift thing, which everyone has that sometimes. If someone has a bugaboo about not understanding lyrics in metal, they can always try nose grind because there's no way there are actual lyrics in those songs. I mean, yeah. I mean, Shift Up is already bringing their own downfall. Sucks to suck. Shift Up's fine. Yeah, Shift Up is fine right now. Like they'll be fine. They'll at the very least they'll get 2 or 3 more games without any interference. Give yourself 2 days to complain about it and then return to a normal life. Yeah. You see Totally Not Mark's review of Evangelion? I don't watch Totally Not Mark. Fuck Doom Poster. My roommate was a Doom Poster and wanted to talk to me about it, and I would always tell him to shut the fuck up. Me and the boys are drinking. Stop being a bitch. Yeah. Roma! Bought TW Rome 2 because I thought about Rome. I thought about Rome. Stick around for the schizo. Yeah. The schizo is getting less and less, chat. Like people are not being good. They're not like properly doing what they're supposed to do. I like Anby's design. Anby's design is okay. Fuck is modern day Rome? It's the ideal that you can bring back Rome in the modern day. Hellenists are dumb, stupid idiots. 9 out of 10 people say that Shift Up is failing. Having seen the community or played the games. Oh yeah, have not. Yeah. Nothing pisses me off more than the return to tradition assholes, because 90% of the time they have no idea of the time or tradition they want to return to. Yeah. Percussive maintenance. Did you get Romulus Quirinus? I fucking didn't. The bastard eluded me again. I got what's his face? Ryoma. I got Ryoma again. So I got MP3 Ryoma now. Which I would have rather had an NP3 Melusine or obviously fucking Romulus. What up, motherfuckers? Rome's dead. Good. Your enemy's 10 out of 10. Yeah. It seems good. We haven't gotten to watch it yet because everyone's a fucking idiot. Everyone's busy. Hellenists like you belong on a cross. Amen. If it goes schizo, there's a non-zero chance we'll go sexual. That's not a risk you're willing to take. You sure? You sure about that, chat? You do the Destiny summon? I did. What is it? Both of my summons were dupes, if I remember correctly. One of them was a Ryoma dupe, and the other one was a 5-star Ushi dupe. Taiga? No, not Taiga, motherfucker. Jesus Christ, excuse me. They are. Greece was Hellenistic, not Rome, wasn't it? I think it refers to a time period, but sure. Should have given a lot of free shit earlier for Nike. I like them. They gave me stuff, I like them. Remember the ghost from Niji Sanji met Caesar in Fallout New Vegas and called him Reddit. Metal. That's not what we really need to do, is bring back the German. Why are you bullying me? Why? With the MP2, my Arsidua so much, man. Arsuid so much, man. But I can't justify spending money on it. Not struggling. Just have more important things to do, for sure. Wrong Ryoma, you idiots. Ryoma. Nah, it's Ryoma. Yeah, I got MP2 funny vamp, but it cost me everything. I should have stopped at one. I don't ever plan on actually fucking using her, so I don't know why I was like, I'll just spend the rest of my stones that I got for like spending the last several months upping my characters. I'm a silly man, chat. I'm double dog shit. No. Mel's best dragon lolly GF. Morgan is wife with. Narissa started stream. Why must you stream over her? Chat. You don't get the same shit from a VTuber that you can get here, chat. Okay. See, as a VTuber, you're sitting there, or as a VTuber watcher, a consumer of VTubes, chat. You just sit there and you wait for them to fuck up. That's all you do. That's all you do, chat. Here, every second is a fuck up. Your existence here in this chat makes you a fuck up, chat. Did you and Lolly get a chance to watch the Osama Dies Isekai anime yet? It was actually pretty funny. No. Or does I? So these people that want to bring back Rome actually call themselves Hellenists because Hellenists are Greeks, not Roman. I've seen at least 2 of them call themselves Hellenists. So I've just referred to them as Hellenist. Luther God should have had an abortion. So true. So true. Arcuade, you damn ape. Arsiduid. Bitch. Greed. Painful. Summer. Dude, the day after I pulled my... Like, I spent all my quartz to pull NP2. The news pop-up happened, and it's like 10 days until the summer banner, and I was like, ow! Oh, God, why? It hurt. Kagekiyo is adult. Yeah, Kagekiyo. It's Thai something, Kagekiyo. Hellenic or Hellenistic is a cultural style. Rome originally fought in the Hellenistic style before the Marian reforms, which led to the triple Aces, Infinities, Hasties, etc. Then we have Imperial Rome, good Rome. She doesn't have vamp, she's a true ancestor, you silly Billy. Chat, her NP3 skill is called Funny Vamp. And the reason they call it fucking fun... I think it's NP3. Not NP3, skill 3. The reason they call her Funny Vamp is because that's how she wants to be seen by Shiki, you stupid fuck! You disgust me, chat. When he showed to be a VTuber, I want to be his I want to be his VTuber mouth scream see his VTuber mouth scream slurs. Oh. So what you want about Ozzer Lane? I got all the girls I want, and it only took me a few months in the Fox Mines. Good thing Chax reflects the streamer, lol. Chat, if you reflected me, chat, you would all be in a much better place. But we do look at a cute anime VTuber girl, unlike here where we get the Kentucky redneck. Cute's a strong word, especially whenever she's having hot lesbian sex on Twitter.com with her VTuber lesbian girlfriend Shiori, live, hot, steamy, on X.com, chat. And you miss it. You missed it, chat. You weren't there. You want to know why? Because nothing entertaining happens on the VTuber streams. Nothing. Okay? But their X.com Twitter Spaces, oh baby, that's where the spicy shit happens. Thoughts on the Snowfall? I haven't played Snowfall yet, and I might not. It's better for me not to get involved in more and more gachas, because the more spread out I am on gachas, the more likely I am to spend money, and that is not a good thing. I am a broke boy. I cannot afford it. If you like the girls as guns aspect of Girls Frontline, have you ever seen the anime Upate? It's basically the same gimmick as GFL. I haven't. My dream for the future is to become the shoes that Grace kicks. If that's not possible, you can use your sweaty, smelly feet to after work to stroke it. I love that Japanese man. Fucking Grace must be the foot character or something, because in her story at the end of it, you get like at the end of the stories you usually get like a fully animated cutscene to see. And Grace is she goes and fights a machine and beats it. And the way she beats it is by like chucking her shoe at its weak point, or at the reset button on it, and then she's just sitting there with her fucking bare foot perfectly centered in the screen, and I was like, oh damn, they got a type worked on this, damn. At least it isn't Cure smothering you with ASMR shit. Chat, you know damn well you like that ASMR shit, don't you lie. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, you're not wrong. Most of the VTuber streams are boring. What is it? Narissa and Shiori. It's so Jover. Toho is my Ozzer Lane wife because we got some big old titties, and she's cute. Yeah. Ark was kind to me. Gave me 3 copies of some leftover summer quartz. I hate you. I hate you. People do clip them more. Yeah. Well, a lot of like a VTuber's audience, I think, comes from the clippers. If you don't treat your clippers right, I think your audience growth will be stunted, very much so. I back what I missed. Nothing. Just talking. Nothing is worth joining Twitter on. Chat, Twitter already has you in its cold, dead grasp. Are you going to accept that you like VTubers? Chat, I would have to like them. Honestly, her lesbo voice is a lot hotter. Okay, you're talking about Shiori, Narissa, or Kirsch, chat. I need to know which one. I need to know which one. You see they made a sequel series to the Sausage Party on Amazon? Ew, oh my god. 10 minutes in and it was gay sex orgies. I mean, I guess that kind of tracks. But I don't know why Sausage Party got like a... It's been like 7 years or something since Sausage Party came out, right? No way, no way it's nearing 10 years. Kirsch. So you like Kirsch's ASMR voice? Is that what I'm hearing? Narissa's mom is hot. Narissa's mom's art, chat. Narissa's mom's art. You don't know what these people look like. Oh god, she's gonna stab a knife into my back. Maybe, chat. You don't know. You don't fucking know. I mean, you're probably right, but you don't know. Sorry, it's the only place I can brag about my FGO rolls. I saw someone post on Reddit. They pulled four copies of Summer Nero, bathing suit Nero, and I was like, God, I want to fucking disembowel you and feed your organs to you, you son of a bitch. Fair, yes. You know damn well, chat. Everything I say is hard truth. Everything. I do like the police officer characters. I like the tall one. The lolly one I can take or leave. She's like meh. Narissa's sisters are hot. Her sister's fan arts are hot, chat. Where is it? Let me go over here. We'll go over here. We'll go over here. I mean, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Understandable. Yo, what? Yeah. There we go. Okay. Ooh. All right, let me see real quick, chat. Configure video. No, we don't want to do configure video. That's not the correct one. See, that fixes it. Or if the sound cut out. I'm going to do what Lolly was trying to do the other day, and we're going to try and see why the fuck. Let's see. Render. Nope. Excuse me. Ah, that was an effect filter. That's why. Why it looks so off, chat. So time we showed it. Yeah. It is going to be fucking story time. I was wondering if Seth Rogen giving Amazon to keep releasing garbage. Yes. Yes, chat. I'm not at liberty to say, but yes. A lot. No, none of it. None of it. Which on the holy night? Yes. Is it Hugh? Would it be Hugh? Well, it's not good that we can't fucking see. Heavier hues? Chat, what do you see? Can you see that? And I hit OK. I think that made that worse. I think that made that a lot worse. Here, configure video. We're burning the widgets tonight? We will. This is something I can only attempt to fix on stream. Narissa, make a horny dream GF, but she's single? Chat, maybe. Shit, maybe. I wrote 3 5-stars when I was rolling Arsiduous banner, but only one was my retarded vampire wife. Oh, man. You can play the Miss Free Suicide Squad thing since you're the only person who ever played that game for some reason. Probably not. I thought it got canceled. I thought it got canceled, chat. I'm fully convinced that Fawa is the evil twin. Anytime she's left alone, she lets all her intrusive thoughts win. Kirsch's mom apparently dated a neo-Nazi Aryan Nation member. Why didn't you tell us you dated Kirsch's mom? Chat, I'm getting in there, chat. Okay. Sometimes, chat, in order to get to the real prize, you have to dig through the hag waters, chat. Okay. I will dig through the hag waters to get what I truly deserve. I want to say it's maybe like, so let's go up to no. Let's go to like 32 and see if that does anything. I think that might be. That's not. Yeah. No, not it. Damn, I have no idea why the colors have been off, chat. No fucking clue. I don't know how to fix it either. It's very interesting. Very interesting. I'll try and dedicate some time while I'm at work to figure it out. But just know whatever you guys see, it's always a little off from what is actually being displayed. And I have no fucking idea why. No clue why. Season 2 got delayed. Wait, what? But the hag's the prize. Speak for yourself, chat. You should kill yourself today, not tomorrow. Today! Alex Baldwin's case was dismissed with prejudice because the prosecution withheld evidence. He cannot be retried. I don't understand, chat. I do not understand. I have to dig through the hag waters for the real prize. The hag is the real prize, you fool. Chat, the real prize is the hag's daughter, because then you get the benefits of a hag with a better body. Excuse me. You fought. Huh? The abrupt comment stopped her in her tracks. Oh god, it is now setting in. I'm going to be reading nonstop for several hours, and my brain is hurting. Sorry, what'd you say? Something about a fight? Hellas nodded. I can't say I completely understand from what you've said, but it does come across as if you were trying to pick a fight with them. But the hag pussy, Shota, you're wrong, chat. Kirsch pussy. I was bitten to the very last handpin. Her remark was unexpected, but completely on point. Cut your tea ready? No, God, I wish I did. Why'd you go there? I'd rather die than spend another second with him. Lying bitch. I mean, seriously, gross. I have no interest in him whatsoever. Chat, it has been a month since we played this, and she has, with a single sentence, she has reignited my fiery, kindled love, chat. Love if I never had to say anything about him ever again. That's why you keep talking about him. What? I was just reporting on today's investigation. Something wrong with that? Ah! Lying bitch. What other reason could Alice be suggesting Alco had for bringing it up? It'll be several hours later. In bed, Alco realized that she had dug her own grave. No, not really. But, does it really bother you that much? Alice ate her hot pot in silence, as if she was honoring some sort of sacred ritual. Tsundere love. She's cute. I love her. I love her. Her face was as indifferent as always, but she was secretly enjoying how flustered Alco was. Alco remained oblivious to this. Normally, she would have noticed something immediately, but she was not quite herself at this moment. Does he really? Well, of course he does. I think I've said that often enough. Okay, what specifically about him do you dislike? I don't need a specific reason to... She's me, chat! She's me! She trailed off as she finally realized how disagreeable she was being. She could come up with no reason why. Her instincts had told her that she was as incompatible with that hick. Hey, bitch! Why such a strong reaction? More than anything in the world, Alco hated emotions without reason and decisions made with no fucking goddamn rationale. Just don't like him. I'm sure there's good reasons for it, I think. Aww. She became more flustered the more she talked. Unfortunately for her, she could not come up with a coherent reason to hate Sojiro Suzuki. Yeah, he did it. Sojiro Suzuki. I got the first one.
Surf the web. Surf the web.
Chat. Venom's ruining the visual novel. Chat. He's ruining my novel. Chat. Where's there a stick poking her? It's not poking her, chat. It's poking her food, silly. Although. Sprouthead fakes for $1. Do you reckon Kirsch shaves her bush? I don't know, chat. I don't know. She's from Georgia. Any girl I've been with from Georgia. I'm just saying, they're not the most kempt. Does she have that smelly, overgrown forest down there? She's like half kempt. Can we get Lola to ask her since he's got more riz with her than you do? Chat. When was the last time her chat was talking about Lolly? Okay, last time they were talking about Lolly, they were actually talking about me. Thank you very much. In fact, it was admirable that he was trying so hard to adapt to civilized society. As close as he might seem, it was not a complete waste of space. Alright, bitch. I got you. I'll meet you. If he seemed a bit slow, it was only because his gentle nature compelled him to think before acting. When one looked at everything objectively, the conclusion was obvious. As much as she was loath to admit it, he really was unassuming. He really was an unassuming do-gooder everyone had him pegged as. Can't believe what I'm thinking. Is there really nothing wrong with him? coping hella hard. There was plenty, so she left it at that for now. The chopstick she had been using came to a stop. She was getting very annoyed. Apparently, Bibu is a walking luck charm, and the staff at Hololive keep winning their gacha. I now need to buy a flight to Japan and stalk Bibu for the summer, or book a flight to Japan to stalk Bibu for summer FGO roles. Same. An irrational hatred burned through her head. Unable to come to terms with her feelings, she desperately tried to analyze Sojiro, but her mind only went in more circles. Alice fixed Aoko with a deadpan stare. I'm shocked. A small sigh. Also, Alice's fucking fashion sense, chat, on point. On point. I have grown recently to cherish women that wear like fucking white necklaces and black long sleeve shirts. Love them. This isn't like you, Aoko. Those words were the final blow. Aoko felt the floor fall off from under her. She was unable to leave her chair until long after Alice had finished eating and left. I love these snide bitches, chat. Something wrong with her. That is some huge projection. Kira seems like a Gyaro type, so I wouldn't be surprised if she's well kempt. Well kempt is strong, chat. Well kempt is strong. However, even after getting knocked down, Aoko Azaki was not one to be kept this way. That way. She made short work of cleaning up after dinner, and after excuse me, conceding the first bath of the night to Alice, left the drawing room. It is beginning, chat. Since it was customary in these sorts of mansions to turn the lights off when leaving an empty room, the only lit areas of the house were the drawing room and the two girls' bedrooms. Two? Well, the type of motherfucker to cry to a VTuber of the cat accident. Yeah, you're right, chat, you're right. Upstairs was enveloped in darkness. Aoko briskly made her way to the deepest part of the east wing, along the long corridor, illuminated only by the light of the moon, and arrived at her room. All being said, sneak attacks make me sick to my stomach. Closest woman friendship. I mean, yeah. She had been considering this on the way down the corridor, or perhaps ever since she left the drawing room. The moment she entered the room, she drew a proverbial line in the sand. Kira seems like she would have a landing strip. Okay. Alright, so that's like... Yeah, I guess that's Kemp, technically. If we're gonna do it, I'm gonna do it face to face. I'll give it to him straight. This was not a concession driven by feelings of sympathy or compassion. For her, this was simply the way things ought to be. Okay, with that out of the way. Wonderfully written female friends, consistent snipes, absolutely. After settling her resolve, she headed to the study next door. She's in my state. I can hembo up and have her take me to her new house. I can be rid of these fucking mosquitoes and humidity. You'll fail, chat. You'll fail. I'm already in there, chat. I bought Crime Boss Rock A City, chat. I'm already in there. Let's see. Thursday shelf, Winter Solstice, Green Spine. Without hesitation, she removed a book from the countless volumes on the shelf. The introductory Hey, fly a little bit higher, jackass. Fucking cunt. The introductory textbooks transported here from the Ozaki residence were separated into 6 shelves labeled Monday to Saturday. I hate the way you sneaked this. Yeah. New Avengers await, buddy. Yay. Shoda's replacing her Hitachi. I can be your new Hitachi, girl. Aoko had organized the books by topic, genre, and purpose, and had more or less memorized exactly what was in her personal library. Referencing any of this material took her no time at all. It was to be expected from keeper of the study. Though, this keeper's fiefdom was nothing more than a small room. It's been a very long time since I've seen the word fiefdom. Both Aoko and Alice had given up all hope on the cluttered mess of a library in the annex. Nevertheless, on occasion, Aoko would have no option other than to give Alice a heads up and visit it when the study did not meet her needs. I really hope I don't have to go over there now. Aoko placed a thick green book down and took a seat. The desk she sat at was sturdy, but uninviting. It wasn't the sort of furniture girls her age grew attached to, but she liked its minimalist elegance nonetheless. She flipped slightly through the book's old, worn pages. I still can't manage anything like Alice's bounded field. I guess I'll just have to find a place off the beaten track. The mountains? The woods? The school building empty at night? She was looking for a place that would be, except for the worst of luck, void of people, allowing her to forego the use of magecraft. Airplane cameo. That's a helicopter. Walls of Thorns, magical mist are so indirect. If I want to cut off any route of escape, I need someplace flashy and obvious, both in purpose and looks. Stares abreast. Shut up, man. Shut up. Can a girl that breaks Hitachi's and a guy that breaks Tengas be in a relationship? Alright, chat, but the reason you break those two things are very different. Muttering about how there had been some basic spell that fit her needs, she continued to flip through the pages. It goes without saying that she was looking for a way to deal with the witness from the previous night. Magecraft's uses were many, but not all-encompassing. Fundamentally, Magecraft was good for making things or phenomena that existed already, while more or less bypassing the time and resources conventional means would require. It was, however, unable to manifest phenomena that were impossible in this world. Lying, bitch! It was essentially an equivalent exchange that used a variety of shortcuts. A phenomenon made possible by human hands, actualized by an individual's power. That was generally what Magecraft was. To give a simple example, if Alka were so inclined, she could make an entire lake appear at the mansion. However, it had to be something that existed within this world. Nothing, not even the smallest matter, could escape this unbreakable law. Alchemy my ass. Christ, even my boomer boss talks about that chick. Alka? Alka? Even if Alka were to release a level of heat on par with an F-15 fighter jet's afterburner, that event would only be possible if the circuit named Alko Azaki acted as a temporary input variable in a magical formula. I don't like being math formula, chat. It hurt. The derived equivalence was simply a value that already occurred in reality. If the variable in the equation did not exist elsewhere in reality, the spell would not be valid. The imaginary element known as a magical energy was like, like a lie that could only slip its fantasy through the network of order at the moment of ignition. How's this visual novel related to Fate? Well, Alko and Alice were just added to Fate JP, like, a couple months ago, I want to say. Scaring this thick seemed unnecessary, but continue. He's probably talking about Kirsch. No, he's talking about Alko. She's a C-15? Giving form to the non-existent, illusions invading reality was something the universe did not allow. Oh, she looks like she needs a head pat, chat. Look at her F-15 fighter jet vents, chat. Look at them. Still, what was it? You can combine the imaginary factor, Aether, with pretty much anything else since it's not real itself. Anything composed entirely of magical energy is a little more than an illusion, and will quickly dissipate. Even a typical field like a wall of thorns generally starts with the user planting the thorns first before using magical energy to grow and strengthen them in an instant. In the end, magical energy is just an easy-to-use fuel source, while acting as a firework that ignites a phenomenon. Speaking of fireworks, y'all's 4th of July was good, I assume? Or so they say. Unamused cat eyes. Yeah. Akko does not know about the reality marvels. Not yet, chat. I don't believe so. Not yet. Go show it in chat. Got back from Kirsch's stream. It was wild. Fan, fucking, and depressing, right? Sorry. But at least she did a palate cleanser with funny articles. Does Alko not know what, no, she doesn't. What's a C-15? I think he means F-15. Imaginary factors are all well and good, but all it can do is connect a basic circuit and process energy into projectile. Laughing to herself, she looked for a bounded field or something similar, more suited to her current ability. The identity of the witness was still unknown, but if they were a classmate of Alko's, she had any number of pretexts by which to lure them out. The problem was after that. Then it becomes a question of precision. If I don't take care of him in one blow, he might slip away. Why kill? Why kill? To be honest, she wasn't confident. She wasn't confident she could handle this smoothly without Alice's support. But Alko saw no reason to ask for help, given that the target in question was a regular bystander. Fledgling as she was, she still had her pride as a mage. She continued to turn through the pages rhythmically. In the midst of the fluttering sound of thumbing through the volume, Alko suddenly stopped her finger at a certain page. Found it. She smiled to herself. Excuse me. Which type moon vision novel was the one with the character's true form only wearing a cape? True form only wearing a cape? I don't know. She already did them. It was a simple formula she had tucked away somewhere in the recesses of her memory. A spell of simple destruction. A cage. That's all I need to make. It's the oldest trick in the book that any hunter worth their salt would use. If waifu no take laifu, then how'll she get that cold dead look in her eye? Only has spark when she sees me? Maybe. You thinking of Seal? Seal doesn't have a cape. Forget me, Disco Lee's on a stream. It's good. It's really good. She placed a bookmark in the book and closed it and got up to return to her room. Suddenly, she felt someone watching her. I see you, bitch! Through the window, she saw her in the night, a girl staring back with a cold-hearted expression. The girl's face was hers, the expression undoubtedly her own. She began planning how to erase the witness. Though to say it was something as elaborate as a plan was overkill. It was just a job. She was going to make a cage and then lure her prey into it. There was no getting around it. Premeditated violence. Murder! Show it careful, it's a cage for your cock. I think that's from Tsukihime art book that just came out. It doesn't happen in the game, sorry to say. It's sealed, by the way. Oh, okay. Was that a soft spot for a girl that'll just straight up kill me? Chat, same. Probably a spoiler since she looks evil as fuck from what I saw. Seal does have a bakery along with Nash. Yeah. Wonder if Alice is done with her bath. I hope that stupid bitch is done taking a bath, smelly hoe. Alright, Alko, I got you. She mumbled out loud as if the bath would return to some warmth to her chilled heart. Does appear in only a cape in Kogetsu Toya. About 20 minutes have passed since she gave Alice the privilege of using hot water first. Alice tended to bathe quickly, finishing well under 10 minutes. Her roommate was the type that could not understand the spirit of the bath. Trinity has nothing more than a necessity for looking after one's body. Chat, is Alice stinky? Is Alice stinky? I need... Hang on. Give me 1 second. I will fucking have this. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Start poll. There we go, chat. Is Alice stinky? For Alice, the concept of staying in a hot spring inn sounded more like a chore than anything. Though in this regard, Alko had to agree. I guess it's my time to... Huh? Is the drawing room light on? It was unusual for Alice to sit in the drawing room after a bath. Five Night Freddy. What the fuck? On nights when she had nothing to discuss, it was her style to return directly to her bedroom. Imagine the smell. Alice, are you in here? Alice nodded. With no book in hand, it appeared that Alice had been waiting for Alko. Ah, bitch! So that's how it is. She really has no faith in me, does she? Alko scratched her head in exasperation. Was it that Alice was worried about her, or had no faith in her? Her expression was so calm, Alko could hardly figure out what she was thinking. I have a plan, you want to hear it? I can tell what it is by the look on your face. It's good you're no longer wavering, but you must do something about that tell of yours, Alko. Alice let out a small sigh. It was unusual for Alice to make such a display of her disappointment. I don't like sneaky attacks, so I'm going to do it fairly, and only after I've told him why, straight to his face. If like I could carry Alice in one arm and that she'd like it, she probably would. In and out, clean, and back to work. I don't like this audiobook. All the girls sound like an Indian from Kentucky. Chat, just cause the tribesmen prefer to Indian doesn't mean I do, you little fuck. That way there'll be absolutely no trouble later. Any complaints? Well, would I have any? This is really only a matter of personal preference after all. However, you're worried that I'll mess up, right? My actually hasn't exactly been stellar lately, so I was thinking about how to cover my bases with a location. Can't throw up a field like you, so I was thinking of doing it somewhere where you physically can't escape. Any ideas? Alice nodded in thought. The finger that gently rested on her lips indicated the question was to her liking. I don't think her finger is on her lips, but... Ah! What about mirrors? You usually seal them in a house of mirrors for all eternity. Alko is stinky, best ranted girl. Alko is not stinky, she enjoys the bath, chat! Seriously, that's your idea? She frowned at Alice's bad taste. Harumph. I apologize on his behalf, he meant savage. There you go, chat. It's kind of an idea. Chat, I would prefer savage over fucking street-shitting Indian. Thank you very much. It was the kind of ideal her roommate found to be inspired, but Alko knew was out of the question. Alko was looking for a natural bounded field she could prepare, not a realm bordering a true magic that she couldn't create to begin with. Does she please smash? Then you choose otherwise, I suppose. Please, whatever you do, do not bring him here. You don't need to tell me that. But, actually... Yeah, a house of mirrors might actually work. I like that smug look. Good smug. Alko smirked as she shifted her balance away from the walls she was resting on. Thanks, Alice. I just figured out the whole plan. I guess it's always best to talk to someone when you're in a bind. Chat. Overwhelmingly, Alice is stinky. Tinky Alice. Tinky Alice. Your expression makes stains in my underwear. I swear I'm not weird. Now in a good mood, Alko retreated from the drawing room. Alice tried and failed to visualize what kind of blueprint Alko had drawn up in her mind. But whatever it was, it appeared to be a thorough kind. The thorough kind Alko was good at. Alko headed for the bathroom, humming to herself as she went. A year and a half of sharing a living space had taught Alice something. When Alko Awazaki was in this good of a mood, only deep trouble could follow. You know if I'm okay with letting Alko handle this on her own? Tweet, tweet, bitch. It was unclear how long the bird had been in the drawing room. Chirping at Alice, the robin-like bird pranced across the furniture as if it were property. Its property. Yes, I suppose. She said that she wanted to do it alone, and I do want her to know she has my every faith. Still. The girl in black raised her arm. Oh, damped. You don't pass the sniff test, Alice. The bird chirping once again alighted on her outstretched, affectionate finger. Suffice to say, trust and faith are two very different things. The bird puffed out its stout chest in agreement, and Alko was none the wiser to her roommate's rather unsettling comments. Where's my bath scene? Where is it? I was just told to my face, chat, there were 2 women that took baths. I didn't get to see the steam from either of them. Hate this game. The smell makes it better. This bitch smells like an overheated PS4. Following day was a typically overcast one. The day's classes ended as they had started, uneventfully. Winter break was just around the corner, and with it, final exams. Although Misaki High prided itself on discipline, it was still a private school which promoted a culture of independence amongst its students. Industrious students had a place to explore that side of themselves under the guardianship of the student council president. More easygoing students could spend their time after school as they wished, as long as they were mindful of personal responsibility. The fact that poster boy of independence was the student council vice president indicated just how vast that spectrum was. Ozaki, you in here? Oh, Chad, I'm sorry, but Tobimaru is now really shitty Seinfeld. I'm so sorry. Tobimaru Suzuki threw open the door to the satellite student council room, the rumored location for their secret meetings. Despite all appearances, he was the student council vice president, who also happened to be the poor soul responsible for executing the student council's dirty work. One person was waiting for him in the cramped room. The student council president, Alko Ozaki, sat imperiously in a folding chair, glancing at Tobimaru, his boisterous entrance. This room is freezing as usual. You really need to buy a heater. So as not to succumb to Alko's oppressive silence, Tobimaru opened with some casual small talk. Thank you for coming. Let's get down to business. Do you know why I've asked you here? I have an idea. What's up with the formality, Aozaki? I hate you, chat. I hate you. I want my bath scene. Pretty cool to talk shop right away at the time, you know? It is growing more and more distant from shitty Seinfeld. Tobimaru closed the door and sat down across from Alko. It was holding a blue envelope. Yeah, loose lips sink ships. Might remember that once you get out into the real world. Alright. Alright. I remember. Wait a sec. Nice try. Like, what do the characters sound like Seinfeld? Chat, I'm sorry. This is shitty Seinfeld. It's all I can do. It's the closest I can get, chat. It's the closest I can get. What's the deal? Has a stroke with true magic. Tobimaru was halfway to agreeing with Alko before he caught himself and began to shake his head. Much as Tobimaru enjoyed the lack of red tape in his new line of work, he wasn't ready to turn full spy on his first day on the job. So then, are you done with your investigation? Yeah. I finished the last interview just now. The details are in the envelope along with the file you gave me. He tossed the envelope on the table. Good. Alko picked it up and began to scan through the documents that were inside. She had her own little world, not sparing the slightest bit of attention for Tobimaru. If ignored, other people were... If ignoring people were her skill, she'd be a master at it. What? I just want to ask one thing. Yeah? The room was filled with a chilling silence. Aoko continued reading without an ounce of emotion put upon her face. Though Tobimaru kept up an air of indifference, his stare remained fixed intently on her. Do you get a kick out of doing this kind of thing, Ozaki? Of course not. What's so fun about gathering intel I'll hardly even get to use? Right. Just wanted to check. You're taking his cocoa! Whether or not he was convinced, Tobimaru stood up from his chair with a disappointed expression. You'll figure this out just by reading it all. I wasn't able to dig up anything conclusive. By all indications, there weren't any students in the area the day before yesterday. Not like I can say that for sure, though. No longer concerned over his task, Tobimaru headed towards the door, as if to say it was out of his hands. No. One more thing. There's one student that wasn't included in your dragnet. You forgot to include any out-of-term transfers? Aoko raised her head ever so slightly. He was right. The recent transfer student was not included within the scope of her investigation. So I haven't looked at Sonoji. No, considering it's him. Except to assume he was working late or... Wait. It would be if you hadn't mentioned something about seeing a murder or whatever. I told him it was probably just a bad dream. His cock was out of his hands? Yes. Tobimaru cheerfully left the student council room. Wait, tomorrow make that look when he entered looked like up to your same antics, yeah. What? Simultaneously, Aoko felt her fingers go numb, and the document she was holding spilled all over the table. It can't be. That's not possible. She broke out into a cold sweat and tried to tell herself that there must be some kind of mistake. However, the uncomfortable feeling in her gut simply would not go away. Perhaps because her intuition was almost always right at times like these. Bzz, 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 bzz. I like that light. You gotta be kidding me. And yet, she knew what she had to do. She would not have hesitated to kill Tobimaru if he had been the witness. But what if it was who she was thinking of? Just considering the possibility caused her blood to run cold. Sorry for being late. Why'd you stream so early? I usually stream at 6. It's only been like the last 2 weeks that I changed it. Elker put her forehead in her hands and began to brood. Then suddenly... Let us talk choice. You will always be faced with choices. A virtuous fool and a wicked sage. You cannot save both. You must pick one. That is the freedom granted to you. 2 years earlier, Aoko muttered the words offered by her grandfather the day she replaced her elder sister as his successor, and let out a sigh of lament. This has to be a joke, right? She laughed at her own intuition. But it was no joke. If only those words had never been said. Listen, magic is serious business, okay? You need to kill somebody. Aoko locked up the student council room and left for the day. Calmly, as though nothing untoward had happened, she greeted the students as they passed her in the halls. She was almost shocked by how natural she seemed. I take like shit when overwhelming myself. Don't we all? There's still plenty of students at the school. The grounds were noisy with the chattering of students who had finished the day, but had yet to go home. Others still had club activities. The gray sky looked ready to pour, but nobody seemed to pay it any mind. Amidst the clamor, Aoko hastened to the school gate. She passed by some students in animated conversation. They seemed to be talking about their after-school plans. Apparently, they were adamant about maximizing their free time. She couldn't figure out how they could possibly be so irresistibly focused on fun, but at the same time, was in no mood to make fun or feel envious of them. 2 short years prior, she had been just like them. I wonder if I'm becoming desensitized to it all. Yes, she retied her scarf, this time more tightly, to give off an air of solitude. She was fooling no one. After all, what people who feign solitude are really masking is rejection. God damn. Solitude. Rejection. The two sides of the same coin. The area by the school gate was busier than usual. A group of boys appeared to be huddled behind it. Their transparent attempt to be discreet in terms of location and loudness voices did nothing to hide the fact that they were noisily arguing about a girl standing alone on the other side of the street. This is my turf, bitch! Get the fuck out! Chat. This stinky hoe is in my territory. She on my property right now. Stinky bitch. The girl was cloaked in a black cape. At first glance, it could have been mistaken for a normal attire. Those from Misaki could tell she wore the uniform of a prestigious girls' school. Said school had no connection to Misaki High in any way, shape, or form. The two schools were miles apart, both physically and spiritually. A member of that school's student body was a rare sighting, as the majority were forced to live in school in the school dorm. Rian Girls Academy had a reputation as a school for princesses, and it was rare indeed for one to be slumming it with the common folk. That alone would have been enough to cause a ruckus among the boys. This girl looked like the epitome of class. One could not help. She's stinky, don't you fucking lie! One could not help but describe the standing figure as charming. The way she silently, motionlessly waited was reminiscent of a meticulously composed portrait. Ako took one look at her before instantly recalling that word, solitude. It smells like pour in here. Oh yeah, well it smells like a fish market, you fucking whore. Okay, you lame brains, don't you? God damn, boy. Can't read for shit today. Okay, you lame brains, don't you have anywhere better to be? Disgusted, Ako barged through the gate. She pulled up with a cape stinkier or not, she styled on you. Fuck, chat. Fuck. How many weeps does it take to screw in a light bulb? One, chat. Because Alco's the light of my life. It smells like bitch in here, Alco. At this point, she would normally head home, but today, she crossed the street toward the waiting girl. Oh crap, that's the student council president. Damn it, she's trying to chase her away. Let the girl be! She has a right to stand there if she wants to. She's gonna go nuclear, the president versus the angel. What gives, man? Who cares if she's running no school? She's not even on school property, right? Right, guys? Don't mess with Madame Alco, you're just asking to be smacked. Ha! The boys ran their mouths behind her back. Not in the mood to shut them up, Alco walked right up to the girl and offered an informal wave. Something the matter, Alice? I told you before there's nothing of interest for you here. Off my property, you fish market whore! For real? Alco heard the boys by the gate lose their collective minds and did her best to ignore them. I wanted to be sure, but... Alco? These people are a nuisance. You think? I'll chase them off. In contrast to Alice's small voice, Alco spoke loud and clear. Naturally, this was on purpose, so as to deal with that riffraff by the gate all at once. Crap, she's coming this way. Hey, stop pushing me, move it, I'm out! But, doesn't it look like they're tight? Maybe we could get the prez to introduce us. Rookie mistake, you still haven't experienced the realities of the battlefield. Second thought, don't let dreams be dreams. It's your funeral. That's because too many of them had gathered in one place. The mob entered a frenzied panic as they tried to escape. Alco addressed them all. Well, what do we have here? If it isn't the Go Home Early Club. You mind telling me what you're all doing gathered in a place like this with no club activities to attend? The student council president stared daggers at the boys. This Hime? No, this is the witch on the holy mountain. In any case, exams are coming up. Same people though, same people. I'll eliminate them. Oh no! Sure, it would be horrible if, instead of going home to study, you were floating around just to ogle another school student. Now wouldn't it? It's not like a single one of you had the guts to even go up to her and say something. Ah, damn! She's calling you a pussy! Y'all gonna let that slide? Y'all better form a fucking neat, orderly queue asking her for her number. Not one of them was brave enough to admit this that this hit the nail on the head. If any of them had such courage, they would have already been chatting the young lady up. Body slam that bitch, yeah. It's a prequel, right? No, it's in the same universe, though. Sort of. She got us slacking off. I think I forgot something in the classroom. If I had known it was going to end like this, I would have at least gone down trying. What if we borrow binoculars from the astronomy club? I'm sure we could get a good view from the roof. The astronomy club doesn't have binoculars, dummy. If anyone does, it'd be the Wild Bird Society. Prez destroyed those last... Prez destroyed those last month. If you have enough time for bird watching, you have enough time to find a girlfriend, chicken. Find a girlfriend? Sorry, Zaki. I'm gonna cut out through the back exit. Think there's a crowd like this in Unlimited Blade Works that just stands around watching Shiro obliterate Rin's asshole? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I got a jet too. Later, Prez. See you tomorrow. Fucking bitch. And with those oh so charming remarks, the boys scattered with their tails between their legs. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Alko. How could you tell? Alko's response slipped out all too easily. In truth, there were not that many bad apples at Misaki High. Dealing with them wasn't really that bad. So? What brings you down here? Did you find something out? Identify traces of the witness from within the field. All we need to do is put a name to them. I see. Alice, how long have you been waiting here? Since school was dismissed? So, she had been here for roughly an hour. Standing in the same place for an hour would be taxing for someone as sensitive to the cold as Alice. I'm sorry. If you would have told me, don't be. I'm just doing it because I wanted to. As she spoke, her black eyes were fixed upon the gate and students passing through it. Black? She had likely been observing the gate in this manner for the past hour. You weren't waiting for me, were you? Well, I'm here now anyway, so we can go. Alice nodded in assent. If Alice was still here, it meant she had not found the witness yet. If she had found the student, Alice would have already gone home ahead of Alko and begun the research the student's background. Nothing came up on my end. She reported the results to Tobimaru's investigation. Alice remained silent. That conversation ended, leaving the two silently to endure the freezing wind. A girlfriend? In this economy? Oh boy. The silent stakeout dragged on endlessly. Students continued past the gate, each shocked at the sight of an unusual combo, and head home. After 20 minutes, Alko let a sigh escape her mouth. Perhaps from boredom, perhaps from the cold, perhaps from both. Hey, on our way home, do you want to drop by Dawn? Alko quickly turned to Alice to catch her reaction. Dawn was the name of one of Alko's favorite coffee shops. She got angry? What? It looks like she got... Stupid Do I want fucking coffee? Do I want coffee, bitch? Do I fucking look like I want coffee? I've been staying here for a fucking hour. If I wanted coffee, I would have got an hour ago, you dumb whore. Offering no clear indications of whether she was critical of Alko's blasé attitude or agreeing to her whims, Alice's gauge... That looks like a no, chat. That looks like a no to me. That shift looked like a no. Alko followed her stare. Hey, Aozaki, are you meeting someone here too? The sudden voice took her off guard. There's only one person who spoke with this gentle, good-natured tone. I see. Of course it'd be him. Turning her back to Alice, Alko moved her focus to the newly appeared student. Hi, guys! How you doing? Can I help you with something? Take the fucking coffee, man. Yeah. One thing about the sex scenes in Fate Stay Night were all written after the main story was written and just thrown in there randomly. Good. They're good sex scenes. Like Rin watching as Shiro plows Artoria. Good sex scenes. You see so much murder in someone's face all at once. That was a good shift. That was a good shift to bitch. All the politeness flew out the window. Or in a bad mood. Alko's mood plummeted the longer she looked at Sojiro. The subtlety of her expression, however, was lost on him. No thanks. I was just on my way to the station to meet the swimming club captain, and I wanted to say thanks. Huh? Well, that's completely unexpected. Thanks. Joining a club? Alko had a hunch that he was about to say something brainless. And by thanks, you mean payback, right? Fortunately, Sojiro was completely unaware of the more sinister implications to the word payback. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but it's no big deal. It's just that the swimming club captain said that the club doesn't get that busy until summer. Sojiro was just about to thank her for recommending a club that would not take up much of his time. Then Alko cut him off with an expression of disinterest. Well, of course I couldn't very well introduce you to a club I knew you'd never turn up to. All I did was mention someone that even someone as busy as you could join. Damn, chat. Rin's anus is defenseless. No. Sure, almost dying from an orgasm. That was wild. Yeah. I see. Very efficient. His open admiration for her sapped Alko's will to fight. Chat, imagine being so positive. You put
Surf the web.
You put any ne'er-do-well bitch down with a single sentence. Chat, I think I like Sojiro. I think he's good. I think he's a good guy. You know, I think he's a swell fellow. You know, I already like him more than Shinji, but that's not hard. Oh, Monster from Buckaroo. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like teen drama, sex, drugs, and all the unnecessary bad communication. Just how I like to just how I like it. Let's party. Well, the bad communication is because if she tells him anything, she has to kill him. She has to fucking slit his throat. Avalon would probably save Shiro from orgasm death, probably. Excuse me. Finding a suitable club and negotiating with his captain hadn't been an efficient use of her time at all. Anyways, you really helped me out. I just want to say thanks. Sojiro gratefully dipped his head, but not before the flustered Akko stopped him. Give me a break. You're just gonna give me a headache if you do that. So, how's the swimming club? Does it seem like a good fit? I fucking love the Speedos they give us! They're awesome! An awkwardness infiltrated her previously sharp gaze. Sojiro was able to pick up on the odd change in her behavior, but could not divine its reason. So he simply stared with what he knew so far and reported the most recent information he had. I get kicked out of the club already. Damn! What? Why? Akko instinctively shouted an unexpected response, like a human Jack in the Box. This unexpected development threw her mind in a tizzy, and she momentarily forgot the complicated feelings that she had been wrestling with. But you just said you were on your way to meet the captain. Yeah, the captain's taking me to a heated pool in Yashirogi. Sojiro stated this very matter-of-factly to the still reeling Akko. I'm not following. Things seem to be going fine. Why would they kick you out? Oh, that's easy. Because I can't swim. Chat? I love this man. He is so precious, he gives off Bao Bao vibes. Which I guess is technically a double meaning here. He really is a hard guy. Akko reached up with her fingers and pinched the bridge of her nose as she processed his answer. Suzuki, do you remember my question from yesterday? The one where I asked whether you preferred running or swimming? I'm confident that I remember your answer, but please repeat it to me. You said you preferred swimming, right? Yeah, since I was little, I've always wanted to learn. I'm already really good at running, so... Her energy spent, Akko finally understood. Apparently, they would have taken me in and trained me from square one if I were my first year. Sadly, it sounds like they can't recruit a second year like me who sinks like a rock, especially when only 3 months are left in the school year. But the captain was really nice about it and even offered to teach me how to swim. Sujiro's words were spoken from a place of joy, a fact that failed to reach Akko. So in other words, I tried to palm off defective goods. I'll never be able to show my face. I'll never be able to show my face to the swimming club captain again. Wait, but isn't the captain a... Suzuki, the swimming club captain is... She stopped herself short of a girl. She was afraid of how that might look. She might not be able to rein herself in if she started. You know what? It don't matter. I understand now. So you can just go far, far away from here, okay? I just can't deal with you right now. Tobimaru said the same thing, come to think of it. He said that you were unusually tired yesterday and today. Did something happen? Kind of, but it's fine. It seems to have resolved itself. Anyway, how do I look to you, Suzuki? Do I really look that exhausted? Why did she ask him this? Blurting out things for no reason and on impulse. It's not usual for Akko. I think you're lying. I think you're lying through your fucking teeth. I think that is normal. But is this guy dumber than Shiro? He's dumber than Shiro, to be fucking sure. You will learn to love Fate, Ryan Gosling. I already love Shojiro, chat. He is hashtag me for real. Perhaps it was because she realized that this would be her last chance to have a normal conversation. After a few moments of contemplation, Sojiro conjured up a grin that cut straight through the tension. Well, I'd say you look more lively than you do tired, like a wolf that's been forced to plow fields for a long time, but is excited to finally go on a hunt again. He seemed so cheerful, like he was so happy for her. You just call her a wolf? Listen, I've done some Alright, never mind. I've said dumber things than that. Without thinking, Akko's hand went to her cheeks. What he said were true. That she was grinning from ear to ear. There was just no way she would have made such a mistake. Anyway, thanks again. See you tomorrow. Perhaps still not comfortable enough to wave to her, he said his goodbye with sincerity in his voice and a smile. And a smile, and took his leave. Wait, I have a question for you, then you can go. Akko called out after him. Her voice was cold as she had admonished herself for having been somewhat affable earlier. Yeah?
意味のない例え話よ。
This is just a hypothetical
そう
question.
ね。
Let's say
あなたが
you're on the brink of
空腹で死
starvation,
にそうな時
and right in front of you are two animals, also
同
starving.
じしずきくんに銃を。
Someone gives you a gun and tells you to shoot one of
そ
them.
れでどちらかの動
The one on the
物
right is a lion. The one on the left is a
右は
kitten.
ライオンで左は
What do you do?
子猫
It was a fable-like moral dilemma, especially the way in which it was cruel and rather preachy. The kind that if you thought too hard about, you would never find an answer. So Jiro answered quickly and calmly.
いや、撃たないと思うよ。
I don't think I'd shoot at all.
自分の
That's what I
せい
do,
にしてる
right?
んだろ。
Come on, all three of us are starving.
空腹ならお互い様だ。
Chat, I adore this man. He was not in the least fazed by the dilemma. He gave the most innocent response, so innocent in fact, that would give anyone pause.
長生きするわあなた
You're gonna live a long life, Suzuki.
すごいセリフだな。
You think so?
そんなことを言われ
I
た
think
の
that's the
は
first time anyone's ever said that to me. Dawning his face was a smile, wholly out of sync with his comment.
何よそれ
What the heck is that supposed to mean? She regretted stopping him. If only she had just watched him go, this conversation would have never happened. He's precious. He really is. He's gonna die, ain't he, Shota? I mean, technically. In a technical sense. So Jiro Suzuki made his way down the sloped street. Today, just like every day, he probably had to work late again. Only Alko and Alice remained, with Alice doing what she could to simply blend in.
つくづくこっちのペースを
That
乱して
harmless
くれる
hick
わ
really
ね
throws me for a loop. Alko clenched her right fist tightly. She cursed out loud. I don't really think that was a curse. Anything to prevent herself from screaming at the top of her lungs. Whether that scream would be directed towards Sojiro or towards herself is another matter entirely. Alko. Alko heard Alice's soft voice behind her. Alko knew what she was going to say. She had known for the entire time. Ever since Alice having shown no reaction to any of the other students, changed her expression upon seeing Sojiro.
言わなくてもいい
You don't need to say it. It's him, right? The witness. Her voice was cold as ice. It was the voice of someone talking about a complete stranger. The lion and the kitten. There was pros and cons to choosing either of these animals. The point being that she had asked him to choose one of them. In terms of risk, the lion was a more dangerous choice. The instant the gun was pointed at it, there were chances it would fight back. Those who chose a lion required more courage, but any sense of guilt that came along with holding a gun would be forgotten. Lions were fierce creatures, a poor excuse to shoot an animal, perhaps, but one that certainly helped alleviate the guilt. But what about the kitten, the weaker creature? It goes without saying that the kitten would be the easier target of the two, but choosing it would be a disquieting decision for anyone. Even if the kitten had no chance to survive, it was too senseless to carry out. And Alko, Sojiro was that choice.
てっきり
He really is a kitty cat,
そ
chat.
うだと思ってた
I don't know if how evil is that guy not? No, it was him too. When she had felt that sinking feeling in the student council room, she ignored it. There was no getting around what must be done, she told herself. Until that is, Sojiro went and said what he did, causing her to resolve to waver. But the discomfort in her chest did not stem from any guilt she may have felt. She could care less for Sojiro. He was weak and would be incredibly easy to deal with. Yet, for some reason, she could not dispel her reservations. A transfer student who moved to the city from the middle of nowhere with no family to speak of. Oh, I see. Few would notice if he were to suddenly disappear compared to a person of some renown. If she were to kill him, it would be as simple as wringing a cat's neck. And it all served just to piss her off. It was too lucky. Like everything was neatly handed to her. She wanted to just drop kick right into orbit.
信じられない
I can't believe it. I hate it. This isn't how it's supposed to be. Why am I like this? Why go being so weird about this boy? Oh, she wants to fuck him. Standing behind her, Alice heard all of the muttering. Nevertheless, she seemed to ignore it and said,
彼
he had something wrapped around his neck. A wholly unrelated topic. Alka returned to her senses. His neck?
ええ
Yes. I wonder if it had something to do with being rejected by the swimming club. Alice had put much thought into this, as if it had a deeper meaning to her somehow.
そういえば
Now that you mention it, I saw him wearing the same thing the first time we met. Must have missed it because he always had his collar done up. Conversation turned to idle nonsense. And though it solved none of her current problems, it did help calm Alko's frazzled nerves.
サンキュー落ち着いたわアリス
Thanks, Alice. I'm good.
それと
I'm ready to go.
全は急げ
Let's strike while the iron's hot and end this before he spreads any rumors. Pumped once more, Alco turned her back to the school gate. For now, they would retire to the mansion and prepare for battle. You're preparing for battle with a dude that you think can't do shit. Crazy bitches, chat. Crazy. Evil bitches.
いいけどいつ
Sure.
どこで彼を殺
But
す
when and where do you plan to kill him? She said quietly, as to not be overheard by anyone else. Normally, Alco had to rein in that side of Alice. But out in the open as they were... I'm sorry, rein in that side of Alice, out in the open as they were. But this was far from the normal situation.
今日の夜
Tonight,
場所は
as for the
とってお
place,
きの夢の国よ
we'll meet him in the land of dreams. She gave a fearless laugh. A strangely pleasant sound, like the kind one would make when meeting their lover. What's the story so far? Sojiro saw someone casting magic. You don't need to know who it was, chat. You don't need to know who it was. And now they need to kill them. Yeah, that's basically it so far. We were getting introduced to characters like last stream, like a month and a half ago. Well, bitches do be crazy, Shota. Just saying, yeah. Imagine being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and now you got two crazy bitches ready to jump your bones and cut your head off. Literally me, chat. Sojiro returned to his apartment on foot as per routine, under a blanket of clouds in the night sky. The rusty stairs of his apartment building clanged with each step. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the bicycles parked by the apartment building's outer wall. He debated the pros and cons of a bicycle, how much easier life would be versus the expense, the convenience versus the necessity. But in the end, he decided one was not right for him just now. Clutching the bag of apples under his arm, he took out the key to his residence. He failed to see the problem with the situation described. Poor guy.
あれば便利だけどなくて
A bike sure would be convenient. But it's not like... Oh, damn it. Hang on. A guy, I think I lost his voice, chat. Bike sure would be convenient, but it's not like... I found it. He tilted his head in confusion. More and more, he found himself preoccupied with such random thoughts, when the real issue at hand was deciding what to do with the apples he'd received. Another classified military doc was leaked to War Thunder. Metal. He placed the paper bag by the sink and switched on the light. It was just after 10 in the evening. I mean, is 10 evening? Or, like, would you, like... I mean, it's dark out, so I think it would be night. With the end of term exams just around the corner, he had come home an hour earlier than usual. As he made back for the kitchen to pick one of the apples to snack on, he found an envelope stuffed in his mail slot. The envelope had no name, return address, or stamp. Inside was a single piece of paper that had only the sender's name and a short message. It read, "There's something we need to talk about tonight. It's important, so I'll be waiting. Needless to say, keep this a secret." A concise set of orders, neatly written. It was signed Naoko Ozaki. She had been considerate enough to enclose a detailed map of the meeting place. Puzzled, he cocked his head to the side, and then headed out the door. Man, bitches always be taking my chance to sleep from me. Oh my god, he really is me. Afterward, upon the room's sole tenant leaving the premises, the envelope burst into flames and evaporated without a trace, as though it never existed in the first place. It is winter. Yeah, it is dark. The late 80s, Japan's post-war economic boom. I feel like that warrants like a different voice for the narration. By the late 80s, Japan's post-war economic boom had somewhat stabilized, and the city experienced a period of steady growth. The city's modernization marched on, and the Japan Railway's train station, symbol of the new era, neared completion. In Masaki's neighboring town of Yashirogi, a new symbol of its own was about to be born. What?! Yashirogi bred in Kitsy Land. It was Masaki's worst investment. Years later, it would be dubbed the fool's gold of the economic bubble, a relic of a bygone age. The city lacks aspiration and sophistication. 10 years ago, Yashirogi's renowned Tokitsu Banking Company ran factories all across the nation. The proprietor was a middle-aged man, then age 56, by the name of Yurihiko Tokitsu. Known affectionately by most as Topon, Okay, yeah, sure. Well, yeah, whatever. He took it upon himself to begin development on an estate on the outskirts of Yashirogi and broke ground on on a recreational wonderland that he had hoped to be the pride of Misaki City. Kitty Land! Woo! The long-awaited opening came in 1981. After 3 years of investment, this local amusement park full of kids of hopes and dreams began its short-lived tenure. It covered more than 85 square acres. Its magnificent merry-go-round dazzled all who passed through the park's gates. Its roller coasters twisted and turned about the edges of the park like a writhing Japanese dragon. Its Ferris wheel, packed beyond necessity with gimmicks, was said to have tested the limits of modern engineering. It's perfect, infused with everything an amusement park could ever need. Old Yurihiko looked upon his creation and smiled. Only boosting his confidence was the fact that his grand opening was staged during a period of prosperity, the springtime of the world. But, in spite of this, they splendidly miscalculated the balance between aspirations and sophistication. Its mascot, Kitsy, was poorly designed and appeared like a cheap knockoff. The park was stuffed to the brim with bread stands. Even its impossible to navigate mirror maze seemed like out of date from the start. There are no dreams to be had in Kitsy Land, only nightmarish satire. Numerous trade magazines lambasted Kitsy Land's shortcomings, and customer attendance declined. There was even an incident where a 6-year-old strayed from his mother, had an accident, and nearly died. 1986, 5 years after the park opened. The situation had grown from bad to worse, and the park was hemorrhaging money. On top of everything, Yurihiko, who had bet everything on the success of mascot Kitsy, retired, and Kitsy Land's operations were officially in trouble. And thus, amidst the scorn of nearly all residents of the area, ended Misaki City's one and only amusement park. What's more, perhaps best described as a footnote in this debacle, the self-proclaimed Parisian artist who designed the mascot, Toki Julich, was said to have snapped his brush in mourning over the closure of the park. Returning to the present. Government dock stuff? Good. Why does a shot of buildings give me Mahabra vibes from Fear and Hunger? Yes. It was midnight in the Kitsy... Oh, yeah, we're back in modern times. It was midnight and the Kitsy Land of today was a shadow of its former glory. Like a doll abandoned in the corner of the toy box, the lonely park was illuminated only by the light of the tower that continued to live around it. No. So that's what happened. Sojiro closed the Yashiragi guidebook that he had picked up on the way here. The story of its history was almost difficult to believe, but he supposed that... God damn it. But he supposed this was what people referred to as entropy. Age Japan uses 0 time, baby. Ruler Kiryu win. Oh, yeah. Soon. The park's front gate was unlocked. When he worked here the previous time, the iron fence was locked shut. Yeah, he worked here. Shut with a rusty chain, but the chain was nowhere to be seen and the gate left ajar. Following the map drawn in the letter, Sojiro quickly made his way inside. It sounded urgent. But to meet this late at night? What in the world could she want? Sojiro complained, quite out of character for him. I'm trying to sleep, bitch. Leave me alone. It's probably because, in spite of his naivete, even he knew something was amiss. I mean, yeah. If the park was abandoned, this was still trespassing. Unlawful entry, larceny, burglary. These are certainly not things or perhaps crimes that Sojiro is proud to do, but... Sorry, I can't pay you any money. I'm really sorry for coming in for free. Money, apparently, was why his conscience was gnawing at him. He clapped his hands in apology toward the statue of Kitsy, on whose eyes the paint had begun to aptly dissolve. Sojiro passed the mascot bleeding red paint from its eye sockets and began to walk the park night. The building's colors had faded. The collection of machines was rusted. The man-made residents no longer felt the passage of time. Even the ghosts themselves could not endure the disparity between this forsaken place and its previous grand stature. It was like a fossilized dream. These were the ruins of a paradise, both created and abandoned by man and reality. The economy had stabilized, and the standard of living was on the rise. Nobody was overly concerned with the future. These were the remains of a wild and exciting era. The economy had stabilized. His breath turning to white wisp before him, Sojiro continued through the abandoned amusement park. Though void of human presence, this was not nearly as frightening as the darkness deep in the mountains. City suburbs can take many different forms, but Kitsy Land was unusual, and for an amusement park in so much as it had been built adjacent to a residential district. The park was surrounded by a forest, but even that, ultimately, was man-made. It was no different from the curtains on a classroom window. If we were to scale the iron fence encircling Kitsy Land and break through the 20 yards of afforested trees, you could make it back to the familiar townscape. Though the amusement park tended to arouse dread in the city folk, to Sojiro was a little different from the... Starts killing me, chat! It was a little different from the commotion and terror of downtown. Oh, the economy is actually in shambles, isn't it? Unironic, shambling economy, chat. You heard it here.
あれか
No, not to make excuses or anything, but, you know, I mean, the economy is in shambles right now, chat. Well, I guess that's it, chat. Zodiac for $5. No, it's in shambles! Shambles, I say! It really be. The Central Plaza was as silent as grave. According to the map, the meeting spot was west of here. Waiting for Sojiro at his destination was a rugged, imposing, magnificent castle towering before the backdrop of the cloudy night sky. Time to kill myself, I guess. GG, chat. The roller coasters and Ferris wheel were loud and intense attractions. This was comparatively quiet and easygoing. It was one of Kitsy Land's 3 iconic structures, and, in a way, the wicked fortress that guided the paradise town on the path of closure. Oh, never mind, I guess. He was talking past tense. Generally speaking, amusement park mazes generally fell to one of the 2 categories. Labyrinths, which disorient visitors with their sheer size, and mirror houses, which disorient visitors with optical illusions. Many of the labyrinth's guests enjoyed the brief sense of adventure it afforded. Over the years, however, it would be usurped by the ever-increasing thrills of new attractions. Such was the way of all trends, the curse of fads. The new must give way to the newer. On the other hand, the House of Mirrors was a time-honored, beloved staple. Even within the confines of a classroom's dimensions, well-placed mirrors and well-directed light could both perplex and delight its visitors. And figuring in the cost of maintenance, a well-designed House of Mirrors could far outlive its labyrinth brethren. Even if both types faded into obscurity, they would remain a staple of what constituted an amusement park. However, that didn't mean that... I keep doing that. End of every sentence. That didn't mean that combining them would produce double the fun. Together, they transformed entertainment into an uncanny realm from which those who dared to step within could never leave. In a similar sense, Kitsy's Mystery Tour Castle was the park's very own otherworld. Indeed, 5% of visitors ended up requesting staff assistance to get out. Modeled after European castles, it was greater than a football field in length, and the interior was further split into 3 floors. Uncanny? Bro's professional yapper over here. Oh, brother, this guy stinks! 2 floors above ground and 1 below, lined with mirrors from top to bottom, equal parts complex and vast. The maze demanded at least 30 minutes, even from veterans. One visit was all it took to be struck by catastrophobia for hours. Yeah, sure, buddy. It was a labyrinth that now stood in Sojiro's way. What's this game about? Murder. Looks like it's entirely pitch black. Wrong voice. Looks like it's entirely pitch black. I guess somebody turned the lights on. It seemed that Sojiro, unaware of what a House of Mirrors even was, concerned himself only with its lighting. He checked the letter from Malko once more. The letter read, "I'll be waiting in the first floor lobby of the House of Mirrors." That meeting place was definitely in here. There was something to see by at least... Wait, what? Something to see by at least, as he could just make out light faintly through the open doors. Putting aside his suspicions, he headed straight towards the entrance. The sound of his steps against the brick-laid path echoed faintly. He was far from the hustle and bustle of the city. The park's clocks no longer made tick nor talk, and the winter's bite no longer blew in the night. From within the silence, the stillness that would cause any onlooker to hold their breath. Hello? Sojiro stopped abruptly at the entrance of the House of Mirrors. By the way, why are you over there, Ozaki? He called out, turning back towards the plaza. You thought you could sneak up on me, bitch? I can smell the fish market from over here! A sound rang out as if someone had dove behind a garbage can and fell to the ground in their hassle. A short silence ensued. Is the cunning economy also in shambles too? Yes. For a moment, the abandoned park returned to its previous hush. Resigned to her having been exposed, the girl appeared from her hiding place. Oh. Damn, bitch, you fine. I take back the fish market comment. I'm sorry. His voice died in his throat as he took the sight from the girl's familiar... Died in his throat as he took in the sight of the girl's familiar face and unfamiliar attire. This alcove, the long hair flowing in the breeze, was different from the alcove that Sojiro knew. Rate the fit, chat. Rate the fit. Sorry to say it, chat. The cunny factor in this game is pretty weak. There's like a cunny. A singular cunny. The resolute stance and posture she took exuded the strength of her will. She stared directly at him with a sharp-eyed, piercing glaze. Her eyes were glowing with a dim, phosphorescent light, enough to give Sojiro pause that he might be hallucinating. An icy coldness in a girl's strength. Sojiro lacked a sense of danger, but the sense of imbalance caused him to feel the malice in the air. It was as though the Yukiona spirit of folklore had climbed out from the ghost story and appeared here in reality. 7, 8. With the glow, chat, she's a strong 8. Without the glow, we gotta knock it down to a 7. I agree. Good chat, good chat. Glad we can have this talk. Alzaki? Instinctively, Sojiro took a step back. Surprised, he was starting to feel concerned. An unpleasant premonition rose to the surface, bringing with it a sense of anxiety. In spite of this, he felt obliged. The fucking... Did you hear that Seinfeld slip out, chat? Obliged to honor urban etiquette by seeing if she was alright. Something happened to you? From looks at Without acknowledging him, Alko took a step forward. Her figure, this atmosphere. Sojiro found himself recalling a recent memory. Our boy fit though. He do be fitting though. Boobs good. That pussy gripped though. That pussy super grip, chat. His twisted and knotted apprehension melted away and was replaced with a growing realization. The girl from before, the girl before him, was very similar to someone he had seen before that night in the park. Jesus fuck. Though he'd only seen her from behind. Hey yo! With increasing certainty causing him to swallow nervously, he noted that they might as well have been identical. What's the deal with airplane food? Come on, Alko. You asked me what I was doing. Well, exactly what it looks like. I was waiting for my prey to pass by. Once you went inside, I was going to follow and cut off your only route for escape. You saw her back shot? Yeah! That's a good outfit to be in to die. Yeah, good outfit to die in. Alko said, perturbed by the swift change in plans. So I came to the right place. Sojiro was mightily relieved he had not gone to the wrong place. It was unclear whether he felt confident about dealing with what was to come, or if he had simply failed to grasp the helplessness of the situation. Alko ignored his obtuse response and continued. You know, Suzuki. Just like anyone else, some people get on my nerves, and some people I just really hate. But the funny thing is, my enemies are never people on my shit list. Gold emotion burned in her eyes. Her feet had already moved one step closer to Sojiro. Sojiro's sense of foreboding was growing stronger. Wondering if what he sensed was bloodlust, he retreated another step. Continuing as so, they maintained a distance of just 15 feet. As far as I can recall, I've never thought of someone I didn't like as an enemy. As it happens, I've even had enemies that I liked. And the reason is simple. She held her right arm out. The light about her was no illusion. It's simple, really. Anyone who throws me out of whack is my enemy. Her arm moved again. It was instantaneous. Miss me, bitch! Something shot past Sojiro in the blink of an eye, missing him by just a foot to his left. Wait. Before his eyes, a blue light, something akin to a fireball, had ignited from nothing. He finally understood what was happening. Wait a sec, I've seen one of those before. She ignored his dim-witted reaction. Damn it, I missed! Alko muttered to herself. The fist-sized hole the blue light had made in the House of Mirrors crackled and smoldered. A shot like that could have easily caved a human skull in addition to burning it to a crisp. I'd have to kill myself if I saw me miss at this range. But you get it now, right? This is it for you. There won't be a second chance. Sojiro backed away swiftly. Things were beyond incomprehensible. He was close to losing his ability to think at all. All he could make out was the fighter of the was the figure of the dependable student council president, or at least what he had thought was the president, and the memories of the park that night 2 days ago. He had never experienced anything like this, though most people living in a civilized country would have never seen anything like it either. A lethal weapon that could kill with nothing more than the pull of a finger had a way of suspending the ability of its target to determine between not just good and evil, but dreams and reality, past and future. And the more peaceful someone's life had been, the stronger that suspension was likely to be. All that one could think about was the fact that they were alive at that very moment. It was as if he was an unwritten character on a blank piece of white paper. There was no before. There was no after. There was only what came next. There was a very common thought process for anyone staring down the barrel of a gun. Oh, I can actually comment on that one. Oh, don't bother begging. It's pointless. But feel free to air your grievances. It's a killer's duty to listen to her victim's last words. By saying it was pointless, she made it sound more like she would not listen to what he had to say. However, Sojiro was in such a state of shock that it didn't even enter his mind to speak up. All he knew, for reasons unknown, was that the girl in front of him wanted him dead. You could have told me, Tobimaru. You said no such thing exists. Well, how about now, idiot? There's a monster right in front of me. I like that he's blaming his schoolmate. Good man, good man. She missed point blank. She really did. Chat. Alice might be stinky, but Alco's blind. Sojiro felt that if he had said that aloud, the second blast would come even quicker than the last, so he kept it to himself. His mental expletive stirred in his mind from paralysis to mere panic. You need to get that Canadian healthcare immediately missing like that shit, boy. Dude deserves better, Rip King. Yeah! This response came not from confidence, however. Someday, out of the blue, someone's going to kill me. Wait. That's him, probably. Someday, out of the blue, someone's going to kill me. Well, it may have seemed like a baseless belief to hold. Oh, but now that I think about it, murders happen all the time in cities. I should have remembered. If you break the rules, you get killed. I knew that already. So Sojiro, the situation seemed to perfectly align with his inexperienced understanding that the city was a coldly pragmatic place. As far as he was concerned at this moment, being killed by a classmate was not something to be so surprised by. In a society where murder was possible, he was able to accept this sort of situation as natural. Of virtually no concern was a series of events that led to Alco's aggression towards him. The only thing that truly confused him was Alco's blue fireball. Imagine a blind bint trying to kill you for real, chat. For real. Sojiro swallowed with an audible gulp. Oh. To anyone who may have been watching, it was the response of a victim paralyzed by fear. That's right. Do you finally get it? I'm all out of words, so I think it's time you died. I could go on about how magecraft has to stay hidden, but that doesn't really have anything to do with you. All you need to know is that you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, and that it was me who killed you. Done talking, Akko once again lifted her right arm. There was a hum like a machine. Blue light began to revolve about her arm beneath her sleeve. This was taking longer than last time, leading Sojiro to believe that it was going to be much stronger than the attack that was still scorching the wall behind him. The realization caused his panic to heighten. No, wait. It's not about me having to die. It's the fact that the monster of the night was actually Aozaki. Or even whether she's a part of the church. It's not about any of that. His thoughts became jumbled. His heart pounded like a hammer. This was no time to be standing still. He was not sure if the girl in front of him was really human. And more importantly, even if he could accept the events unfolding before him, when all was said and done... Wait! It's wrong to kill people! Even if it was a fact of life... Motherfucker! Even if it was a fact of life in the city, Sojiro was not about to lie down and die. What, you think I know that? Hey! Wait! Sojiro screamed, still entirely oblivious, was just the thing to invoke Alco's full wrath. Shut up, Sojiro! Alco fired a barrage of blue magic bullets. In an instant, Sojiro dashed into the shadows behind him, into the entrance of the House of Mirrors. Die, you cheating bitch! What the heck was that? He darted feverishly down the hall. After a mere few feet, he was left completely out of breath. This was due to a shock at seeing yet another attack fiercer than the last that he'd ever seen in his life, and because he couldn't shake the thought that if he moved even a second later, he'd be dead. The bitch is still shooting! He could not afford to stop. The sound of merciless footsteps closed in behind him.
助かった。
I'll buy myself some time. Maybe he'll be able to figure something out. He threw everything into his legs as he sprinted. A straight, narrow passage about 60 feet long connected the entrance to the main lobby. At this rate, if he could just make it to the lobby, he was sure he'd be able to find as many hiding spots as he needed.
助かった。
Thank God! He arrived in a large, open space. This was the first floor lobby, where there were 3 passageways. One led to the basement floor, one connected to the first floor maze, and the other was a set of stairs leading to the second floor. Sojiro did not particularly care which one he chose, so, trusting his intuition, he made a run for the first floor maze when... Ah! He smacked his head into a transparent wall.
鏡。
Mirror?
ええ。面倒
That's right. It's annoying, but I guess this makes things
追い
fair.
かける方にも逃げる方にも
The chaser and the chaser on equal ground. A somehow cheerful voice echoed in his direction. There was no need for Sojiro to even turn around. In the very same mirror he had crashed into, he could see Aokozaki's figure slowly approaching.
1階の奥にある出口
You should know, I sealed off the first floor exit deeper inside. Physically, not with the bounded
やり
field.
すぎて封鎖っていうより
Is calling it a seal going too far? Maybe plunged or buried works?
とにかく下手に出口
Either
に
way,
近づくと
if you get too close, you'll be swallowed by a cave-in. I recommend keeping your distance if you don't want to be buried alive. That's why you stay strapped. If Sojiro had a gun, this would be over. Because I have full faith Sojiro can fucking aim! Panicked by the impending footsteps, Sojiro groped for the wall. You can see the stairs to the second floor. He didn't understand what Aoko had meant earlier, but he at least knew that the first floor was not going to save him.
ま私と
It'd
して
save me a
は
lot of trouble if you just died that way, though.
形式上
Cleanup's much easier for accidental deaths. Behind him was a creature beyond words. As she continued her idle taunting, she lifted her right arm ostentatiously. Even from above, her clothes could see some kind of strange, incongruous pattern upon her body. The veins beneath her skin, it made it seem as though something inhuman was circulating in her body. Whether out of pity or repulsion, Sojiro stopped for just a moment. His pursuer evaded his gaze.
あこれ
You've noticed it.
普段は塗り
I normally
薬
hide
で
it
隠している
hide it with ointment, but today's
超
special.
特別魔
People
術コピーって
ointment?
言ってね
It's called a magical
魔
crest.
術
It's
師の
proof that I'm a
証
mage.
ほら
You see this light revolving around me, right? It's the beginning of what formed the snap. Those bullets.
今日は調子いいし
Feeling pretty good today. I've never felt more confident in how to use my magical energy efficiently. I think I'm good for another 30 bullets or so. Perhaps she was on an emotional high, for her voice had become frightfully friendly. Look at his puppy dog face, chat. Look at that. That is not the face of a man about to be killed. That is the face of a man who wants to negotiate his death. The substance of conversation could not have been any more unsettling, however.
そもそも
It got worse.
何を言っているかよくわからないんだけど。
You don't understand a thing you're saying, Alzaki.
わからない
You don't?
段数
I'm telling you they have 30 more
30
shots in the tank.
そこまで逃げ切れば
If you can escape before I use them up, it's your win.
とりあえず
For today, that is.
今日はって。
For today? You mean I have to do this tomorrow, too? Sojiro knit his eyebrows. Aoko's expression creased into a scowl at his behavior. Although he was panicking, he seemed that deep down, he still didn't want to feel the full weight of the crisis. Remember, kids, stay strapped. She knew he still didn't get it.
宣言はし
She's
た
gotta dodge 30 times, yeah.
自由時間はこれでおしまい
Man, I'm gonna be so tired at work tomorrow. He really is, too. I said my piece, 3 times over.
物知り足りないだろう
Might
け
still
ど
have some trash talk left to me, but, well, there's never enough time to get it off my chest anyway. Just give up already. It appeared Aoko had prepared this theatrical dialogue ahead of time, not to allow her opponent time for futile pleading, but to give him the time to curse her, his killer. Such forthrightness was her modus operandi. With this victim, however, it wasn't going as she hoped.
何かそういうことだから
Anyway, that's all I had to say.
じゃあ
Shall we
何に
begin
時
the
間を
hunt?
かける
Her voice was devoid of emotion, her eyes ruthless as they bore into her prey. This time, Sojiro finally accepted that he was gonna die. I'll meet you, bitch! Chet. Danger. He looks so sad and disappointed and confused. He really does convey all of those emotions. Sullen as the dead, had stepped into the remnants of a dream that had long since seen no visitors. There was no wind this night, nor a soul to be seen. Still, I heard the echoes from within clasped its hands together and grinned. 1, 2, 3, 4! 1, 2, 3, 4! Chat, he can win this! He can win this! Its form with hands clasped resembled that of a budding tulip. The bearing of this artificial flower reflected in the cloudy mirror of the ticket attendant's office next to the gate. Next to it stood a display board, corroded by years upon years of rust. Oh, whoa! That sounds like a gun! There were visitors today, too. Alright, it's Alice. Number of today. The board had graffiti crudely scrawled atop one of the words. It was replaced with deaths. Ah. The records board had long ago fallen to disrepair. After taking a full 10 seconds to digest what it was looking at, it made its own revision. Number of visitors today, 3. Number of deaths today, 1. Pog. After appending this number with an index finger, she smiled like a flower. Then she began to walk toward the source of the sound. She ran out of magic. She's pulling the real fucking gat. Jet, help! It had been 10 minutes since his rhapsody had begun to echo from the House of Mirrors. The amusement park's interest returned to as it was before, soulless. Hey, yo! Hey, yo! In the end, even if Sojiro had been the luckiest man alive, there was no way he would have been able to escape. The question, however, was how much of this was by design, and how much was by sheer coincidence. Even Naoko, who had made all the arrangements, had no answer. Indeed, there were only 3 things she could say. It was taking longer than expected, he was putting up more resistance than she had anticipated, and that choosing the House of Mirrors had been a mistake. She had really screwed the pooch on this one. The location itself was an excellent choice, as the House of Mirrors was perfect as a hunting ground, but seeing her own incompetence reflecting in the mirrors was beginning to grate on her. Every time you miss, 5 other yous tell you you're stupid. The moment Ako's right arm began to glow, Sojiro made a beeline for the staircase in front of him. A strobing series of blue flashes lit the room behind him. The hunter calmly followed her prey, and the prey desperately ran for his life up the stairs. You're taking too much pride in this. Just what the doctor ordered. We can't very well let the best laid plans go to waste now, can we? Stark contrast to Sojiro's frenzied escape, Ako walked briskly up the stairs. She elected not to run after her prey in order to maintain a set distance. As she lacked confidence in her accuracy, she would be most challenged if Sojiro bull rushed her and went down fighting. But at a distance of 30 feet or so, she posed no threat. Gotta go. Wish I could stay for the VTuber segment, but I gotta play D&D. See ya, homie. By the time her prey drew near, she could fire 10 shots and hit with at least 4 of them. Their positioning just a moment ago hadn't been ideal. At this distance, in a space this open, there was a chance, however small, that it could turn into a fist fight if he flanked and charged her. Apparently, Ako's best weapon was the bullets from her right arm. If she was going to capitalize on that advantage, it was her best interest not to close the gap between them. There was a good time to approach, so only after her prey had become exhausted and had lost that will to continue. The will. Would she pierce his leg, shoot him in the back, or perhaps would he just give up after losing himself in the labyrinth? The hunt would end with her target sustaining some sort of injury and becoming unable to run. Sojiro changed the trickster. Hurry! Changed the trickster. On Sojiro's end, he could barely bite back on screaming as he bolted through the maze. Even running in a straight line had become difficult, much less searching for an exit. Ah! The corridor stretched out far beyond him, or so the mirrors blocking the path had made it seem. Panicked, he made a turn to the right. Ah! That hurt. Clutching his head and his right arm, Sojiro led with his left, groping through the air to see whether a wall was there or not. He dove down the hall to the left, narrowly dodging the bullets targeting his life. Good job, Sojiro. Don't let that bitch win. Urged on by the sound of approaching footsteps, he ran without thinking. Now, the last one was close. A hair closer would have meant his life. He caught the odor of burnt hair from the back of his neck. He was very lucky. And perhaps very unlucky. If you were actually lucky, you would not be in this situation in the first place. The second floor of the House of Mirrors was structured like a giant spiral. It wound left starting from the outside wall. Eventually, it would lead to the dead end. The more he tried to escape, the more cornered he would become, as though he were trapped in a twisted guillotine. My boy's a track star, he really is. His stifled screams threatened to leak out his complaints. No matter what he did, he was going to be killed. All of his struggling merely served to prolong the inevitable. Yet he ran. No matter how many mirrored walls he rammed himself into, he ran. Even after crashing so hard that his forehead bled and he saw stars, he ran. Pain shot through him at every turn. The more frantically he ran, the more intensely he smashed into the invisible walls. His body began to understand this rule and begged him not to run anymore. His breath was already ragged after sprinting a couple hundred feet. No matter how he thought about it, this was not normal. It was way too crazy. This was all just a bad joke. If he turned around now, she'd apologize for him taking it too far. His mind has gone blank. As his body continued to slam into mirrors again and again, his feet slowed as they began to believe that perhaps it really was all a joke. But then, shit, these bitches are trying. Shit, these bitches are way into liching this fucker. Why you even try to romance in this shit? Just saying, chat. Yeah, romance everybody. That's the good choice. He felt a chill, a touch of death upon his neck. Ow! Ow! Nigga got! They got him! They got him! It would not be an exaggeration to say that Sojiro knew this kind of chill far too well. Ever since he had arrived in the city, he had come face to face with more than one or two near-death experiences. For someone who did not understand city life, his present predicament was not unlike when he experienced the traffic on the streets or the commuter rush on the station platform. He was far from an innocent babe unable to comprehend life or fear. Rather, everything he had ever known became irrelevant when he was flung into the completely different cultural sphere. Even society's promises of safety, something urbanites took for granted, were threats unknown. So, he was used to this already. Though if he were to be honest, he was dissatisfied with some things. Things superfluous to necessity. This world was overflowing with valueless things, and they were all dangerous in some way. Even the everyday necessities sold at the convenience store were, as far as he was concerned, amazing tools. Civilization had raised the standard of living so high that it had numbed humanity's sense of danger, numbed. The city's constant pursuit of wealth and convenience was a poison to a country boy like Sojiro. And he did not have the capacity to accept those conveniences. That it was possible for such conveniences to easily and suddenly be misused and cause unintended accidents had always made him anxious. Why? He had to wonder why he was even there. It's kind of just Baltimore. Dark Horse is going to re-release the Gunsmith Cast manga as an omnibus next year. Yeah, I'm super excited for it. Ah. How ironic. It took the real threat of death to finally make him realize. Like a divine revelation, what he'd failed to understand until now. What the fuck's the howitzer? He always had to expect the unexpected. Near-death experiences were more common than one might think. To begin with, safety was something that came at a price. Being alive meant that the opposite was always lurking around the corner. It was just like a street light at night. When the sun rose, its illumination would naturally disappear. My brother in Christ, you were waxing poetically. Run faster! Another barrage of strange projectiles whizzed mercilessly by him. He recalled in the back of his mind the charred remains of someone at the hands of that blue flame 2 nights prior. Somehow, the situation reminded him of a horse being led by a dangling carrot. For now, he lifted his head and continued to run through the labyrinth. But for what purpose? I played college ball, you know. Shiki's mentor, there's a reason Arsidue was afraid of him, besides being able to delete people from existence. Yeah, the redhead one. Though he knew the pain in his chest was very real, he felt disconnected from it. The night sky visible through the sky... I mean, I'm technically right. The night sky visible through the skyline was muddy ultramarine, no longer resembling the one he knew. And he managed to calm himself. Sojiro began to laugh in despair, as though something rather precious had been broken. Everything had become meaningless anyway. Even so, his legs somehow made their way forward at the sight of her reflection in the mirror. Like a game of cat and mouse, Sojiro fled through the labyrinth of mirrors. Chat, I think this situation would be much better. You replace Sojiro with Broly, and Aoko as Gogeta, okay? I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying, chat. That's all I'm saying. Then, after 4 minutes, that strangely unreal tension ended. Oh, I'm definitely getting that. Hell yeah, I am. The ninth shot of blue light hit inches away from him. It exploded the moment it made impact, launching Sojiro into the opposite wall. Of all the fire he had taken thus far, the shot indisputably brought him closest to death. Groaning, he collapsed to the floor. His back was on fire with pain. He was not bleeding, and was lucky he could still even scream. Yet, his body refused to move. Physically and mentally, he still had something to spare. The pain was not so bad that he couldn't get back up. Go, Broly, go, Broly. Home along on a Friday night, just remember, awoo. It was just that there was a skylight above him, and he could glimpse the dark of the night sky beyond. The feeling that overcame him was a raw, selfish bout of grief. Oh, it was just so cruel. To have to stare at that for the remainder of whatever short life he had left. Sojiro's ragged breath slowed. For all intents and purposes, he had given up. He had given up fleeing from the pursuing footsteps and perhaps even the root of all his problems. Well, at least it was Aoki that got me killed. Sojiro Suzuki felt things that, in any other circumstance, he would never feel. Incidentally, without exaggeration or embellishment, this was the only mistake he had ever made in his entire life. Staring vacantly into the night sky above, Sojiro listened as the footsteps drew nearer.
Give up?
You give up? It was the closest her voice had ever been to him. Perhaps feeling that he really had given up, she approached his collapsed form. In the dark, a mirror-lined corridor, he could not make out her expression. Without a word, Sojiro raised his eyes to meet his murderer. I suppose we don't care. You don't have to ask. You really do throw me off. Most people ask me why I'm going to kill them right about now. Aoko spoke from within the shadows. His eyes widened in bewilderment. Now that she had mentioned it, he realized that would have been the obvious question to ask. He more or less picked up on the fact that he was what he was being killed for, learning some secret. But it was human nature to want to know more. That makes sense now that you mention it. A simple affirmation. His face was a mixture of resignation and a forlorn longing. He thought for a moment before. But you don't have to say anything. I don't want to hear it. He responded in a mature, subdued voice. His response was clear, rather gallantly so. What? Fighting with something on my side, chat. I see. You seek, you see, you seek, you see. I'm still going to kill you. Aren't you scared of dying? Of course I'm scared, it'll probably hurt. His face turned wry as he objected, to which Aoko frowned. As nonchalant as he could be, he was honest about his feelings. Of course I'd be scared. I'd be scared too, you know. Sorry though. You'll just need to deal with it. It's okay if you call me a monster. That's exactly what I am right now. I guess in that way, I'm just like you. I don't have what you would call normal morals. Helps when I need to murder someone. Sojiro's finger twitched in response to her indifferent tone, as if to say that, despite having given up on just about everything, his body could not let those words slide. Murder's wrong, you know. He went through this. I know that already. Aoko raised her right hand. The light from the crest illuminated her face. It goes without saying that her expression was unchanged. She was not crying, nor was she smiling. She was a young woman who had excised her feelings. Deal with it was another thing Sojiro could not let slide. Sojiro could read on Aoko's face that she was not herself. She was in pain and to a degree he had never seen in her. Sorry, but I guess I do have something to say. What is it? But don't think you can trick me into letting you go by making me feel bad. He unconsciously smiled at Aoko's ruthless counter and breathed a sigh of relief. He had misread the pain he saw on her face. This was the same Aoko. Sojiro laughed, and I laughed out loud in genuine joy. A laugh that most other people would have taken as an insult. I'm starting to regret letting you say your piece. Or should I take that as an attempt to make fun of me? As just that? No, I'm not laughing at you. I was just wondering if that person over there was a friend of yours, Aozaki. Out of nowhere, Sojiro pointed behind Aoko. What? Look at that droopy face, chat. Aoko thought that it must have been that old, overused distraction technique. If this had been a Japanese comedy act, this would have been the part where she gave him a whack with the paper fan. But after giving it a second thought, she realized Sojiro didn't have the capacity for understanding old or even new tricks. What are you? Perhaps his honest disposition had been to his benefit. Without thinking, Aoko gave in to her curiosity and turned her gaze toward the direction which his finger was pointed. And there? Something that should not have been there in the maze. Something with a creaking wooden smile. It was the ominous, creepy, uncanny figure of a girl. Is it that there blue archive? Yes. A puppet? An unusual figure with 2 arms and 2 legs stood silently in the darkness. If only for a moment, its beauty, which is even apparent from afar, dulled the insanity of the current situation. Hey, yo! In a way, weren't Shiro's actions justified? To a point. Extend, extend, extend. The utterly unknown threat made Alko freeze on the spot. Avoiding it didn't even occur to her. Humans possess intelligence and knowledge, but when confronted with the unknown, they fail to process what to do and... Vibe check, bitch! Yeah, what she said. A shriek escaped Alko's mouth. The magical attack crossed the 30-foot gap in an instant. The arm of the girl who had appeared at the rear of the corridor was slender and quick. It extended to a near impossible length, striking Alko from behind. Get fucking shit on! Alko crashed into the wall. She fought back in anguished whimper. The attacker retracted her arm. Ozaki! Shouldn't have missed, bitch. Sojiro sprang to his feet. He darted to her side and used all the strength he could muster to get her to her feet. You cannot believe how light she was. In Sojiro's mind, Alko was an extraordinary individual. He'd expected that if he were to ever touch her, it would be apparent she was far stronger than he. But in reality, she felt about as heavy as you would expect a 100-pound girl to feel. Meanwhile, that thing continued to reel its arm as if there was some sort of mechanism. Having extended more than 30 feet from the elbow joint, it clanked as it returned to its previous shape and size. You okay? Good to see a Nasuverse story. Good to see a Nasuverse story that remembers pretty much all mages are canonically high-functioning sociopaths. Yeah. Are you for real? Can you even look at me like that right now? Ah, I got you, baby. Akko tore her hand away from Sojiro's. Suddenly, she felt her knees buckle from under her, but Sojiro caught her before she could hit the ground and helped her to her feet. Don't push yourself too hard. So you do know this thing. Or so do you know this thing? He looked back at the eerie shadow 30 feet away as it finished retracting its arm. Yeah, I fought one of his friends a while back. Alko grabbed her lower back as she answered. A searing pain shot through her. It's just a bruise. How can it hurt this much? Could have killed me, catch me off guard like that, or maybe it can't kill from that distance. I think this real dot needs to be. I think this real dot needs to be recalled. Yeah. Yeah. Akko tried to steady her breathing as she assessed the damage done to her back. The pain was quick to fade and her breathing returned to normal. For the time being, her motor functions were no longer hindered, which meant the real damage was elsewhere. Hey, baby girl. Hey. I know, just shut up already. Blue light glowed across the room. The magical energy generated by her breathing was accumulating in her right arm. If magical energy was the fuel, the formula was the igniter. For Akko, this was little more than a reenactment of 2 evenings ago. Next time the puppet extended its arm, Akko would fire a magic bullet as fast as she could. At battle at approximately 30 feet, as long as Akko could secure a 2-second window, she could create a counterattack and end their duel. It made its move. With its head tilted down, there was no expression to be seen, and in the darkness its apparent age was impossible to make out. To the 2 humans, the puppet was not dissimilar to a faceless ghost. Its left arm slowly came up with a grinding sound. Its movements were dull, as if its joints were rusty. The right arm, which had extended earlier, hung at its side. Though the puppet's mouth was hidden by its long locks, the sense that it was smiling. There was a sense that it was smiling. Changing it up? It's attacking from the left? Move it, Suzuki! Like, run! She threw herself into Sojiro and extended her hand. Its arm extended at that very moment. The timing was impeccable. In a single second, Akko's snap bolt scored a direct hit on the puppet's arm, throwing off its trajectory, sending it crashing into the puppet's body with a violent explosion. Jesus Christ. Or at least, that's what would have happened had the magic formula been invoked. Ma'am? Ma'am? This game series about exercising ghosts and Japanese folklore creatures. First one had Lolita doll that turned out to be a big bad. Can't remember what it was called. No, don't worry about it, Jay. I'm sure it's not prolific or anything like that. She bravely avoided being struck once again. When her magecraft failed, her intuition took over and she just managed to get away. She got me. She knew what I was going to do. She clenched her teeth in frustration, her thoughts racing a mile a minute. Fight or flight. And it only had one arm left, which would take time to retract. This was the best shot Anko had at defeating it. If she could evade the right arm for just a fraction, then she'd get close enough to...
Vivo in sum, solitare futuris inferis. Ictius meus obitus dies, et meus nativus dies, Theobeam.
Theobeam. A crackle echoed through the corridor. The poetic murmurs contained throughout the magical energy, enough of magical energy for a mage to perceive. The verse itself was Latin, but it contained hints of the language of curse, Gander. Originally, they were words meant to curse a hated adversary. However, that's speaking foreign. Chat, I think it might be speaking foreign, chat. Was that Russian? I think it was. It's a Mexican doll. The puppet was directing the words at itself. Curses beget curses. The victim calls down a curse on the assailant, creating a vicious cycle of negativity. The incantation was meant to do just that. However, this is ultimately a one-puppet show. An unprecedented source of power akin to auto-intoxication. As unbelievable as it seemed, the cycle of curses had been turned into a perpetual motion device. You're gonna be kidding me. Isn't this overkill? Aku abandoned the idea of digging her heels in. It was time to flee with all due haste. What do you think you're doing? Come on! She grabbed Sojiro's hand and ran as fast as she could, deeper into the realm of mirrors. The crackling voice continued as murmuring behind them. Any illegal text dolls taking our jail. Cor privo. Steve's localization defenders trying to use Ace Attorney's localization as their big defense for whatever reason. Yeah, that's a bad one to do. Ace Attorney's localization is so bad, everyone just means it. Ako fought against the pain in her back as she ran through the mirrored corridor. She dragged Sojiro by the hand. Aozaki, are you okay? My spine's numb, but it could be worse. My internal organs seem fine, and I don't think I'm bleeding internally. She cursed inwardly at how much of a mess she felt. Now she's trying to save you? What the fuck? Listen, nobody kills you but the person you saw. Unlike Sojiro, Aku did not run into any transparent walls. Thanks not to superior sight, but rather preparation. She would hammer the layout of the building into her memory. You really okay? How can you tell? Because it's my body. One of the first things a mage learns is how to keep track of your body. Fair. Aku, as a matter of fact, answer contrasted with Sojiro's nervous questioning. The corridor grew shorter with each and every left turn. At first, they were able to advance in a straight line for about 100 feet at a time. But by now, they were forced to turn a corner every 50 feet or so. Is that the one from the other night? Probably the same pattern, at least. Whoever's behind it must be pretty wealthy to be throwing a valuable automaton like that around like it's a toy. Sojiro furrowed his brows. He was grateful that she was answering his questions, but baffled by the strange words she was using. This is probably the first time he's ever heard the word automaton, actually. Hold up, Aozaki. We've been running for a long time. We're a good corner ahead of it. Can we afford to rest a moment? His words suggested that he was still concerned about her injuries. Anko shook her head in irritation. Not enough against something with that kind of range. We need to keep running until we're 2 or 3 turns clear at least. On deck, did she kill him? We're friends now. Sojiro nodded. With that matter settled, he asked, why didn't you leave me behind? What do you think? So you couldn't get away, idiot? Answering curtly, Alko glared at her naive prey. Bet, bitch. Bet. Give me 1 month. Give me 1 month, you'll be bouncing up and down on my Soji dick. 2 of them headed to the next corner. Their legs began to slow as they rounded one more. Alko rubbed her back as she tried to catch her breath. Though Alko had insisted that she was fine, it appeared to have been bravado. Even the usually careless Sojiro felt the desperation they were in. Brad Dourif's wife helped 2 enemies become friends. That's a good way to look at it. He stood behind Alko with his arms folded. While he had a moment, tried to make sense of everything. First, Alko had nearly killed him. Though he was saved at the last possible second. It was by the strange, stretchy woman Alco had burned to ashes 2 nights prior. He could barely make it out that night, but he considered it a her because it looked female. The woman's attack wounded Alco's back and forced her to flee. Alco had taken Sojiro with her, claiming that the reason she did so was to prevent her prey from escaping. In other words, you haven't given up, have you, Azaki? Of course not. Even if I had to face 2 of those things, I'd still have plenty left to take care of the likes of you. Her tone was sharp, but even Sojiro could see that she was struggling to stay confident. The damage to her body was too much to afford her any optimism. It had titties. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's a fair reason to call something a female. I will still never understand why Twitter people are so dead set to defend the horrible localization that they will try to use SMT5 and Ace Attorney as their good example crap. Oh, yeah. So just said, no misgendering. It had tits. Still, the fury in her eyes refused to accept her circumstances. My magic circuits are shortening out like crazy, which means that right arm of hers must be jamming my spells. Though the proper response would have been for her to tremble in fear, she did nothing. Nothing but shake her fist in anger. The disruption of the formula was only supposed to work on absolute beginners. If it had been her roommate, the arm would have been repelled the instant it hit her, and the attacker's circuits burned out rather than her own. Attempting to establish a link to the mage circuits on another mage was like presenting your heart on a silver platter. It would be of no use in a battle against a superior mage. And yet, her adversary had been designed to do just that. Coupled with the attacks on the areas of Misaki under Alco's jurisdiction, these last few weeks, it was a clear statement from the enemy, who had revealed itself as a fellow mage 2 days ago. In other words, the puppet saw Alco as no threat at all. Get right into their hands, huh? While she was still angry, the whirlwind of emotions within her started to fade. Her face was that of a hunter far beyond her years. You seem to be more concerned about this thing than you were about hunting me. Well, naturally. I was only playing with you. Huh? Sojiro was not sure whether to be happy or sad at that. This is also confusing. I don't even know where to start. Can I ask just one question? Alco didn't respond. Her eyes were focused on the darkness before them. The silence was heavy and the darkness was like a noose closing in on them. But Sojiro continued in spite of her indifference. Are you going to kill her too, Ozaki? Stillness fell over them. It was as if the gloom was pulling them in. No response. Their breathing was the only sound echoing in the dim corridor. There stood Sojiro, forcing her to confront her sins, and the magician girl who continued to ignore him. They spent a few seconds seemingly frozen in time. Yes. That's a sticking point for you, isn't it? Alco whispered in a lifeless tone. Her sigh was tinged with both resignation and contempt. A sticky... What? Nothing, forget it. But just so you know, that thing that's following us isn't human. You might not believe this, but it's a puppet that can move on its own will. Just like the one from the other night. Sojiro nodded as he processed the information. Not only did he not doubt her story, but he seemed to have accepted it at face value. You're awfully calm. No way. I have no idea what's going on, so I'm just trying not to think too hard about it. The part about it being a puppet isn't too surprising to me, though. What? Are you saying you've seen one before? What do you mean? Are all puppets in the city like that? What? She barely stopped herself from falling to her knees. Of course. How could she have forgotten? She was dealing with a bona fide, natural-born moron. As a student who transferred from the isolation of the mountains like an endangered species, his utter lack of common sense rendered anything miraculous as mundane. If automobiles were moving husk of metal, then moving puppets were nothing to write home about. Wait, that meant... To him, the incident from the other night might not have been extraordinary at all. He might have even assumed it was an everyday occurrence in the city. What? The fact the art of Alzaki getting attacked by the doll used stun icon in Fate Grand Order. Yes. Yes. I give up. You know, I'd really like to get a look inside your head someday. I honestly have no idea what you're made of this far in life. Or how you made it this far in this life. No wonder you're such a weirdo. Normally people wouldn't react to the way you did when I attacked you. I could have been a monster or a ghost, but for you, it was just another fact of life. I'm starting to feel like a real moron here. Her strained face returned to normal for a moment. It hit her. There had been another way to handle this without anyone getting hurt. But the damage had already been done. Yeah, you could have just told him he was seeing shit. You crazy fucking bitch. There were no do-overs in life, nor should there be. Her own mistaken assumptions had sent the situation spiraling out of control. But now that Soldier was involved, she had to make sure that her secret was safe with him. Even if there had been another, better option, that ship had sailed. Human relationships were ultimately driven by mutual misunderstandings. They were like tapestries, woven from mismatched intentions. The solution to a crazy girl. Retardation. Certified lover boy. Certified Dumbo. Amen. She's a cute murderous psychopath. Her first thought was murder, chat. Break time was over. So is this a Bleach situation? Is he going to suck her blood to gain wizard powers? Let me suck the magical circuits out of you. There stood Akawazaki and Sojiro Suzuki. Their first ever idle conversation had come to an end. Not that they had a choice in the matter. It was the jarring murmuring from around the corner that cut it short. Good Latin, good Latin. Let's see if it's on the board. The enemy was just around the corner, visible in mirrors parallel to it. We don't have time for this. We need to keep our Huh? Huh? You dumb bitch! You taught it how to shoot! In contrast to Alco's elegant blues, its lights were a malicious red. Gondor shots. There was a momentary flash of light before she even extended her arm. But the instant she saw the enemy, her dormant feelings erupted at once more. You're a real pain in the ass. Bound that field, bitch. Ah, Alco, what a girl failure. She channeled all her pent-up anger and shunted it into her right arm. The fog that filled the corridor was no magic weaving, but rather a barrier of raw energy. It was equivalent to setting ablaze 3 buckets of gasoline to create a wall of fire in the hope it would stop an arrow in flight. If the puppet had attacked with its arm, it would have pierced such a wall easily, but because it had loosed curses with no definite form, the wall of energy repelled the attack. While it was a huge waste of magical energy, it was the only means Alga had to protect herself at that very moment. Unfortunately, this protection was reserved for Alco alone. Ah, bitch! It got me! It got me! Why is it when it comes to Japan, the translation's always butchered that bad? With other memes on Reddit or stupid political talking points. I don't know, man. Human dress sages are sociopaths, maybe even a case of the tisms. Makes sense. Genuine innocence and naivety would be their kryptonite. I mean, yeah. I find it particularly hilarious that as far as I'm aware, the only mage that does, in fact, wipe witnesses' memories as opposed to killing them, was a shotgun-toting necromancer. That is fair. That is fair. I don't know, chat. Trying to be murdered. It's kind of turn off. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I blame you, Shota. ZZZ's my new crack. Got one more S to collect. Damn, dude. See, I still got like 2. Sojiro held his hand to his mouth. Well, the curse had been weakened to the point where Alco could no longer feel it. It had plenty of effect on Sojiro, who was not a mage. As if it understood this fact, the puppet turned its gaze from Alco to the unanticipated human behind her. This has nothing to do with him. In a rage, she swung her arm forward once again. The blue light formed a wall to block the gander for a scant few seconds. It was enough of an opening to exploit. Just as Alco was forming the wall, the puppet pointed his right arm at her face and... This apparently has something to do with me. Time to run. Before the rocket of death could be fired, Sojiro scooped her up in his arms. Chet, you want to woo a bitch? Get yourself in a life or death situation and scoop her up off her feet. I promise you, she will be quivering, chat. She will be unleashing a flood the likes of which Noah would be quivering about. How much of the strength to do so was a mystery, but he turned his back to the puppet and took off running. Guys, Chad, you're goddamn right. Hey guys, I'm back. I had to go get food. What did I miss? Not much. We're only running for our lives. It was a nimble sprinter resembling a deer leaping across obstacles. Sojiro rounded 2 more corners, ignored whatever complaints Alco was making, and eventually stopped in the middle of the second floor. He set her down.
よし。ここま
Alright.
で来れば少しは休めるな。
I bought us enough time to rest a bit. Sojoro's shoulders heaved as he caught his breath. As light as she was, running while carrying someone else would make anyone winded. She looked up at him in incomprehension.
こんな体力あったのに
Yeah, that's but stamina all along? Then why? Made no sense to her. If he had the stamina to pick her up and run, surely he could have stood up and escaped when he had been downed earlier.
ああ、あの時は諦めてたから。
Oh. That time I'd given up? His words were unfiltered as ever. Though right then, fighting for their lives, he lacked some of his usual absent-mindedness.
諦めてたって
But why?
さあ、
Who knows? I've forgotten already. Though he may have turned away because he regretted saying it aloud, his words spoke volumes. For some reason, it pained Aoko to see him like that.
それより青崎。
Also,
唐突
Azaki,
に気分が悪い
I'm
んだ。
suddenly feeling really
あ
ill.
の赤い光
Was it that red light?
ええ魔術の類
Yeah. A form of magecraft, they're called gander shots. A curse that originated in Scandinavia. It has no effect on someone with magic circuits like myself, but you're defenseless against it.
なんだ。
Fuck!
青崎には効かないのか。
Ultimate type moon Riz technique, Princess Carry. I hope Nasu's presumable wife loves being princess carried. I see. It doesn't work on you. Then the arm's the only thing that poses a threat. Aoko had no idea why he was relieved, but she gritted her teeth and fought down the urge to snap at him. There's no use in yelling at him at a time like this. Above all, she felt that it would have been pretty petty in the extreme to voice her annoyance right now.
そうね注意するのは伸ばしてくる腕だけ
You're right. The extending arm is the only thing I have to worry about, so it's not that tough after all. This time it was not false bravado. Such an enemy would normally be a breeze for Aoko Ozaki, but her shameful negligence had led to disruption of her magic circuits, making her even less formidable than her enemy. This man's the personification of a golden retriever. Chat, I strive to act like this man in my everyday life. At this point, Aoko had no way of attacking. The only option left to her was to wait for it to expend all of its magical energy. But its perpetual curse mechanism made that a non-starter. This game of tag would not end until one of them was dead. She realized that she was in the same position she had cornered Sojiro in earlier. She glanced at her right arm. She couldn't imagine how she had gotten into such a mess with her magical energy and more than half of its capacity. This had to be karma for having enjoyed toying with Sojiro earlier.
いるところにはいるものね
Maybe there is a god after all. She grumbled under her breath as she shifted her focus. She had the fuel for her fire, but not the igniter. And that killing machine would chase her until the end of time if need be. What she should do next was blindingly clear. She had to get back to
青
normal.
崎。
ごめん考え事してた
Sorry, I was thinking.
確か
Maybe that could.
しずき
Okay,
君
Suzuki, I've got it.
そこに横道ある
See that side passage over there? Oh. Aki pointed, but he could see nothing but the walls of the corridor. For one thing, the floor had nothing but left turns, and Aki was pointing to the right.
2階は中心まで
At the center of the second floor is a stairway down to the first floor, which I destroyed earlier so you couldn't use it.
ここの作りも
But there's
道が
another
悪くて
path that leads to the right.
よく見れば
Like this place is taunting you by design. It's a secret shortcut that only the hardcore fans know
あ
about.
と注意して探せば
If you search carefully, you can find a way to the stairs down to the first floor.
悪いけど
And do as I say and go on without me. Aoko turned her back to Sojiro and started walking. Walking the opposite direction of the escape route, and down the long corridor toward the puppet in pursuit.
あいつは無差別だから
That thing will kill anything it sees, so I have to destroy it here and now.
魔術
It's
師
okay for two mages to fight each other, but dragging normal people into the conflict is strictly forbidden.
あいつの目的は私の
I'm the target, so this is the best outcome for everyone, don't you think? If Aoko won, the puppet would be destroyed. If Aoko lost, its objective would be complete and it would shut down. Either way, them going their separate ways would mean Sojiro survived. This is what Aoko meant. Though she explained it as if the events were happening to two totally different people.
運が良ければ入り口
If
ま
you're
で
lucky
たど
enough,
り着けるわ
you'll make it back to the gate in one piece. So I'll see you tomorrow then. Even Sojiro could tell she was just trying to act tough. Mana regen. I hope Nasu doesn't go feral in his presumable wife's butthole. Ah, she's probably fine. Probably. His name's Suzuki too. Fucking based. But she had already disappeared around the corner by the time he thought to stop her. I mean, that's fair. This has been a very stressful situation, dog boy.
さて
Let out a soft bow bow and move on. Well then, Mentally, Alko bemoaned the disaster she was in. The quality of the quality of the puppet was on a completely different level compared to the one from the park 2 days ago. An auto-incanting perpetual motion machine was a rarity in and of itself, but this puppet was also equipped for battle with its extending arms and Gander projecting crystalline eyes. It was a first-class product that, if put on the market, would sell for hundreds of millions of yen. Although that was only when factoring in its value as an antique. For the purposes of combat, it would have made more sense to mobilize a significantly less expensive familiar. To use such a precious commodity as a tool for murder marked its puppet's master as a completely different breed of crazy from the enemies she had faced up until now.
Vivo in sum solitare futuris inferis. Ictius meus obitus dies, et meus naturus dies. Theobel.
So Wizard the Puppet Master? I mean, for now. There it comes. A sound of crackling music, of a crackling music box filled the air. Automata? Oh no, I guess I always say automata, so. Automata. Animated by its own curses approached. The corridor measured approximately 30 feet in length. Alko lay in wait around a corner further down the hall, anticipating the puppet's appearance. Speaking line, run! Yeah. Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed Shadow might be getting more and more disaster than even Japan's thinking, going into legal action on Ubisoft over its disrespect to Japan. I doubt it. So as not to buy Sojiro time to escape, far from it. Alko had concluded that she couldn't make a break for it under the current circumstances. Even if she did try to escape and by some miracle made it out of the House of Mirrors, that was as far as she would go. Outside with no cover, Alko would quickly be overtaken and skewered from behind. As long as her magecraft was disabled, escape was impossible. Instead, she chose to force the enemy back. Her situation was not the most favorable, but neither was the puppet's. This narrow hall gave Alko no place to run, and in turn prevented the puppet from reaching its full speed. That was the weak point of its mechanism. Of this machine, rather. Automata of its era had a tendency to struggle with minute changes in speed. Seta. She flowed energy into her shortened circuits. Her blood flow and magic energy supply were unstable. It would be difficult to construct a formula in this state. All she could do was harden her right arm by imbuing it with as much energy as she could. Doing so turned her arm into an improvised weapon, like a hammer or a bat, assuming she could manage to get into close combat range. This was the best she could do. All she needed now was a plan of attack. The question wasn't what weapon to use, but how to use the weapon she had. The simplest way would be to use the mirror's reflections to hide and then rush the puppet from the blind spot. Except for one major problem. It didn't have a sense of sight in the first place. The puppet's view of the world around it did not stem from visual feedback, but from mapping the topography of its surroundings. In theory, it was the same as a bat's echolocation. The environment could be measured based on the emission and return of high-frequency sound waves. Those chants served as a sensor pulse. As far as the puppet was concerned, the mirrors were no better than transparent panes, making even the thought of an ambush laughable. The closer it gets, the more it's able to sense me. I'd rather fight it at a distance, but if I shoot in Gander, it's probably got at least a thin shot up its sleeve, too. Gander was Scandinavian in origin, and considering its simplicity, highly versatile. It was most effective in impairing a target's health by pointing a finger. As a single-action magecraft, it was limited to only causing illness, but there was a secret technique said to be the greatest mastery of Gander shot, the fin shot. It could do more than cause simple illness. It was a deadly curse that could stop the heart. The wound on her back set her nerves on fire. An unarmed girl and a deadly automaton. It was clear that she was the one destined for death. She considered her slim chances of survival. When? Hey, yo! The figure sent chills down her spine. Dead! Quietly, using everything she could to clamp down on the feeling, Alko first the all too familiar illusion. She clenched her teeth to keep them from making a deafening clatter. But there, the sensation of fingers crawled up her neck. Behind her, the specter stared and laughed. This alone made Alko want to bolt. On top of it all, when Alko tried to mentally simulate the coming fight, she estimated a 2 in 10 chance of dying in the first 5 seconds. 20%. At times, her predictions were harsher than reality. If Alko fought the puppet 10 times, she'd die twice. Could she not stop herself from visualizing her own corpse? Fin shots into Adventure Time. She imagined herself collapsing, crumpling under the puppet's curse. Her eyeball swollen like a blowfish. Blood and other fluids oozing from every bodily orifice. 1 in 5. 1 in 5. 1 in 5. A 1 in 10 chance of death was bad enough, but 1 in 5? It drove her crazy. But Alka forced down her heart as it tried to escape from her mouth. Taking a deep breath, she peered at her own reflection. She thought back to that white night half a year ago. This, she decided, was nothing compared to that. 6 months ago at the Kunoji estate. The Hound of White Roses. The Wandersnatch that appeared from within the thick fog had killed Alko 100 times out of 10. Yeah, but was it chanting Latin? I didn't think so, bitch. 1 in 5 doctors say you'll die if you take the operation. She's fucking dead, Jet. She's fucking dead. I enjoy the detail, but holy cow, how long is this fight? Visual novel, chat. Dark curse shattered Alko's daydream. It was only 30 feet away. The puppet rounded the corner. Either side stood in the shadows, their forms indistinct. Oh, she's gonna have a tummy ache, chat. The puppet gave no warning. Without preamble, it swiftly fired a gander barrage. Just as Alko planned, the curses fizzled out as it hit her mist-like barrier of magical energy. The protection would only last a few seconds, giving her just enough time to... Ah! A stretchable spear sprang towards Alko's face. Bingo! The lethal weapon grazed her cheek. All her experience analyzing puppet attack patterns gave her the wherewithal to evade the attack by a hair's breadth. It was one thing if a puppeteer were pulling the strings, but autonomous dolls had their limitations. Alko had bet everything on this killing machine following a predefined template. The puppet would use a given attack for a range, and she could adjust her tactics to that. Ah, yow! Now's my chance. Before its arm had a chance to fully retract, she charged the puppet. It was a risky gamble, but her overall chances were slim to begin with. The scales tipped in her favor. If her predictions were correct, there are 2 ways she would die. One was from a fin shot fired at that range. Ayo! And the other? The other was if the puppet's attack pattern was beyond her ability to foresee. Instantaneous mass transfer, otherwise known as mass displacement. Immediately after Alko dodged the puppet's arm, something smashed into her abdomen. Oh! That's where the babies are made! No! The head-on collision from its shoulder felt like a rocket. But where had the ability to propel itself come from? Puppets like this were not built to have the ability to jet around like that. Doing everything in her power to stay conscious in spite of the pain, Alko could just make out what had happened. It wasn't propelled, it was pulled. Yes, the puppet's arm had not returned to its body. It was lodged in the wall and reeled itself from the other direction. It can do that? Swallowing her surprise, she hastily pulled herself back up. I hear no bell. The abdomen, specifically her diaphragm, had been dealt a significant blow. The attack left her disoriented. Thankfully, the puppet was surprisingly lightweight. Her bones and organs were intact, and she sustained no life-threatening damage. She was having a hard time breathing, however. She was shaken, though she managed to keep her calm. In another 2 seconds, she'd be back on her feet. No, it's 2 seconds too long. She told herself to calm down, that she was already calm. She only briefly lost her bearings. She was fine. She could recover her breath and her vision later, if only her body would move. Rocket punch now! Yes. Well, the news looks like we got another Hoyoverse boycott going on again over cultural appropriation of whitewashing character going on in Genshin and Starwell. I don't give a shit. Forgive me, Zanzibar. There's a chance the puppet probably did that by accident. Above her, Akko could hear the warped noise of a powerful force. Come on, legs, move! We gotta get to where? She could once more feel the touch of death. Oh no, she's repeating the same thing over and over, Jet. The puppet was so close that Alko could reach out and touch it. It also meant that it could reach out and kill Alko. I need to get my right arm into its blind spot. By intuition alone, Alko rolled over to the puppet's right flank. Its arm was still embedded within the wall. From here, it could not attack. She had made the right decision and her dizziness faded.
Intellectus non necessaris est, quis quiescat. O nostra sint agulat fuit.
Rocket fist!
Tantum est. Lores in
A Rise of the Skywalker reference in stream. Ugh. Oh no, chat. Alko pulled herself back up. It was her turn. What? It was only an instant. Within this labyrinth of mirrors, she saw an image of herself.
Qui salvatum.
Hey, yo! There's Cootery roommate, which one you need it, right? A blinding, brilliant light flashed. Lacerations appeared across the walls. At the last moment, Alko managed to thicken the magical energy running through her veins into a primitive form of magecraft resistance. Just barely saved her life from what must have been the puppet's ace in the hole. You! The puppet bore a striking resemblance to Alko. This powerful curse was not satisfied with stopping Alko's heart, but destroying her entire being. Alko could not even have the time to be shocked. This was her chance for a counterattack. The puppet's balance was unsteady, its right arm still embedded in the wall. Alko prepared to give its defenseless body a strong kick, but her knees buckled and she collapsed in the heap on the floor. There's a chick from Elfenlied? No. A sudden nausea and a lightheadedness overcame Alko. Her body temperature began to rapidly lower. This whole time? It was spreading its curse the whole time? She noticed too late. The puppet's curses encircled the hall. The curse chant that the puppet used as a source of power doubled as a defense mechanism, crippling those who drew near with illness. She bore the full brunt the entire time she was in close proximity to it. Although Alko had magic circuits, she was succumbing just as Sojiro had. Languidly, she forced her deteriorating body to jump back. Not done yet! With all the energy she could muster, she forced her way past the exhaustion caused by the curse. However, Alko's blood pressure took a steep nosedive, not from the curse-induced anemia, but from what had appeared in front of her. They stood in perfect harmony. In front of Alko was the automata that shared her face, its left arm held out like an arrow. The deadly weapon shot forward and honed in on her heart. Then, a moment before it made contact... Watch out. The moment she heard that fearless voice completely out of place in the storm of violence, Alko's body was pulled forcefully to one side. Once again, the extending arm cut through the empty air. While the puppet quickly retracted his left arm, Sojiro took the brief opportunity to take Alko by the hand and flee at full speed. Ma man, you goddamn right, chat. Let's go. Let out some bows in chat for our boy. Bow, 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 bow. Sojiro ran through the corridor as fast as he could, only stopping when he had put enough distance between them and the puppet. I was thinking, and though he had saved her, she looked angry rather than grateful. This did not keep Sojiro from saying his piece. Tomorrow's going to be a really busy day for me, so... In other words, let's finish this today. A rather awkward proposal. Alko remained silent. She was also rather angry. Not that she could figure out what made him tick. Nor because she'd returned after escaping. Oh, not that she could figure out what made him tick. Nor because she had returned after... Not even because he was spouting his typical airheaded lines. It was, she supposed, that instant. The fact that when he grabbed her hand, her mind had gone completely blank. Alko found it unforgivable. Which beckoned the response. Are you insane? In the heat of the moment, she blurted it before she could stop herself. Maybe you've got a death wish. Don't you realize that either of us could kill you with a snap of a finger? At the very least, I don't owe you a damn thing. Saving my life doesn't change a thing between us. Sojiro nodded, clearly unperturbed. Don't worry, Azaki. Tonight taught me anything. So you're more ruthless than that. Don't worry. You're a cold-blooded bitch. She found herself slightly offended.
けど君は勘違いをしてるから
But I think you need to get one thing
あい
straight.
つの狙いは青崎だ
That thing isn't just trying to kill you. It's trying to kill me as well. She was having none of it. Her eyes shot daggers his way.
話は最後まで聞く
And before you chew me out, you need to know
ど
something.
うしてかっていうと
Do you remember the first floor entrance at the end of the long corridor?
なんでかあそこから先に進めないんだ
Was blocked. Tried my best to find a way up and no luck.
仕方な
There's
い
no choice but to turn right back. Ako's eyes widened, ever so slightly in amazement. She felt admiration rather than shock that her enemy would go to such lengths.
それにさっきので完全に
Besides,
敵扱いされた
it was hostile to me too early. I could tell by how it was glaring at me.
いや一瞬でよく見
Well,
え
it
な
happened
か
so
ったから
fast. Didn't really get a good look at it. But it was really
青
unsettled.
崎も気をつけた
You
方
should
が
be
いい
careful. That thing
多分よっぽど
sure has a
怖い
terrifying face.
それはご親切にどうも
Gee, thanks.
なんで
You
これ
bet.
はもう他人
I mean, I can't pretend like this isn't happening to
青
me.
崎と人形
Whichever you wins, I'm a dead man either way, right?
そうね
Can't argue with that. She's willing to go as far as to seal off the entrance and to probably kill any witnesses as well. At least that's what I do.
だろ
Right?
でも
And I don't want her to be the one who kills me. Wait, what? His words were decisive. If Alko looked up at him, she could swear he was trying to encourage her. It was then that she realized. Sojiro was looking even worse than before.
ちょっと待って大丈夫なの
Hey, are you okay?
まあ醤
Well,
油を一升瓶に飲む
better
よ
than
り
if
は
I'd drunk an entire bottle of soy sauce. He tried to make light of the situation, but his forehead was clearly drenched in sweat.
そうか
Right.
人形に近づいた
Right.
から
It's because he was close to the puppet just now. How could he possibly be able to withstand a curse that made even Alko nauseous? She bit her lip, annoyed at herself for not noticing it earlier. Sojiro was such an airhead that she didn't even pause to consider his plight.
下で隠れていようとか
Why did you
思わ
consider
なかっ
trying to hide down the
た
basement?
その方がどう考えて
That would have been the safest bet, wouldn't it? She really could not understand him at all.
それは青崎が言うセリフじゃないな
You really take your own advice sometimes, Aozaki.
でもま
But
あ長話をしている時間
there's no time to be chatting.
そろそろ追いつい
She
て
could
くる
catch up at any moment. He turned to look down the corridor. The crackling sound of the music box could be heard creeping forth from the darkness.
さっき一回見て考えたんだ
I was thinking about this while I was on the first floor earlier. If it kills you,
なら
I'm next.
まず奴を
That's why we should deal with it first.
あなた
What are you getting at? She asked a question to which she already knew the answer. She did to put him to a test. If he wavered even a little, she would have killed him where he stood.
提案あいつを
My
やっつける
proposal is if I agree to help you kill that thing, will you let me go?
助けられたぐらいじゃ信
I
念
thought I
が
made it clear that helping me wasn't going to change my mind. Besides, what do you think you're going to do to it anyways?
それは青崎が考えてくれ
Oh,
得意だな
that's your end of the
こういうの
bargain, Aozaki. This is your area of expertise, right? The commander who had the overall picture was responsible for delegating rules to their teammates. It was futile to depend on someone who was unable to grasp the situation or evaluate the enemy's strength. Sojiro was proud to share that he knew this. He spoke the truth. Alko was the only one who knew both Sojiro and the automata. That was why he pointed out following her orders to the best of his ability was the only thing he could do. It may have seemed as though Sojiro was surrendering his capacity for self-thought, but in accepting that he was helpless, he was in fact giving Alko his complete trust.
じゃあ
I want you to be my
私の
murderer.
指示に100%従うってこと
Yay! Fine. Then, so you'll do exactly what I tell you to do?
あ
I
あ
will.
それに
And just so you know, I'm not doing this out of a sense of obligation or anything. It's just obvious that neither of us had a chance on our own. This isn't goodwill or kindness, it's a transaction. His eyes sparkled as if this was bartering in its truest form. Oh my god! This child must have learned from Tobimaro, Alko thought. Though she refused to let him see it, she smiled inwardly. Sure, he had gotten the best of her just now, but there were times when defeat was not the worst of outcomes in the world.
労働と報酬ってわけね
Honest pay for honest work makes sense. And,
言いたくないけど
hate to admit it, but... She relaxed her shoulders and sighed. Her face cracked into a wicked grin, as if her fears had suddenly washed away.
それ結構私
Your
の
plan's just my style. Alko repaid Sojiro's trust in equal measure. It's not murder if it's a magical doll. Unironically,
結構きついかも
she's
あなた
seething.
が役目ね
She is seething. You know she's seething because the game did an entire side to it. Just so you know, this is going to be pretty tough for you. Alko warned Sojiro, moving as fast as she could without her footfalls causing a din of noise. Sojiro remained near the center of the spiral maze on the second floor. I'll let you in on a secret. I have another trap up my sleeve. I think I might have gone overboard with this one, but when you didn't show up on time, I just couldn't help myself. A trap? For me? Sojiro tilted his head like a squirrel, as Alko freely discussed the final ace up her sleeve. I engraved an ignition formula into the support pillars in the basement. If I ignite the central pillar, it'll start a chain reaction that'll ignite the rest. I made it before that thing started jamming me, so if I infuse it with a bit of magical energy, it'll go boom. Chat, she's so fucking pissed off right now, she's willing to suicide bomb. Sojiro was a little unsettled by how unclear that last bit was. Ozaki, could you clarify? I want to know what you were going to. I want to know how much you were going to blow me up. Please be honest. Also, did I make a mistake agreeing to team up with you? It'll be silly. It was just an insurance policy. Yeah. I just thought that if I lost sight of you at any point, I could blow the whole building up, and you with it. Ah. I see. It was her policy to be thorough to a fault. After all, she laughed, embarrassed to hear herself say it aloud. Don't you think that's overkill? Faced with Alko's cruelty, Sojiro forgot about the situation at hand and protested from the bottom of his heart. At least leave a body to bury. Stop complaining. At least now we have a way to fight back. She shot back. Alko dashed down the corridor, mumbling things that probably would have sent Sojiro packing if he'd heard him. Jihadist schoolgirls? Yeah. The strategy was simple. Alko would use the escape route to the right and avoid the puppet while making her way down to the basement. Upon reaching the central pillar, she would infuse the formula she had prepared with magical energy and escape. Once ignited, it would take about a minute for the chain reaction to spread throughout the whole House of Mirrors, and another minute for the building to collapse. She'd be cutting it a little close, but because she had committed the maze to her memory, she was sure she could make it out in time. Alko assumed that the chain reaction caused by the pillar would clear the barrier, and that the puppet had placed at the entrance. And even if it was strong enough to withstand the blast, it wouldn't be able to stay standing once the foundations buckled. Sojiro's escape was assured as long as the formula in the basement was activated. Next came the most important part. The automaton was at a disadvantage in the obstacle-laden House of Mirrors and was unable to move at full speed. If it was near the center of the second floor when the building collapsed, it'd be caught up and crushed by it. I just feel lazy, so yeah. It is that simple. So the problem was keeping the puppet on the second floor until Alko could make it down to the basement. I'm counting on you, Suzuki. I need you to keep it occupied for 3 minutes. Ideally, he'd be able to keep it busy until she could activate the formula. If that failed to work, him luring it down the first floor would be the next best thing. She understood perfectly well the danger she was putting Sojiro in, but his lucky streak and running speed were nothing to scoff at. As long as all he has to do is run, then maybe, just maybe, he can actually pull this off. Alko made her way through the hidden passage of the maze, her hopes pinned on Sojiro. Meanwhile, out of earshot, Sojiro was readying himself for another desperate chase. He calmed his beating heart using a method of his own making. What mattered most was that he remained calm. The plan was simple enough, and Alko's orders were succinct and easy to understand. Keep a distance of around 30 feet and weave through the corridors as slowly as you can, 3 or 4 times. Count the mirrors as you move to locate hidden passages. From here, they're on the 6th, 3rd, 7th, and 2nd mirrors, counterclockwise. Use those and you should be relatively safe. It was essentially a looping marathon. As long as Sojiro kept just enough distance from the puppet's extended arm to allow her to track him, she would continue to chase him indefinitely. Simple though the task was, Sojiro was putting his life on the line as bait. And then there was the final order to run as fast as he could to the exit when the building began to sway. This is more than a little tough. He nervously stuck his head out from around the corner. He could hear the sound of the music box from the other side of the corridor. First he had to make eye contact with it, then head to the shortcut on the right and begin their game of tag. He spotted it and braced himself. Closer. Closer. Fearing that her arm could fly at him any moment, he went over Alko's instructions in his head.
あれ
Wait. However, he couldn't quite remember which panel led to the first hidden passage. You entrusted a fucking golden retriever. They have the mind of goldfish. The third? The sixth? The ninth? No. I was sure that was mistaken. It was confident he had memorized it moments ago, but his nerves had gotten the best of him, and his head was now spinning. Then, Sojiro realized that the sound of his pursuer was beginning to grow distant, and at an incredible speed. Ayo! Sojiro, get the fuck out of there! What's it doing now? The unusual silhouette of the puppet astonished him. Before it had taken the form of a beautiful girl, but now it made a bizarre transformation, and returned to the first floor to pursue her primary target.
いやそれは
Oh. This isn't the plan. Sojiro was no longer sure what to do. Before he even had time to mourn his failure, the puppet had vanished out of sight. I'll help? I'll help, so let me go. Or so he had said. But now he couldn't follow through.
さて
So what am I supposed to do now? Alone, he tilted his head in frustration. He spoke into the darkness as if Alko would be there to answer him. Hey, yo, is that the Live Leak logo? Meanwhile, downstairs. As soon as she arrived in the first quarter, Alko understood what had transpired above her. She didn't even have to strain her ears to hear the puppet. Even during its heyday, this attraction had never made sounds like the ones she heard coming towards her now. It was a sound of despair, as if a horde of monstrous hedgehogs were scraping their way past the mirrors in her direction. It's 3 minutes? He couldn't even last 10 seconds! Rather than buying her time, Sojiro had instead stolen hers. He had one job to run away. That was all. She cursed him under her breath. Multiple footsteps. So it switched from bipedal to multi-legged form. The echoes it made sound like dozens of feet were approaching. Alko's mind conjured an image of a giant six-legged spider tearing its way down the corridor. I mean, kinda. It was a little wonder that it was so much faster than before. Its perception of its surroundings through echolocation was of particular use in the dark. Compared to sight-dependent humans, this automaton was far better equipped to navigating its way through the labyrinth of mirrors. If it couldn't keep pace earlier, that had been because its bipedal mode made it less maneuverable. Now, the stability provided by multiple legs gave it speed that far exceeded that of any human. What now? What now? Her thoughts spun out as she tried to come up with a plan B. All she knew for sure was that this was a pivotal moment. If she continued standing still, she had seconds left at most. Even in her current state, she knew she could easily neutralize the bounded field blocking the entrance without casting a spell. All she had to do was feed a little of her own energy into it. Alko could sprint with all her might for a little more than 3 minutes. The puppet had far more stamina than she did. She could only come up with 3 options. The first was to escape through the exit in front of her. The second was to hide somewhere in the more complicated first floor. The third was to run to the basement and be stuck like a rat in a trap. Suicide bomb! Suicide bomb! Suicide bomb! She made her decision with zero hesitation. Moving her stiff legs again with determined strength, the oncoming storm was almost upon her. Her resolve firm, she turned and ran, descending into the darkness. Feet bros are going wild. Dozens of feet, chat. 6s of feet. Dear Lord. No matter what, a finale should be glorious. It'd be the mirror castle's final moments. 2 humans and a puppet. A young sorceress ran towards the subterranean heart of the castle, while an autonomous antique chases prey into the depths of a demonic dungeon. Bzz, bzz, bzz. A minute later, a faint blue charge would ripple through the castle. This was the main pillar in the deepest depths of the basement. Though not critical to the castle's structure, the pillar was a visible symbol of it. The girl concentrated her magical energy into a fist and thrust it at the pillar. This was the blow that would bring down the castle. She imagined the destruction as she threw the punch, and that scene blossomed to reality seconds later. It was a simple ignition magecraft meant to release the condensed magical energy engraved in the 4 pillars at the corner of the structure. Using electricity as a switch meant virtually instantaneous activation. Huh? Sub-Zero, get down! Get the fuck down! I just finished chapter 3 of ZZZ at the end game, so I'd probably go into work to get my world level higher, then get my ice team farm to make my roster stronger. Yeah. Happened swiftly and elegantly. Yeah, I just finished chapter 3 today as well. A hammer of destruction descended upon the castle of dreams that had stubbornly resisted its fate for 2 years. It was almost a joyous sound. And so the lifeless and abandoned castle of mirrors set the stage for its final and most spectacular performance. Ako's magical energy became an electrical charge that activated the Maidcraft formula engraved into the pillar. The chain reaction would lead to the castle's destruction. You served your purpose. But it must have been rough. Looks like you're going to collapse any time now. The plaza at the center of the basement. Ako tried to steady her breathing while rotating her magic crest at full speed. She wreathed her arms in blue light, fully aware that she could no longer activate another formula. Yeah! Let's get that Persona 3 shading, chat. Got that fucking early 2000 shading. Her labored breathing refused to settle. She stood at the center of the basement. Without being spotted even once, she had managed to make it all the way to the central pillar. It was a 100-meter dash in 13 seconds flat. Undoubtedly a new personal best. She spurred on her weakened heart, knowing full well the fate that awaited her. I can't help but follow me, and once down here, there'll be no escape. I should have expected that. It was too much to expect that I could keep up the chase forever. Hindsight was 20/20. The castle was only a minute away from collapsing completely. If they stayed here, they'd both be crushed by the rubble. The puppet certainly didn't care. With no life of its own, its sole concern was the elimination of its target, Ako Ozaki. Indeed, the enemy had been willing to die from the start. She resented her own lack of resolve. It wasn't like her to tuck tail and run from an opponent that didn't fear death. Same force our Popo. He dead! I don't think I can do a Popo voice. I might be able to. All these squares. No. Dobam. It's always been on a suicide mission, huh? Does it have enough juice to power six-legged form and the fin shots? Curses aren't recharging it fast enough. Such a perpetual motion device was only as good as its ability to regulate its energy consumption. Using so many functions at once meant it was burning through full fuel quickly and losing the ability to process the curses that powered it. It was using up all the functions it had been given to achieve its aim. This was the pride of a tool. If such things could have ego, those endowed with sentience would never hope to understand. A beast born to do nothing but run would burn any human who faced such resolved. It's a waste when you think about it. I thought my sister was the only one capable of something this reckless, but I guess I was wrong. Valkyrie did not intend to sacrifice play here. She respected her adversary now, and she was done regretting her choices. There was no time to waste. This is it. This ends now. Alko had every intention of paying it back double for what it had done to her. The energy Alko had accumulated exploded out of her right leg. She aimed for a single thing, a head-on attack. The enemy responded with a lethal curse that reached out for her heart, like a set of talons, humming with power. It meant to rend Alko's heart and burn itself out in the process. As soon as she saw it, Alko kicked the floor as hard as she could. Her long hair swirled through the air as she flipped aside. This lateral movement almost sent her tumbling to the ground, but a quick swing of her arm allowed her to regain her balance. A shot grazed her arm, the curse scorching her left shoulder. She did not flinch. Alko knew she could hold on as long as she continued to avoid a direct fin shot. Snap. Off balance and in pain, it took her half a second to recover. The moment she raised her head, she deflected the attack with a fistful of magical energy. Here goes. If the puppet, oh my god, that was weird. My fucking ears popped. If the puppet had a will of its, if the puppet had a will of its own, its eyes would have popped right out of its sockets. It would have been floored, shocked at the strong will that allowed this girl to perform a series of moves like this. Correcto. Snap, crackle. Oh, We're waiting for the pop, baby. Aoko's response was instantaneous. While the power was not sufficient to completely redirect the arm's trajectory, it was just enough to deflect it, harmlessly passing her hair. Music for this part's really good. It is. I like the chanting. The chant became a curse that robbed Aoko of her vitality. Did it still have something left in the tank, or was it actually indignant? Whatever the reason, Aoko was easily able to resist its weakened defensive maneuver. Yo, get it with that kick! Ah! Good shit! Good waifu! Good waifu! Let's go! Put it up on the board! Glider! And her right leg, pulsing with magical energy, shot up into the puppet's chest from below. It was much lighter than Aoko anticipated. Or rather, she felt little resistance. An automaton's weight was determined by its internals, the size of the power source. Ironically, it was the superiority of its magic box engine that would prove to be its downfall. Sepulchrum finite. Total mannequin death. A stuttering curse. Having taken the full brunt of Aoko's kick, the puppet bounced from the ceiling to floor, collapsing in a heap. Its internal construction had been warped by the impact, leaving the drum of the music box that powered the puppet warped as well. Take your design flaws up with your maker. A single dynamo would have been all you needed to... Wait, what the... Wifey, no! Part of the ceiling came crashing down in front of Aoko, snapping her back to her senses. Did I really just take her out? She was so stunned by her own victory that she forgot the House of Mirrors had already begun to collapse. I've got to get the fuck out of here! There was no time to relish in a victory or pity your opponent, not unless she wanted to meet the same fate. As the situation stood, she found it hard to imagine getting out alive. Okay, to move on, Aoko. She clapped herself on the cheeks to motivate herself anew. This was her bounty for finishing their battle in a matter of seconds. Her breath ragged with excitement, Aoko ran for the exit. Where's Suzuki? I don't care about this dumb bitch. Where's our boy? The collapse was intensifying by the second. Having lost its support pillars, the castle was buckling under its own weight. Get out of my way! Escaping from the basement was proving to be no easy task. While she was taking the shortest route possible through the maze, she was already crushed by falling pieces of the ceiling along the way. This was the second time, no, third, she had to deal with falling rubble along the way. She destroyed the debris on the stairs with magic bullets as she ran. The automaton's jamming had long since worn off. The earlier attack had damaged the vast majority of its functions. Popping her own cheeks? That's impressive. Sojiro, get down! Aoko's breathing was heavy as she ran. Desperation sparked her brain into overdrive. The ceiling seemed to be collapsing in slow motion. Life seemed to flash before her very eyes. Each second stretched into 5. Her frayed nerves made it hard to tell the time. There's debris riddled throughout the stairway, forcing her to crawl up it. She emerged from the destroyed basement into the collapsing first floor. That the plaza was still traversable at all was a miracle in itself, and, fortunate for her, the critical path to the exit was still intact. Made it. The corridor to the entrance was still intact. Yeah? The basement maze only extended as far as the plaza, so the entrance corridor wouldn't collapse. Only the ceiling could cave in, leaving the scaffolding surrounding intact. She got herself this far by telling herself repeatedly that fate would decide whether or not she reached the plaza. Her gamble paid off. It was her lucky day. All she had to do was muster the last of her strength and keep moving forward until... She hesitated for a fraction of a second. Was it naivete? A sense of responsibility? She pushed aside the image that popped in her head and continued running down the corridor. We don't have the luxury of coordinating the timing with each other to pull this off. It's not the greatest plan in the world, but we both need to do our parts and get to the exit as quickly as possible. That was 5 minutes ago. At the time, Sojiro had nodded with trepidation, and Aoko had not bothered to ask herself why. What are you spacing out for? Just focus on running. This corridor was giving out too. If she were to look back, she was sure she'd see the building collapsing in on her. She was also sure she had no time to waste doing so. Her luck was fading as fast as the building's structural integrity. It was a small miracle that she had escaped a serious injury up to this point, and she couldn't afford even the slightest slip-up. An ankle sprain, loss of balance, or even a sneeze would be fatal. A simple pat on the back was enough to end it all. So naturally... Oh. There it was, clear as day. From the detritus of the stairway, death had arisen to take her down with it. A corpse that had crawled its way up from the depths of hell itself. It was still operational. And it was still armed with curses. It had crawled after her, watching as Alko desperately tried to save herself. The puppet's arm shot forward. While Alko didn't turn to meet it, she could see its reflection in the mirrors. You fucking cheating bitch! Extend, extend, extend. This time, she couldn't dodge it. There was absolutely nothing she could do. The puppet with her face saying, I invite you to die a muddy death. Become as whispering dust. Gouge out your heart. Death be upon you. What? For a moment, she couldn't believe her eyes. It was the last thing she expected to see. Don't know when to give up, do you? A fierce expression adorned the face of the boy who had been waiting in the plaza as he smashed the puppet's outstretched arm. Anger really didn't suit him at all. His weapon of choice was a fire extinguisher. He must have searched the maze for something to use as a weapon. No, never mind that. It was too crazy to contemplate, but he stayed behind for her? Alko stopped the feet that had sworn to never stop moving and extended a hand out to him. That's enough, leave it, we need to go. Sojiro tossed the fire extinguisher aside and took off running. That's our boy, Chet! That's our boy! Let's go! Ain't leaving no women to their own devices. Pieces of the ceiling continued to collapse like dominoes. They kept moving with dust and dirt flowing in their wake. Their shadows raced through the collapsing corridor with all their strength. Bah, 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 bah. The castle was in the throes of death. The massive crash in a cloud of dust, the final chapter of the fairy tale that had been Kitsy Land, came to an abrupt end. That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT! His duel to the death was over. For a moment, amidst their swirling emotions, any past enmity was forgotten. The two collapsed on the lawn and basked in strange solidarity. The ringing in the ears subsided before long. A tremor of such magnitude seemed impossible in an amusement park like this. As the sounds of destruction echoed across the park, Akko addressed the individual at her side. Hey, you alive? Yeah. Shit! Well, the click of her tongue was adorable. The meaning behind it was anything but. See, even the narrator's falling for it, chat. Azaki? What happened to that thing? What do you think? It was crushed to bits. Sojiro sighed, not wholly relieved by her frank response. His reason? Never mind that thing. You should be worrying about yourself. He wasn't out of the woods yet, after all. Naozaki. I'm guessing you were a bit of a bully as a kid. Maybe. But I don't get a kick out of seeing people suffer. Never mind that. Do you know the situation you're in right now? She sat up and smiled. Sojiro hung his head in shame, wondering why her kind tone and expression were so chilling. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Oh no, don't you even start. You know what our agreement was, and a deal's a deal. If you held up your end of the bargain, I'd let you go. Exactly. And that's why I'm apologizing. Sojiro made a show of avoiding her eyes. Like a pouting child. Akko was taken aback by his sulky display. Perhaps. He was angry at himself rather than her. He wasn't mad because she wouldn't let him go. He was mad that he had not done his part. Akko sighed for what seemed like the millionth time that day. She couldn't figure out what surprised her more. His unconditional kindness or her naive approval of it?
じゃあ覚悟はできてるの？
So? Are you ready?
そんなのはできないけど
Of course not.
約束だか
But
ら
a promise is a promise.
結局は何もして
In
な
the
い
end, I failed to do my part. It was certainly the case that he failed to do any of the things she had expected of him. But just then she glanced back at the collapsed house of mirrors. What had he done after failing so spectacularly? He had searched for the extinguisher so he could use it as a weapon, and waited patiently in the plaza as the maze collapsed all around him just because he thought it was wrong to leave her behind. It was a foolish choice, and the exact opposite of her choice to run towards the exit without hesitation.
まあそれでよしとするか。
I suppose I'll take it. She was satisfied, even as she was shocked at how naive she was being. It was true that he had saved her. She smiled inwardly, admiring, if only for a moment, the bravery he continued to show in the face of such extreme circumstances.
役割は果たさなかったけど。
You may have blown your chance, but you did make up for that after the fact.
約
I'll
束
keep
な
my
ら
promise.
守る。
Kiss, 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 kiss! With a nod, she pulled herself to her feet.
約束は、いつか守ってもらう。
You'll pay back this favor someday. The girl tried to keep a straight face as she offered a hand to the boy still lying on the
結
ground.
果はどうあれ手助け
You managed to help me in the end.
特別サービ
So,
スってこと
because
で
of that, I'm letting you off the hook for tonight. She bashfully averted her gaze. Though her profile appeared different than it had in the past, it was clearly still the face of a vibrant girl he met that day. Or met the day he first arrived in town. What are you staring at? As if she had felt his eyes on her, she shot him a frowning glare.
いや
Oh,
突拍子もないけ
sorry.
ど
It's just,
青崎は
as crazy as it is to say out loud, you really are a fair person, Alzaki. He took her outstretched hand, feeling his weight as she pulled him up. She couldn't help but think that he was about the last person she wanted to hear that from.
ところで今夜はって言うけど明日から
By the way, you said to let him off the hook for tonight. What about tomorrow? Well, we'll just have to see. She shrugged her shoulders as if she was not sure herself. The response was so unlike her that it made Sojiro smile. Was it the solidarity of having escaped death together, or their fleeting camaraderie that made him do so? It might have been for this night only, but the air between them was kind and gentle. A lot had transpired, but the midwinter nightmare had come to an end. The pair had overcome many trials and tribulations, and could now leave the mirror realm in their wake. Tomorrow, buy me some dinner. But before that, finding love through violence, you know, not the worst way to find to have a relationship start. That is true. How selfish of
それ
you.
はあなた一人で決めていい
And who am I
こ
to
とだ
ask?
ったかしら。
Said you said. And who, may I ask, said you could decide that, Alko? All right. Stand back, Alko. I got it. I have plenty of stamina to take this bitch. All right, just wind up the old paw for me. Yeah. I'm ready to take this little shit in the mouth. It was the voice of a beautiful songbird and a merciless machine all rolled into one. Alice. Her voice quivered as she spoke the name. The lady in black made her presence known. The night was not yet over. Her name was Alice Kunoji. Or Kuanji. She was a witch whose name struck fear in the heart of Alko, an avatar of the night who would allow no witnesses. It's not over! Unfortunately, chat. Chat, they still have hands, chat. Fuck! Can't you just stop? Sad bow bows continue. Here comes a new challenger. They really be like that. Give my nigga a break. Fuck! The melody stirred an emotion like nostalgia within them. Something once familiar but now lost to this world. They believed, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that it would play for all eternity. From opening stanza to final coda. It was a mysterious siren song, merry yet longing, that heralded a return from dreams to reality. The night shook. A song was spun. Now their lost paradise was unearthed. Abandoned dreams. Forsaken idols. They all responded to the cry of the blue cat. The name of that bell was Diddle Diddle Banquet of the Night. All fables made possible. All marvels made real. By the magecraft of Alice Kuonji, more magical than magic itself. fuck. Sad Bow Bow.
随分と身勝手ね。
Bow Bow. How selfish of you.
それはあなた一
Is that something you can really decide on your own, Alco? Alice sat perched atop the clock tower like a black bird of ill omen. She smoothed the ruffles of her skirt as if she were preening.
アリス。
Alice. There was tension in Alco's voice as she lifted her head. The calm atmosphere from a moment prior had long since been shooed away by Alice's gaze.
確か
That girl. I've seen her somewhere before. Sojiro searched his hazy memory. He couldn't clearly make out her face at this distance, but he was sure he'd seen her around town a number of times. Where and when eluded him, however, as the tension in the air kept him from connecting all the dots.
驚いた。
Well,
随分と仲間を
isn't this a turn of events? I didn't know you cared so much, Alice. I thought you were going to leave tonight to me. Alco readied her guard and took half a step forward, unconsciously. From an objective standpoint, it almost looked as though she were protecting the figure beside her. We're not making it home tonight, are we, boys? Alice's silence grew even heavier. Her eyes, fixed on the ground below her, were devoid of emotion. An indescribable sense of dread and pressure laid claim over the plaza.
これ
A bell? If he strained his ears, he could make out the faint ringing of a bell echoing in the distance. The rippling sound wave seemed unbelievably to be emanating from the ground.
なあ青崎あの子
Hey, Alzaki, that girl, she's
黙ってて。
quiet. Bow bow. Sojiro stepped back, trying to stay out of the way. It was as though he had been told to go to hell for the crime of asking if the girl was Alco's friend.
そうね。仲間
I wouldn't go as far as to say I cared.
に当てはまるかが微
I
妙
simply had a feeling something might be wrong. Came to check.
別にあなたの仕
It's
事
not as though I had any doubts regarding your ability to handle the job.
それはどうも
Much appreciated. Would have been nice to you to have thought to come check in a bit earlier, though. As you can see, things seem to have worked themselves out.
夜も遅いしさっさと帰っ
It's
ていい
late,
わよアリス
so let me keep you, Alice, since you have no doubts about my ability, right? Their eyes locked on one another. Alice's stare was uncomfortably cold. Alco's was bold, daring Alice to air her complaints.
いい
Speak,
え
bitch!
気がかかったわ
I think I've changed my
せ
mind.
っかくだし二人で
I'm here now, so why don't the two of us go
そ
home?
の方があなたらしい
It's more your style anyway, Alco. You can tell me all about your adventures with the puppet on the way.
らしいって何よらしいって
What's that supposed to mean?
いいから帰れ帰れぐうたら
Go home, Alice. Shut yourself in your room and make some more of your worthless birds. Listen, I know I'm not one to be trying to quell the beef right now. But I think she's gonna kick my ass if you provoke her, so maybe provoke her on your own time. A disappointed sigh escaped Alice's delicate lips. It seemed that the black-clad girl was more astonished than angry.
あ
Alco,
口にし
I
て
hate to say this, but seriously? Quietly, Alice questioned her roommate for nearly 2 years. We just wanna go home! You surprised me.
二人で
Did you not say we would protect our secret together?
まだ半端にそっちの
Are you still having trouble letting go of the other side? Or is compassion taking hold of you?
別に
Not at all. This isn't compassion. I just feel like doing it this way.
大体
No plan survives contact with the enemy, you know that. Same goes for my mood.
一度
Besides,
約束は
we'll get out of our way to keep a promise she made forever ago.
時代
A little old-fashioned, if you ask me. The proverbial knives were out now. No quarter was given nor taken. Sadly, their partnership was one of convenience and had not reached the level of mutual understanding. Their version of friendship was both delicate and unique. When a conflict of opinion rose, each would refuse to budge until the other crumpled. Neither was concerned for the other's plight, and at least for now, that was how they liked it.
そう
You know, I've come to accept stupid outbursts like that from you. Once again, she let out a sigh even larger than the last one.
言い争いは後にしましょ
Why don't we save this argument for
う
later?
そこの彼をいな
I can make him disappear on my own. Finally, she struck straight to the point. As if making to move a chess piece, Alice lifted her slender fingers. Eh? Even the simple action seemed mysterious to Sojiro, the same boy who had been hunted by his classmate, Aoko Azaki, and borne witness to the automaton. Aoko's violence and animated doll. Though perhaps far beyond the realm of logic, both these things were derived from reality. As surprised as he'd been, there was no need to think of them as total mysteries. Fork! However, when the thing appeared out of thin air from a seemingly unrelated gesture, He had no word for it besides mysterious. Sojiro stood motionless, captivated by the stage performer's magic trick, as the girl's finger magecraft turned into an attack directed at him. Damn. That's some disrespect. That's a solid fork. Damn, chat. Blue light flew within the side to repel it, annihilating it without a trace. Oh, crap. Ako immediately regretted her reflexive shot. What are you doing? Are you not satisfied with breaking just our promise, so you must break the rules as well? The already chilled midwinter air plunged below freezing. Alice looked calm and collected on the outside, but in reality, she was sometimes even more hot-blooded than Ako. This was especially true when it concerned their families. Her familiars. Accidentally breaking one would often result in a week of silent treatment. But against someone who's maliciously destroyed her things, Alice was prone to retaliate without warning. If I tried to convince you it was by reflex, would you forgive me? Whoops. I figured I'd do that someday, but I could have picked the worst time. Ako sighed at herself. Even she was exasperated by her own stupidity, yet she couldn't help but feel a pang of relief. She didn't intend to make any excuses, and she had no regrets. She had broken the rules, and so had Alice. Ako? How do I put it? If anything, this took a load off her mind. And after all, now there was no going back. Ako never intended to break her own rules. If there was anything for Ako to regret, it was putting too little power into her shot. I have a problem with this guy dying tonight. So can we reschedule the execution? What difference does a day make? To Ako, it was simply natural to take on a pro bono case in defense of an innocent suspect. Is this personal? So what if it is? You know that paying back my debts is pretty important to me. More importantly than our agreement? Sure, depending on the time and place. Sojiro's human rights had not yet entered the argument. Girls were busy pouring oil on each other's flames. The girl clad in black was the first to move, or rather to erupt. I see. I understand how you feel, Ako. But I'm going to have to kill him here. I believe that you would let him live. Should I take that to mean you're ready to fight me for it? You know damn well I'd rather not. Ako bit back the retort. She was very familiar with Alice's magecraft, and knew painfully well how many mystics were hidden in Alice's tiny body. The odds of victory were essentially non-existent. And once the first shot had been fired, Alice Kuwanji was without mercy, whether facing a roommate or a friend, a most beloved family member or a stranger. Once Alice began fighting as a witch, she became a heartless, unflappable monster. Ako advanced another half step forwards as if to encourage herself. It was too late to back down now. The situation was no longer a trivial quarrel over a witness. The bedrock of their so-called friendship had nothing to do with their individual abilities, and everything to do with being equals in will. That is why, in order to stay true to herself, Ako had no room for compromise or deception. Of course I'm going to make sure this idiot lives, even if it means killing you. And besides... Bitch, swing! Her magic circus howled as they kicked into gear. Her body, which had mostly been dormant during the battle with the puppet, ignited, preparing to demonstrate its true worth. We're gonna end up killing each other in the end anyways. Her courage overpowered any fear she had for her opponent. Tuning her body, her magic circuits, to become like the barrel of a gun, Ako fired a magic bullet. It was an exceedingly basic magecraft formula. There was no nature and interference, no creating of wind, parting of water, nor hasting of decay. It was simply the process of converting the imaginary activity known as magical energy into something real, before releasing it as heat. Thus, Ako's destructive power was equal to her supply of magical energy. The magic bullets she had used against Sojiro were among the most basic single-action magecraft that did not require an incantation. At her present ability, Ako's main mode of attack, her magic bullet, could be fired at 3 levels of power. These were at the second level. This required a double-action magecraft, a casting through activation of her crest combined with a simplified incantation. Damn! However, without blinking, Alice dispersed a shot that Ako had mustered all of her spirit into fire. Sojiro, start talking her up. Ako tutted in frustration. A swift sneak attack that used a simplified incantation would not be enough to break Alice's guard.
相変わらずお堅い心
As stiff as ever, I see.
その子が
Don't you think that shell is making you complacent? Alco provoked Alice in order to disguise her own lack of composure. Somehow, Alice seemed delighted by Alco's
売り
bravado.
言葉に買い言葉
I suppose this is what they call fighting words.
こういう
I've never fought to the death for such trivial reason.
驚いたわ
I'm really shocked.
こんなくだらない
Humans are such conceited creatures. Alice giggled. Smiling with heartfelt amazement, Alice gestured her left hand towards the earth. Ah. Why kill me, girls? I'm a baka. Countless utensils shot out from underneath the cobblestones paving the plaza.
後ろに飛んで
Suzuki, get back! Huh? She grabbed his hand as she shouted, jumping backwards before he even had a chance to respond. As if they had wills of their own, the utensils that had suddenly appeared from the ground gave chase. As the barrier of spears grew around them, Alco and Shojiro put some distance between themselves and the clock tower.
これで終わり
Shojiro used logic and common sense. It failed. Many such cases. That all you got? Just under 30 feet stood between them and Alice. The lethal weapons that had crumbled the stone beneath them fell short of what Alco had anticipated. It now encircled the clock tower, making the scene look like that of a burning of a witch at the stake.
普通逆じゃない
Isn't this backwards?
ここは
They expect the spears to try and stop us from escaping. The path behind them was safe. If they wanted, they could try to make a break from the main gate and escape.
いいのアリス悪いけど逃げられない
You sure about this, Alice? Sorry, but if you're gonna let me escape, I'm not gonna pass the chance up. If she could just make it back to town, it'd be Alco's win. All she wanted to do was let Sojiro get away for the night, so if she could help him get back to the city, it would be. For the most part, mission accomplished. Ma'am? Or so she had thought. Without even suffering a glance at her targets below, Alice carefully and lovingly pulled out a bottle from her pocket.
緑の
A green flask?
これって確か
Wait, that's... Damn it, fire! Why is her witch power kitchen dishes? Her witch power is nursery rhymes. Sort of. Her shot was deflected with ease. Gone was Alco's earlier bravado. It was only natural. Alco had indeed grown as a mage. Over the last 2 years of study, her studies had progressed well. And she'd more or less gotten a grasp of her roommate's tendencies and abilities. Oh. This had made her conceited enough to believe that, under favorable circumstances, she'd be able to show Alice a thing or two in a fight. Ah! Alice uncorked the magical bottle. A gentle breeze caressed her cheek. Diddle diddle fled as a new player stepped into the stage. But from where would it enter? The sound of footsteps. A nostalgic parade approached. Black salute and one red eye, yeah? So Alice is cheating. It's a fight to the death, so technically there's no cheating. However... No way. What emerged was a miracle that Alco Ozaki, an apprentice mage, had never witnessed. The dead came to life. The inanimate awakened. The woods were enveloped by the mists. Fire-breathing lizards lurked in the swamps. Puppets made merry at midnight. Alice Kuwanji's slender figure, had transfigured the entirety of the park, as if gently stroking the back of an elderly cat.
ごっこ
Very
遊び
well.
をしましょ
Let us play pretend, Naoko. I just wanted to go home. For one night, the wasteland of dashed hopes and dreams were restored to its former glory. That bitch calling it a theme park? It's a really good superpower, chat. Calling it a fucking theme park! It was an immortal monster ready to devour reality. A dark fairy tale that, once unleashed, would never let its
う逃げ
prey
られる
escape.
ものなら逃げてです
Run. If you dare.
どこまで行けるかわか
I
ら
don't believe you'll get far. But if you can survive the night, I'll
このルー
concede.
ルを超えることが
I'll concede this round to you. Her declaration marked the start of a desperate battle. The witch in black laughed at her friend. Her musical mirth filled with affection, sadness, and innocent delight. Alice just unleashed her domain expansion, Theme of parks. Domain expansion. Wonderland! Ah! Faded glory returned to Kitsy Land. The neon glow of innumerable lights illuminated the night. Speakers filled the air with the sound of vinyl music. Merry-go-rounds, small and large, whirled round and round. All in all, it made for a mind-bending spectacle. It was certainly possible to power the facilities by transmuting magical energy into electricity via alchemy. That said, simply supplying the park with electricity would not have brought back the life which was broken. The young woman did this not by mixing chemicals into a compound, but by melting down divine providence into a witch's brew. This is bad. I've seen her poison. This one's something completely new. Connecting. Stifling her anxiety, Alka fired up the crest of her right arm. Magic circuits were a mage's engine, and their crest was software that assisted their magecraft. For the fledgling mage, Alko, that was her trump card. All she had to do was supply magical energy to her crest-based formula. It may not have been the strongest magecraft, but it was hers. Proof that she was the successor of the Azaki lineage. Execute. Double layer. Direct current to crest. Is this like JoJo? She's running a fucking tune that she is, too. We've upgraded from fists to knives to guns, and now we're at nukes. We really aren't going home. Chat, this is what the Middle East looks like, okay? The process resembling the trains changing rails, a puzzle involving dozens of circuits. She constructed it as swiftly as possible without sacrificing the quality of its construction. Instant magecraft cast without an incantation would not be enough to reach Alice Kuonji. Alko had gauged the strength of Alice's defenses with her initial shots. She would dial up the power 5 times the next time, driving 20 tons of force into her target. Alice had the protection of the thick hanging fog of the dense barrier around her. However, this attack would be more than enough to pierce through both. If Alko struck home, it could cave in Alice's chest and end the fight. At worst, it would at least knock Alice down from her position atop the clock tower. Hey, I have a question. As always, there was one guy who spoiled the deadly tension, pulling Alko out of her killer mode. Zajiro had been looking back and forth between Alko and Alice in confusion. What's going on now? He said it like he might ask. Might ask for directions to the train station. Normally, she would have lashed out in response, but his deadly serious tone shocked rather than angered her. Unbelievable. Is this my life now? Alko swelled back aside to return her focus to activating her crest. Negotiations are broken down. I pissed her off a bit too much. From her perspective, this is a good chance to kill me off, along with the entire theme park, I guess. Huh? Sujiro tilted his head as if begging for a simpler explanation. She's really got it in for me. I can't even imagine what sort of death she has in store if she catches me. What I'm saying is, neither of us are getting out of this alive, unless we can do something about her. Oh, so you're saying I got dragged into your quarrel? Alright, my bad! My bad, babe! My bad! Pretty much. As Sujiro protested in a tone wholly inappropriate to the situation, Alko let another blast rip from her right arm. She wasn't aiming at Sujiro, though. A little earlier in the day, Alko would have been happy to do exactly that, but now her attention was focused on the grill in black atop the clock tower. What's going on? You are fuck! Bitch! Also, I love that all the music are just like classic. It's just classic fucking orchestra bits. Alko's mind struggles to catch up to her astonishment. She had fired the strongest, fastest magic bolt she had the ability to conjure, and Alice blocked it. That much was to be expected. When Alice set her mind to defending herself, such an attack was child's play. But what just happened? Something Alko had never seen before leapt to Alice's defense. A team of horses, a plague of locusts? No. Those existed in the real world, unlike what Alko had just witnessed. Normal creatures could not form like a spontaneous cloud of fog, then dissipate just as quickly into the night sky. Ka-me! Woo! What? Impossible. Impossible things moved in impossible ways. Alice was not even supplying them with any power source. Those things never needed power in the first place. These broken and discarded things did not follow the rules of mankind. If I die, Alice, I will drag you to hell with me. This was an invasion of fairy tales. Compared to them, the automaton looked merciful. Autonomous puppets were products of magecraft, but even they had behaved as puppets should. These newly animated things, however, were nothing of the sort. Empty vessels became living creatures, dummies warped and malformed beings. There was a fog so dense the magical energy had visibly spread to all corners of the park, bringing with it a monstrous welcoming party that easily numbered over 1,000. Pop, 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 pop! Spurred on by the shuddering sensation of running down her spine, Alco fired a barrage of single-action magic bullets. That's just cheating! I'm just saying, why we gotta fight a fucking theme park? Yeah, exactly. Her impulsive attack scattered futilely. Ah! The knights of the merry-go-round soared into the sky. Green, fire-breathing lizards flocked. The bakeries opened their doors once again, and human-sized loaves of bread... of fresh bread marched through their ovens as platoons of newly baked soldiers. Ozaki behind you! Alco and Sojiro were completely surrounded. The Ferris wheel creaked as it gently turned. A rickety train car raced about the roller coaster tracks with Kitsy, tears streaming down its face aboard. It was a grossly twisted fantasy. The grill in black reigned over... the insanity-fueled park. Oh, now we're screwed. Alco was transfixed by the scene unfolding around her. Then she realized what was happening. Oh, I know what this is. Alice had once told her of Mainster's familiars. Among them were 3 of the particular notoriety, one of which she recalled being capable of something similar to this, and it was called... Flat Snuck. Seriously, Ozaki, behind you! Oh my god, Chad, it's fucking Rape Horse! Glock's $400. Bring one next time, bitch! Struck by Alco's bullets, the creatures exploded into splinters. It was clear Alco's shots were becoming more powerful, but it was also the case that these beings were less robust than your average automata. Suzuki, this way! Alco turned away from the clock tower, grabbed his hand, and began to run. Wait, Ozaki! Sorry, no time! We're running! Running to where? Doesn't matter anywhere. She shouted as though trying to persuade herself as she vainly cleared a path. Alco's magic books flew like a scream, blowing away the creatures that blocked or simply gathered around their path. She made a hole for them to escape through. Not again! Chet, we're going back to the we're going back to the house, Chet. Back to the house of mirrors. Magical bullets exploded like blue fireworks. Alco and Sojiro ran down the bumpy brick road. Their bond, forged in the heat of battle, went far beyond mutual convenience. They headed for the park's exit at full speed without exchanging a word or a look. The weirdness only extended as far as the park border. So, they'd be safe as long as they made it outside. But, speaking in pure numbers, the difference in strength was 2 versus an army. Or rather, 1 versus an army. Sojiro was hardly useful in this situation, and manpower wasn't really the issue here, since they were facing puppets. You okay? Those are some giant pincers back there. Alco shouted as she blasted away the monsters that stood in their path. There was no time to stop for breath, or even look back. Yeah, just barely. As Sojiro pursued, his voice, too, had naturally become shrill. 5 minutes earlier, they had broken out of the siege of the plaza surprisingly fast. It seemed that the residents' awakening differed case by case, with larger creatures taking additional time. Imagine dying to bread. Fucking real. We're lucky that we're not the morning type. Alco joked as she mowed down the small fry that popped up. But then... Without warning, something outrageous extended its way down from above them. This fucking bread is making me hungry, brother. Whoa! Giant lobster hopped forward. His pincers were like a guillotine. As Alco and Sojiro cut across the front of the restaurant, the Red King pressed in at tremendous speed, keen on splitting them each in 2. Suzuki... Suzuki, hard it back! Suzuki, hard about! This way's no good! The gate was on the other side of the restaurant, but they had taken the long way around in order to lose the giant lobster snapping at the heels. Running along their detour had been a horde of monsters too many to count.
なんとかギリギリ
Yeah, just barely. Sojiro called out in response, recalling just how narrowly he had avoided his head being severed clean from his body.
手前うわなん
In
だ
front of us, what the heck are those? Are they freshly baked?
そうみたいね
Looks like it. In other words,
下級兵士
they're the cannon fodder. Alco halted her sprint and set her crest into full operation.
距離
Range 7, 6, 5 yards. At this distance, Snap will take him down. Sliding along the brick path, she brandished her right arm. She loosed a shower of magic bullets. Okay, yeah, a man put that line and put it in a girl's mouth. How long does this theme park adventure last? Until we die. Snap was a single action spell that favored the rate of fire over power, and it mowed down the monsters with satisfying pops. Zaki, more over there.
了解
Roger that. Man! Take an arm so we can have some food. Chat, honestly, I'd be fucking picking up bread and eating while we're going. Blue explosions bloomed along the lamplit promenade. Alco's curtain of fire fanned out. It was a marvelous star mine fireworks show. The toy bread men turned to chark all their toys. We can do this. They've got us overpowered in numbers. But at least at this rate, we're able to get out of here.
鈴木君そっちは
Suzuki, how's it look over there?
いない空いてる
Looks clear to me.
ここからなら入り口の東
We
側
should be able to
に
approach the exit from the east. The magical barrage that would leave an average spellcaster blue in the face, the novice mage broke through the siege. Meanwhile, a single bird keenly watched everything unfold. Still take one. Honestly, yeah. If I'm convinced I'm going to die tonight, I'd probably eat it. Chirp! Cheep, 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 chirp! The moment the bluebird descended into its master's field of vision, it made its high-pitched call. The girl listened expressionlessly to the
構
report.
わないわ
No
予
matter.
想通り
Everything's going as expected. Even if she only knows how to shoot and destroy, the way Alco uses magical energy is extraordinary. Hastily formed familiars are no match for her. Robin flapped its wings as it tweeted in response. Perhaps it was criticizing Alice for complimenting Alco. Or perhaps it was jealous of Alco for being praised by Alice. Alice could barely make sense of its chirping rant. Alco Ozaki was a novice mage. Until just 2 years ago, she'd grown up with no background in magecraft. Compared to Alice, who was raised as a witch from birth, Alco possessed far less talent and experience. There was simply no comparison to be made. In a contest of skills in magecraft, 10 times out of 10, Alice would be declared the victor. However, that narrative changed when it came to a battle for life or death. Alice Kawanji was not the type of mage suited to combat, while Alco Ozaki, on the other hand, was built for it. In a contest of pitted magical energy against magical energy, even Alice would concede that Alco had the upper hand. Alco's manipulation of magical energy was extraordinary. The scale of her magic circuits were, if I fucking say magic one more time, was smaller than that of Alice, but her rotational speed, durability, and output quality, not to mention efficiency, were otherworldly. That was Alco Ozaki's hallmark. Though she had many failings when handling sophisticated formula, it was just 2 years of practice Alco had surpassed Alice's simple formula that merely required an energy input. She also had a genius instincts and adaptability. Though Alco was not particularly proficient in executing magecraft, she was terrifyingly fast. If she had been born outside of the Ozaki clan, she would have doubtless risen to fame as a competitive sharpshooter.
でも残念ね
That's why Alice is a cheating bitch! What a pity. In a straight shootout, Alice did not stand a chance. Alice Kawanji had never bothered to learn primitive magecraft like magic bolts in the first place. She was the classic puppeteer. Her familiars served as her arms and legs to carry out all the particulars of a battle.
制限時間には気づいているわよね
Clock's ticking, Alco.
魔力はいくらで
I'm
も
happy to lend you all the ammunition you like, but after an
あ
hour,
なたの和田
those bullets will be worthless. Chirping as if in agreement, the robin took flight. It had been nearly 10 minutes since Alice had made the music park Endura Dominion. To what would the green fog give birth to next? Alco and Sojiro, still running about, would soon come to understand the gravity of their situation. Pop, 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 pop.
鈴木君正門ってこ
So
と
Alco's just a magic shooter? Based. Yeah. Well, after having 30 shots left, it was a lie. She's feeding off of Alice's energy. Or something. Suzuki, is this the way out? Yeah, the exit's just around that store. Running non-stop at full speed had them at their limits. Their breath ragged, the duo rounded a corner at a breakneck pace. Amusement park thought this was still Miss Kitsy Land. It would have taken a high school student 20 minutes to sprint to the entire circumference of the park. And though they were now intimately familiar with the park's geography. What? Alko, put your magic energy into your fucking legs. Pick me up and start jumping. It was changing beyond recognition. The transformation was not limited to the park's residents either. Aosaki.
何を
What?
言いたくないんだけど
I hate to ask, but
この遊園地
is it just me or is the park getting bigger? It was. Huh. The problem wasn't as mundane as mistaking the location of the exits, nor the strange terrain. No, the park was warping and twisting in upon itself. Even as they ran, its structure was expanding and growing like that of a living creature. Alright, we got 30 minutes left to get through this chapter, chat. Soon the pair noticed that the mob encircling them had grown even stronger. Entrusting her back to Sojiro, Aoko summoned all of her effort just to keep from whining. No one would blame Sojiro for cowering in shock. But for Aoko to do the same, she bore responsibility for causing and then dragging him into this mess. She could not afford to succumb to panic.
大丈夫落ち着け私
This is bullshit. Bow, bow. Pull yourself together, Aoko.
遊園地の果てがある
The park has to end somewhere. It may be far, but the fence is right there. Even Flat Snark has its limits. Getting to the exit's the right choice, I think. But from here, it looks the better part of a mile away. Up until now, they had been too concerned with simply running. Their breathing had become labored. If they had to run another mile without rest, they'd end up collapsing along the way.
体大丈夫か
Aozaki, how are you holding up? Physically, I mean. What? The whisper from behind pulled Aoko back to reality.
大丈夫だけど
I'm fine, but I need to catch my breath.
賛成ここから休
Good idea. We'll never make it outside if we don't rest.
驚いたしずきくんも外まで
You
走
know-
ろうとは
I never would have thought you'd be okay with making a run for it. She let slip a giggle. Far from debilitated by panic, her comrade in arms had been analyzing the situation, forming an escape plan.
ちょっとだけ建物に逃げ込むのは
Why don't we hold up in one of those buildings for a while?
気は進まないけど
I don't like it.
それしかない
It's
わ
our
ね
best option right now. The breadmen had them completely surrounded. Perhaps this might have been a problem for an average person, but for Alko, breaking through the formation to get to the building would be a cinch. Pick her up and run. No. She needs to pick him up. The issue was
問題はどんな店を選ぶかってこと
which store to pick. She considered the characteristics of the transforming park. What would pose a danger and what was safe. The most important factor was not the strength or the complexity of the building.
そうだ選ぶなら
Keep it simple, stupid.
しずきくんあっち
Suzuki, this way! After routing the monsters, Alko hopped behind the counter, soon followed by Sojiro.
カウンターに隠れてて
Get behind the counter! Like she was in a Western shootout, Alko squared off against the monsters, using the counter as cover. Wife! Jack, get you a woman that can do this.
スナーク化しないんだ
Bingo! Nothing here can get snarkified. After assessing the current state of the enemy, Alko sat under the counter.
あいつらは
What were they doing?
店の周りで
They're
時
stamping
間
their
を
feet in frustration because they're angry that they can't get in. Huh? Brett will carry her and use her like an auto turret. I mean, give me a little rest. I'll have your little fucking 100-pound baby self going. And if anything, I mean, maybe your bullets, produce some sort of force that'll help me run faster. Uncle gave the perplexed Zero a grin and took a moment to catch her breath. She heaved a heavy sigh of relief and fatigue.
とりあえずコーヒーブレイクね
We'll take 5 minutes here. The restaurant in the is the blandest place in the park, which makes their Achilles heel. The registers and utensils are all modern. There's no mascot characters. It's just a bit too civilized for Snark to mess with.
スノーク
Snark?
あいつらの名前よ
That's their name. Alice is the one who came up with it. I think it doesn't really sound like her, but whatever. That's what they're called. Perhaps now, at ease from knowing that they were safe, Sojiro seemed enthralled in her explanation. Alko could not help but chuckle as Sojiro nodded sagely. It was certain that he had no idea what she was talking about. Not only this would have irritated her, but this time she was grateful for the warmth of his strange sobriety.
それはともかく
It's good that you seem better, Aozaki. Mistaking her smile for composure, Sojiro broke into a smile himself. It was just another link in the chain of misunderstandings. But there is no need to redress it.
あなたから
Oh, you can tell? Yeah, my magic bullets are getting more powerful.
そりゃ
Well, you did chase me all around that house of mirrors while firing those things at me, so I guess they've become really familiar with them for better or worse.
でもいいのか
Wait, wrong voice, but whatever.
数に限りがあるとか言ってただろ
Are you sure you're okay, though? I remember you mentioning that you had a limited number of shots, but you fired at least 20 or 30 so far, right?
あんた時々あれ
You know, every now and then you... The repeat of him improved just a little bit.
なんでもない
Never mind.
私の魔弾の威
My
力
bullets
が
increase in
高い
power as a simple matter of the
単純
density
に
of their
魔力
magical
の濃
energy.
度の問題
You've seen that fog around the park from a bit ago, right? It's all just magical
全
energy.
部魔力なのよ
Think of it as fuel for my bullets. At least she has my blue eyes. She has my blue eyes, shit. Magical energy was divided into two broad categories. First was odd, produced inside a mage's body. The second was mana, which filled the atmosphere. At the moment, the amusement park had turned into a fairy tale land overflowing with mana. Although it meant nothing to the average person to a mage, it was a paradise where spells could be cast as much as one pleased.
残り魔力とやら気にしなくていいのか
So that means you don't have to worry about how much magic, whatever, you have left there.
注意すべきは怪我と体力だけ
All we need to worry about are injuries and stamina.
まあ個人的な責任に
Well,
おいてその限
as
り
far as our own lives are concerned, yeah. Sojiro breathed a sigh of relief. From Sojiro's perspective, more so than the monster she mowed down, Alka was the biggest bully on the playground. She had been concerned about what would happen should her magical... He had been concerned about what would happen should her magical energy be exhausted. But, luckily for him, she was far from surrendering her crown.
頼りにしてくれるのは嬉しいけどぬか
It's nice that you trust me and all, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Minions out there are just walking garbage. If Alice summons any other fairy tale monsters, let alone the actual Snark making an appearance, there's nothing I'll be able to do.
他の動画の怪物
Other fairy tale monsters?
遊園地をこ
You
ん
mean
な
there are
風に
others
変え
apart
た
from the
以外に
things that change the
まだ
park?
そう
Yes, they're called ploy kickshaws, aberrations. That even we men mages can't stand to look at. They're nonsense lost to time, used to revive impossible fantasies. Sojiro's expression seemed to be calling out the hypocrisy. Hey, most of us have modern standards, you know. Obviously, there are things we can't do, and we're no match for modern weapons. 20th century, well, a bunch of wars helped weapons technologically catch up to us. But that girl's a different beast altogether. Mankind's evolution can't hold a flame to her powers. Take those breadmen for existence. Something like a machine gun would have no effect on them, probably because guns make no sense to them. Alko casually gestured outside past the counter. Alice's familiars are mystics needed from fantasies. They're all impossible in the first place, so they don't play nice with the laws of physics. It shouldn't come as a surprise, since fantasy and reality can't exist together.
なるほど
I
ブレ
see.
ッドマンってのは
So they're literally walking loaves of bread. Sojiro seemed to have ignored the majority of Alko's explanation, and only reacted to the part that caught his curiosity.
話を戻すけど
I thought Mono was cum in the Fate world. Used to be. To get back on topic,
近代兵器の
modern arms don't stand a chance against those things. Even rockets would be useless.
効果はない
Yeah, well, you haven't seen a nuke, bitch.
意志の普通
They aren't part of the same order or our shared consciousness as us.
プロイキッシャーにとって
To deploy kickshaws, to the fairy tale monsters, anything that doesn't exist in their world, anything they don't understand, disintegrates before it can even touch them.
彼らに通じるのは
Only something equally nonsense can touch them, like magical energy infused with the same level of mystics. They exist wholly in their own conceptual space or cosmos.
要するに
In short,
あいつらは伝
they're
承
protected by a
法という
special
特
rule
別なルール
known
を
as
持っていて
folklore defense,
単純に
meaning
強
that
い
neither
力
pure force nor strong
強い
magecraft have
魔
much
術
effect.
効果が薄
They
い
can't be taken down with exploiting the weaknesses found in their original stories.
ギリシャ神話のアキレスあ
Are
た
you
り
familiar
の
with the
分かり
Greek
や
myth
すい
of
例えなんだ
Achilles?
けど知って
It's a
る
good, straightforward example. Sojiro shook his head.
そう
He's been in the woods, baby. Come on. Of course you are.
いい話
To get out of this alive, have Tobimaru tell you about it. It's a cliche, but it's a good story. Sojiro was feeling pretty lost, but he did his best to grasp the situation. He thought the ploy kickshaws were scary enough to chase Alko and that puppet from before out of the house barefoot. Certainly, the scene before them was the stuff of nightmares. But Sojiro had a different way of thinking.
やっぱり青崎の方が怖くないか
I think you're more scared than me, Aozaki.
あんた死ぬの
You want to die? Sojiro waved in protest, silently pointing out that she had made his case for him.
あのね
Listen to me.
今私たち
The
を
things surrounding us now are a little more than
ア
fodder.
リスにとって
As far as Alice is concerned, the breadmen, lobstermen, the meat mincer, the sausage place, they're all worth even less than my magic bullets are to me.
いい
Got
あ
it?
の動くマスコットたちはね
The moving mascots and all the rest are a sideshow. They're nothing more than a breath of the monster she unleashed.
呼吸ってこれが
These things are just a breath?
私だって考えたくないわよ
Yeah, crazy, I know.
それが現状
That's what we're dealing with right now. It's one of those fairy tale monsters enough to keep us busy. So if Alice decides to add another, might as well give up.
追加って
Add
これに
another.
制限はないのか
Isn't there some sort of limit? She decides not to be stingy. She has a few more up her sleeve, though. Well, there are conditions to bringing them out. Like one monster that won't wake up if there's a river nearby. The park has fountains, sure, but no river, right? The familiars are bounded by their underlying stories.
川ってかけそばとか
Like fairy tale, you mean like the one about a bowl of soba noodles?
ここに川がないのよ不幸
tell
中
you.
の幸いね
It's small mercy there's no river here. Otherwise, something way better as squishiness would have appeared by now. Aka continued, completely ignoring Sojiro.
話の続きだけど
Anyways, as I was
アリ
saying,
スの魔術の基
the
本は
foundation of Alice's magecraft is Mother
っ
Goose.
て知らないか
Right,
イギ
you
リ
wouldn't
ス
know
の
either.
歌で遊び
Mother
心
Goose was an
と
author of whimsical
恋愛
English
時
nursery
間だから
rhymes. To be honest,
知見のプロ棋士
this
だ
type of ploy kickshaw isn't all that
そ
scary.
れなりに
Taking them down in some form of
魔術に落とし込めば
magecraft is totally
聞き
pointless.
たくないんだけどそっち
I'm afraid to
じゃない
ask, but what about that scary kind then?
マザーグースを下地にした
They follow another fairy tale inspired by Mother Goose.
あの子のお母さんに
Alice's mother was particularly fond of him,
ドイツもこいつ
and every single one is bizarre. No maid wants to go up against one of those things. As it happens, and exactly what brought the park back to life. I'm pretty sure it's the one she calls Flat Snark, though. I wasn't particularly paying attention, so I'm a little hazy on the details. Fuck! Sojiro swallowed the discomfort making its way up his throat. He really wanted her to explain things a little less vaguely, but something she had just said necessitated further
待
investigation.
てよ尾崎あの子の話を
Wait a second, Ozaki. You mean to tell me you weren't paying attention?
いや説明してもらったのは
You know, it was a while back that she explained it all to me, and I didn't really believe anything she had to say around that time. I thought that maybe she was taking up her own magecraft to a newbie, or talking up her new magecraft to a newbie, but that she wasn't taking me seriously. In truth, if anyone hadn't taken the lesson seriously, it was Alko. She would learn that lesson firsthand soon enough, when she experienced just how real Alice's monsters were. She had also discovered how her heretical mean-stir witches truly were in the world of magecraft.
その聞き流した内容は
Can you remember anything else about them?
何でも強力な結果
I don't understand. It's a ploy that puts up a powerful bounded
ア
field.
リスが受け継いだ
Alice inherited a lot of ploys, but this one is their
捨てられ
finest.
たもの忘れられ
Takes
たも
discarded
の
and
を
forgotten
動画的
things
に
and
蘇ら
resurrects
せ
them
る
like what happens in fairy tales.
今まで誰も
Supposedly, nobody's ever defeated it.
それでついたあだ
Oh,
名が
and his nickname is the Untouchable.
フラットスナー
So it's not Flat Stark or whatever it was.
それもあだ名
That's just a nickname too, because nobody knows what his real form is. He's picked up a few names along the way. One of them is Flat Snark, and it ranks among her other nonsense in terms of how little I know about it, is known about it.
あなた
Have you heard of the book The Hunting of the Snark by Lewis Carroll?
いやそもそも
Woods!
カロルという
Woods! Woods! No, and who is Lewis Carroll?
そっからか
Okay then, let's start from the beginning. Professor Dodgson was, he was a delusional gentleman with a peculiar disposition. Not that it matters right now. It was always time to explain to some people.
今重要なのは
What's important is the work he left behind. The Hunting of the Snark is a book about a band of adventurers who tried to capture an unidentified monster known as the Snark.
キャロルらしい
It's very Carol, satirical, nonsensical, and cryptic.
意味不明
It doesn't even really have an ending either.
一行
Though
は
the party
死者
does
だけ
ultimately
に
find the party does ultimately find the Snark on its island after much hardship. It ends with the protagonist who found it, the baker, suddenly disappearing. It's a satire about people who run about busily trying to find something that they don't understand. But when it comes to the park here, it's pretty clear who the baker is and who the Snark is, right? Alko elected not to share this, but Flat Snark had other popular names as well. The enigmatic island, the five-dimensional plane. These names were not given to it by Alice, but rather muttered by mages whom the mainsters defeated. The mathematics Snark is a term used in the graph theory to refer to contradictory and impossible planar graphs. A plane, proven to be unable to exist in this world, was given the name, apt for an ill-fated existence paradoxical in nature. Fairy tale monsters described this name was said to hold no form discovered by man. Alko also declined to mention something else. Flat Snark was a fairy tale monster that could grow. It would hide somewhere in the amusement park, continuously exhaling magical energy until the park completely transformed to a fantasy land. Well, it's not like there's any point in scaring him.
何か言ったか
Did you say something else?
別に
Nope. I was just thinking Flatstark's power and his ability to bring fairy tale worlds to life. When you think about it, the park makes for the perfect backdrop. I mean, it was originally a playground based on fairy tales anyways. If this has been a business district, for example, the Flatstark would have posed far less of a threat. At most, his power would be limited to projecting the shadow of a dinosaur into a building's shadow panes, or window panes.
だからここは安
So
全
that's
だ
why
って
it's safe. So Zero realized that something was wrong when he noticed gelatinous liquid dripping onto his back. Ah, bitch! He looked up to the ceiling. Their eyes met. Before he had a chance to think, Shijiro hopped up from the floor. Ozaki, get out now! Taking the initiative, he jumped out from behind the counter. Are you mad? What do you think you're... Trying to stop him from committing an act of suicide, she also came to her feet. Immediately, she noticed something coming to life overhead. What the... Oh, crap! Oh! Slime! As always, Lewis Carroll. Easy to recite, chat. Oh my god, that was close. The gargantuan mouth clamped shut. With no mascot to speak of, the burger joint itself began to transform into one giant monster. Who the hell paints a giant clown on the ceiling? Flex their creative muscles somehow. What? Couldn't they have flexed their creative muscles somehow else? If they like clowns that much, why didn't they put it at the entrance? Akko aired out her grievance as she ran. There was no safe haven left. Moment by moment, the last remnants of civilization were being eroded by fairy tales. Swing, bitch. No, no dragon. Especially not Chinese dragon. The amusement park had reached the final stage of snarkification. It was not just the mascot characters that had been granted life. Like the burger joint, even the buildings had begun to transform. The roller coaster that made its way about the park whirred and twisted like a Chinese dragon. Ah. Akko and Shijiro stared dumbfounded by the Ferris wheel, which had grown to over 250 feet in height. Hordes of bread men closed in on them, as if to offer tickets. Telling you the line is under control. Mobs of trinkets, actual kickshaws rampaged the park. Whenever a hole was punched in the envelopment, it was instantly filled. It was a battle of attrition with no end in sight. That's Shinron? No, but Shinron is based off of Chinese dragons. That was a matter of course, as there are a few fairy tales with limited resources. This is hopeless. They just keep coming. Look for the Snark's real form. Fairy tale monster always has some vessel for its body. If we can just destroy that, we should be able to get out of here. The body? What kind of body? I already told you, fairy tale monsters can't exist in reality. Anything weird or impossible you've never seen before, that's gonna be it. Anything weird or impossible? I need an example. I have to spell it out for you? Living puppets, flying go-karts. Akko paused her firing for a moment. After saying this out loud, she realized just how deep their grave is dug. The park was a treasure trove of fairy tale-esque creatures on any given day. Who could say what was impossible amidst the newly transfigured knickknacks running around? Damn. Everything in here is weird. So it's hiding in plain sight. Hoping that she was wrong, Akko bit her bottom lip. Flat Snark was the type that deployed bounded fields, seeing as it was commanding so many familiars. It would not be unusual for its main body to have little or even no defenses. Furthermore, it was modeled from a story about it being untouchable and unidentifiable. It would be logical to assume that it would collapse in on itself shortly after being discovered. Which means, we find it, we win. Would something so fragile really hide amongst its minions? They do say that the best place to hide a leaf is in the woods. Bop, bop. This is closer to the truth than Akko realized. As long as there was the slightest possibility of it being hit by one of Akko's stray bullets, it wouldn't dare appear in front of him. True form was orchestrating the park from somewhere safe. I'm sure we've seen it already. It's the subject of a book named after it. If it's not standing out on every page, it has no right to be the title character. Where? Put very simply, the Ferris wheel was the safest location in the park, as well as a symbol of its past glory. Perhaps we'll just try to catch her instead. Her eyes opened wide at the sudden suggestion. While Akko had been trying to come up with a plan to overcome the stalemate, it seems Sojiro had been racking his brain as well. His proposal was a simple one. If they could not find the snark, they just needed to take out its master, Alice. Alice had not moved at all from the clock tower. Even from here, they could make out her figure draped in the moonlight. That's the worst move we can make. Even if we killed her, we're gonna stop the snark and all of its absurdity would just boil over to the outside the park. Not to mention, I can't even kill her in the first place. At best, I could only get halfway there. What if you use her mana? It's cool, but where's my nigga Samson? Samson's not a fairy tale chat. Breadman, angered at the insults hurled towards his master, moved to attack, was mercilessly burned to a crisp. I want to eat the breadmen, chat. I want to eat them. I want to eat the bread. The two stood back to back, catching their breath. With no plan to speak of, no route of escape. They had reached a dead end. Meanwhile, the oddities were forming a circle around their prey, as if they smelled blood in the water. Were they to be dragged into a bakery for the oven, minced into the meat grinder at the butcher shop, skewered and paraded around atop the carousel? Walked the plank of the thorny pirate ship. After 2 years of slumber, they were eager to welcome their new guests. Something I need to ask you, Azaki. What is it? Keep it snappy. We're thinking here. Okay. It's painfully clear what these things want to do to us. But what about her? Does she enjoy this? I doubt it. This thing's hatred of humans comes from a deep-seated grudge within the park itself. Maybe even Flat Snark's personality, too. All its familiars are one big family of freaks. Though, now that you mention it, Akko was unable to deny that there were some similarities. Good to know. So did you come up with anything, Azaki? How do we stop her? Sorry to get your hopes up, but I'm all out of ideas. But I bet they stop if you drop dead. No, thank you! Let's just get out of here. Hey, wait, Suzuki. She blinked in surprise at the moment, at the sudden turn of events. Sojiro, who had until now been meekly following her lead, had grabbed Ako's hand and pulled her with him with a head-on charge at the swarmed bread, in an attempt to break out of the encirclement. That's our man, boy! Are you out of your mind? How on earth do you figure this is what we do next? Akko nonetheless follows Sojiro's uncharacteristically gung-ho lead, cursing him all the while. Alone, he had no chance of breaking through the surrounding wall of enemies with brute force. Akko regained her bearings and let fly a spray of magic bullets ahead of Sojiro. Fucking bayonet charge, and it worked. They burst through the net and ran as hard as they could. At this point, all that was left to do was what they had planned from the outset: get out of the park. But not before addressing what needed to be addressed. Where the hell did that come from? Hadn't you already given up back at the House of Mirrors? Akko could not begin to comprehend Sojiro's reaction. I was then and this is now, just run. What are you talking about? Alice wants to kill you for exactly the same reason I did. This won't play out any differently. Though she wondered what was getting her so worked up, Akko didn't stop. She told herself that the degree of Sojiro's stupidity, charging the breadman so recklessly, had caused her to lose cool. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I'm going to try and kill you again tomorrow. I'll really do it. So if you don't want to die, you should be escaping me too, got it? Let's talk about that tomorrow. I don't really care if you kill me. I just don't want to... but just don't want to be killed by that girl. Like I said, why the hell not? I don't even know what she looks like. Nor have I ever spoken to her. What? It was like someone had doused water over her blazing fury. Akko's anger was snuffed out by the absurd simplicity of his reasoning. I think he's got a fair point. Because you don't know what she looks like? Could it be that Sojiro did not mind being killed by someone as long as he had met them? Gonna get a yeast infection post-yeast injection. Oh no! Akko grimaced as she followed him. From her spot atop the clock tower, the girl observed the growth of her familiars. Flat Snark, a savior of the discarded. There's a vile, vulgar fairy tale monster who provided those abandoned by fate with a glimmer of hope before snatching it away. Alice had it under her control, but she was still keen to keep the snark from expressing its bad habits. After completing a lap around the park that had now reached the size of the entire town, the robin made its situation report. So, they're trying to get out. It seemed Alko was prioritizing the safety of the boy. Even if it resulted in wasting an entire day, choosing not to capitulate on a decision was very much like her. That's too bad. I was sure Alko would attempt to burn down the clock tower and me with it. The bluebird cheeped in response. Was it denying his master's portrait of Alko, or agreeing that it was Alko's style to do exactly that? An outsider might interpret its interjections either way. Does this bore you? The robin jumped at being addressed so unexpectedly. It chirped and flapped its wings like a flustered servant, frantic to say otherwise. It was rare for us to get along so well. Okay then, if there's a game she wants, a game she'll get. Let's liven things up a bit, shall we? Calmly, she pulled out a small object from her pocket. It was a dark gray Easter egg, and emanating from inside was the ticking of a clock. The robin knew it to be a ploy kickshaw with a bad attitude far exceeding flat snarks known to be among the best in one-on-one situations. 3 rotate egg, chat. Rotate egg. Go. I've set the extolling time for 20 minutes. Break in that subtle way of yours. And together with the witch's breath, the egg filled with praise and disappeared. Fuck! No, do this to my boy. I agree, chat. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the park. The words, "I could have killed them all by myself," floating through the air. It was the disappointment of something enormous that was visible to all, yet overlooked. Yeah? About to be your own downfall. Alko and Sojiro continued the dash toward the boundary, separating the park from the outside. The curio horde that stood in their way had reduced in number. The iron fence that separated the two from the outside world was just over 300 yards away. Fortunately, there was no particularly large buildings barring their path. If the Ferris wheel had stood in their way, that would have spelled the end, but frankly, it had yet to reach its full strength. The only things that appeared before them were weak oddities that could easily be handled by Alko's simple magecraft. At this rate, we might just... She would have said make it to the fence, if only her lungs would allow it. But as Alko was utilizing the ample mana filling the park, her tank of magical energy was nearly full. Moreover, the condition of her body's circuits was steadily improving, to the extent that she'd be able to unleash at least one all-out onslaught. Humpty Dumpty is the final boss of the game. Until something unusual was hovering above her field of vision. It was locked on Sojiro, hovering 10 feet above him, over to one side. Suzuki, look! What? That thing? It's been on us for a while. Sojiro had seemingly noticed it before Alko, hence his previous awkward glances toward the sky. In truth, it would have been stranger for him not to notice, as the thing was practically glued to him. In terms of its size, the floating object measured about 3 feet in diameter. Tiles covered its exterior, about which a multitude of spinning lights danced about. Is that an egg? Sojiro asked, not really sure what to call it. An egg? If it's an egg, then that means it'll crack. Her bullets bounced off like it was made of rubber. That trait, the ability to deflect all outside interference, confirmed to Alko that this thing was undoubtedly a ploy kickshaw. Knew it! I can't break its rules from the outside. Suzuki, don't take your eyes off of it even for a second. No matter what happens, keep your eyes locked on it, even if it's just in the corner of your vision. Okay. Alko picked up her pace as she barked orders. Get out of there, soldier! You need to leave! The Eggman, who sat on a wall. He would crack, just as the tale spoke of. Nothing anyone could do or say would cause him to fall, but the moment they stopped looking, he would tumble down and break into pieces. All the king's horses and all the king's men could put him back together again, or so it said. It was a Mother Goose poem, Humpty Dumpty. Sojiro was its target, then the moment he averted his gaze, it would tumble and explode. Except for the exploding part. Who knows what will happen when it falls. Either way, it was going to scatter something troublesome when it fell. Its oval shape, the keyhole adorning the front and writing inscription upon it, They all made her anxious. If it was an egg, that meant if something was going to hatch at some point. Even if he continued to stare. And once the time came for whatever it was inside to come out, they would have even less ability to conserve their energy. Osaki, slow down, would you? If you use up all your energy now, you'll forget about what comes next. Just focus on watching that egg. This critical juncture, Breadman stepped out to join the egg and block their path. Get out of the PvP area. They are trying! Out of the way. Humpty Dumpty's ready to drop. He's ready to drop bombs, chat. The Breadman was marching forth in a grand battalion. At her level of firepower, Akko should have easily mowed them down. However, dear Lord, is that hard crust? Take this! Eggman, I've got an announcement. Sojiro pissed on my wife. If Snap failed to do the job, that meant it was time for her to put her crust to use. Draw. A formula-triggered bullet encased in a full wind jacket. If her previous shots were the equivalent of a machine gun volley, then this was her artillery shot. Yeah! Hard crust bread that absorbed the snap without a dent. Scattered into thousands of tiny pieces that are Draw's torrent. Whoa. Of course, the destruction did not end with just the Breadman. What had once been a brick road was now thoroughly stripped of its pavement. The nearby stalls had been wrapped in twisted steel skeletons. It was a spectacle that made Sojiro question what the greater obstacle to their escape was: the wall of Breadman or Akko's ability to lay waste to things. Hey, don't wander off. It's dangerous if you don't stick close to me. Come on, get close. We're out of strikes, you know. If they surround you, you're a goner. You should know hostages don't mean squat to me. And it's not like I can pick you out my targets precisely anyways. It's made a lot of sense to Sojiro. He not fully anticipated the part of the hostages, appreciated the part about the hostages, but he got the gist of it. So basically, I'm in danger no matter where I stand. You? Offended though she was by his typical naive response, she could not help but be impressed. Sojiro was a straight arrow, though, through and through. His eyes stayed firmly focused on the egg overhead, even amidst the chaos of the melee unfolding before him. I don't know why you're worried. You may not be the sharpest tool, but you sure are good at following orders. Puppy! One thing, Aozaki, am I imagining it, or do these Breadmen seem tougher than before? No, we weren't imagining it. They're getting stronger. Once they nailed down their mass production process, they turned their attention to upping the quality. They figured out already. We're just going to get tougher as we go. Seems like even those bread guys have started to develop individuality. I hate to think about it. They might start spreading themselves with jelly or wearing other fillings and merging with one another. Though she was joking, her eyes were dead serious. So Jiro shuddered at the thought of the situation growing even more dire. So, you're saying that those guys are going to become as terrifying as the puppet from the House of Mirrors soon? Oh, you can count on it. And I'll have made my hands full with bread that rare. What? Hold on. And I'll have my hands full with bread that rare. Say, Suzuki, think you can handle yourself against one of those? So Jiro shook his head. It looked a complete aversion upon his face. I didn't think so. So let's get moving. We can't afford to hang around here. Akko took a quick, deep breath and began sprinting once again. Far in the distance, through the fog, the iron fence waited, 300 paces away. As long as nothing happened, they would make it there in one piece. Oh, Voyager's up. Fuck, I need Voyager. Fuck! In one piece. Hang on, chat. I'm summoning. Alright, Fate, pull up. As long as nothing happened, they would make it there in one piece. So, Jiro, followed after Akko, heading onto that all-too-convenient hope. Hanging onto that all-too-convenient hope. End of chapter, please? Please? Fuck! But hope was something ever fleeting. In fact, it lasted not even 300 yards. The edge of the amusement park may as well have been the edge of the world. Bullshit, chat. Bullshit. Dozens of undulating horizons could be seen. It's part of the Nasuverse, right? Yep. Doing FGO summoning? Yeah, I'm doing a single. I'm trying to get Voyager, because I don't have Voyager. Dozens of undulating horizons could be seen. Crowding the sky like a giant cloud in a thick curtain. Or perhaps groaning lips. It was the end of the road, the outer limit of an outrageous and fantastical realm. And yet, Alco found it to be much like the last page of an enormous picture book. Stupid. The sight turned her mind blank. Well, it's about as bad as it gets, she thought. Fuck. I gotta blow through my fucking tickets, chat. The snark, this island of despair, had at last brought Akko to her knees as she stared at the swelling border. But what do you expect? Every chapter is basically an episode on the anime, but longer. Yeah. Netflix indeed had the park indeed had an end. Even now, as Alco and Sujiro had expected, a fence divided the amusement park from the residential area around it. If both had doubled in height and been made sturdier, another hurdle that she had foreseen having before even laying eyes on it. Expecting to have been snarkified, Akko had come prepared to demolish an obstacle or two. But this construction before her went way beyond a mere wall. It was an ocean that separated the underworld from the mortal one. The iron fence was like a restless, surging sea. Stop! One or two walls could easily be toppled. Even 10 or 20 could be dealt with, one way or another. Between the power left on her body and that which filled the park, putting on a brave front was within her power. Was within her power. She could fully mobilize her circuits and her crest to the point of burning out in a last-ditch effort, like some reenactment of the parting of the Red Sea. That sounds pretty cool. But then, that would be it. Even if the path could be open, she would not have the energy left to walk it. And it was obvious. It was obvious what would become of her afterwards. The residents would hardly forgive her for wreaking such havoc around their park, like ants drawn to honey. They would swarm the helpless girl and tear her to pieces. But Sojiro can save you, right? 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 Chat? Despondent and exhausted, she felt the faint sting of remorse escaping the park. Looking back on how they had gotten here, Anko recognized that her choices had been her undoing. I mean, yeah. Under the golden full moon, beams of steel bent merged like a wire. Merged like wireframe sculptures. Yeah, it was only a matter of time before the amusement park itself became a yeah, baby. Excuse me, chat. I gotta make sure to burn every aspect of my luck that I have before summer comes. Every fucking bit of goodwill I have. So Voyager has been obtained, chat. Are you worthy of being my master? Go suck a dick. I'll never, ever use you, you little shit. Alright, back to YouTube, chat. Hour and a half left in this chapter. Go fuck yourself. It's only a matter of time before the amusement park itself became one colossal monster. The horde of familiars gathered in the park where Alice was had formed an impenetrable blockade around her. Just above the head of the boy beside her, the whispering egg, called Scratch Dumpty, continued to shuffle what appeared on its surface. Ozaki. Suzuki? The boy's voice snapped Akko out of her trance, if only for a moment. The stark reality of the situation quickly dawned on the novice mage, the sheer hopelessness of it all, as it ripped out and snatched away any will she had to resist. Let's head for the gate. It's hopeless here, but we might have a chance at the entrance. The flat snark thing? You said it has its own set of rules to follow, right? And we need to think about the basics. The fence would have been impassable from the start, but the gate might still work as an entrance and exit. Sojiro had not given in to the panic. Ako found herself honestly admiring Sojiro's ability to analyze Snark's characteristics, given the circumstances. Now calm, she stilled her
そう
resolve.
ね確かに門はあると思う
You will use Chloe Summer. That's like 2 years away, and not really my vibe, chat. Right? The gate is a good option.
たどり着くの難しい
But just getting there would be a challenge. Even the weakest enemies, those loaves of bread, are becoming excuse me, are becoming hard to deal with. Plus, the best of our familiars are going to keep gathering at the plaza and the entrance. I mean, the gate itself might look like might be a monster even worse than the Ferris wheel. It's designed to look like a giant
青崎
kitsy.
のゲートには行かない
So
の
you're not going to the front gate?
まあね
Nah, they have a better chance over here. Ako took another glance at the undulating iron fences. It was too late to achieve their goal of making it out alive. In that case, she decided to prioritize the other premise she had made.
今からこの鉄柵を壊すからあなたはそこから外に出て
Shiki and Voyager now? You ain't getting shit in summer. The luck will continue, chat. The luck. Listen, okay, listen. I had to go to Pity in order to get Arsidue, or copy 2 of Arsid. So I mean, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and break down the fences here. You have to escape once you see an opening,
私の役割
and
で
then my job will be done. Though her words were few, her tone told the whole story. She was telling him to escape by himself.
信じられない
It's not possible.
こんなの青
Can't
崎だ
destroy
けじゃ壊せないだろ
destroy him by yourself, Alzaki.
私だけならね
If I were by myself, you'd be right. Right now, the park is actually helping me. This much fuel, all I need to do is aim and pull the
これだ
trigger.
けあるんだから
One good blast should be enough.
それでも1回が限度だから
I said I'll only be able to do it once, so as soon as I open a hole, I need you to run like your life depends on it. She would carve a path through this iron sea of fences. Gambling on one final effort, a great incantation to launch the biggest projectile she could manage. As an outsider, Sojiro could not even begin to imagine just how much of a burden this would be for her. Okay, well, that is fine. That is correct. Oh, there we go. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Just a little bit more. Chat yacht. Chat. Can you hear me, chat yacht? Everything I'm seeing on my side says you should be able to see it. Though it won't be very good for very long. We're back for a moment. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Cool. You know what I'm going to do with this divine power given to me by God? You know what I'm going to fucking do? Come on. I'm gonna save. The internet's still fucked up. I have a backup for the internet. It's also fucked up, right? So I use my backup for the backup right now, chat. So you're gonna be buffering for a second, but I'll take that as a message from God to get some sleep, and we're gonna be wrapping it up, chat. Yeah, exactly, chat. Yeah. We read you. Yeah. Back with buffering. Yeah.